Chapter 431, Planting a Dao Seed on the Yuan Foundation. The middle and highest peak amongst the 18 main peaks of the Lin family was named Jade Forest Peak. If one looked at the Lin family's mountain range from a height of 1,000,000 feet in the air, one would realize that the Jade Forest Peak was the core of the mountain range, as the rest of the mountains meandered from it. It was like giant dragons surrounding the Jade Forest Peak as its center. 9 dragons surrounding Pearl was what people called this strange landscape. The Lin family used this landscape as its foundation. It had a spiritual vein array so as to ensure the Lin family's prosperity. With its thick Yuan Qi, it transformed this place into the Lin family's treasured ground. People who practiced martial arts needed wealth, land, companion, law. Amongst them, land meant a cultivation ground. As one of the 4 most important factors needed for cultivation, it was easy to see how seriously cultivators treated land. Every family clan in the Tian Yuan world had its own homeland. They had spent large amounts of resources so as to set up their grounds to be flawless. And a lot of the time, the conflicts of interest between family clans tended to revolve around the battle for territory. To the Lin family, the Jade Forest Peak itself was a very important asset to the family. The 3 grand elders of the Lin family would choose the Jade Forest Peak as the location whenever they began a long reclusive retreat. At this moment, Yi Yun was also residing in Jade Forest Peak, cultivating in recluse. The chamber Yi Yun used was named the Heavenly Yang Hall. The Heavenly Yang Hall was a cultivation ground for cultivating pure Yang laws. It was ranked 3rd in the Jade Forest Peak. It was only inferior to the first, which was used by Grand Elders, and the second, which was used by guest elders of the Lin family. This was the best cultivation ground juniors from the Lin family could use. Typically, very few of the younger disciples in the Lin family received such treatment. A good cultivation ground allowed one's cultivation to have double the results with half the work. Now, Yi Yun had already stayed in the Heavenly Yang Hall for quite a long while. He had absorbed the pure Yang energy within the purple crystal, and was as such transforming his meridians. He was creating a solid foundation step by step. The Yuan Foundation meant to set up a foundation in a warrior's dantian. The next higher realm after the Yuan Foundation realm was called the Dao Seed. The meaning of the Dao Seed is to plant a martial arts seed on top of the Yuan Foundation base. To plant a Dao Seed on the Yuan Foundation was to sow one's path in the martial Dao. What would sprout in the future depended on the warrior. In the Tai Divine Kingdom, many warriors would come to a stop at the Yuan Foundation realm throughout their martial lives. To be able to reach the Dao Seed realm was a great fortune. It was enough for them to lord over people. As such, people who reached the Dao Seed realm were called human lords in the Tai Divine Kingdom. However, in the Tian Yuan world, people at the Dao Seed realm were only people who could travel freely. To lord over others and be called a human lord would only be a joke. With the passage of time, Yi Yun, who was immersed in cultivation, had already entered an ethereal state. Pure Yang Qi was seeping out from the purple crystal origins, entering into all of the corners of Yi Yun's body. As it circulated through his meridians, a large portion of the energy injected itself into Yi Yun's blood vessels. A very small portion of it escaped out of Yi Yun's pores. The pure Yang Qi that was being emitted from the crystal also took along with it slight amounts of impurities within Yi Yun's body. After repeated marrow cleansings, and with the transformation of the pure Yang Qi, Yi Yun really felt as if he was slowly being reborn. Yi Yun's muscles were becoming more toned, but he was not stiff like stout muscular men. His muscles gave off an elegant beauty. They were like a mountain stream and were like nature itself. Yi Yun's air also became more and more restrained. With the grade of Yi Yun's pure Yang body increasing, not only did his body not radiate burning gas, it actually began to seal it within his body's aperture points. He gave off the feeling of a gentle scholar. If one phrase was enough to describe him, it would be jade-like gentleman. A prudent gentleman of a disposition as graceful as the luster of jade may seem restrained, but it had the integrity of jade. Shintunan Tian also chased down the path of being a jade-like gentleman, but that was to give people that impression. He purposely catered to the requirement of being a jade-like gentleman, but his core person was not like that. As for Yi Yun, as his pure yang body was approaching perfection, it naturally allowed him to gain such a temperament. Even though he himself was not a true gentleman. It should be said that Yi Yun's core beliefs were that of a gentleman, but what he did would not be restrained by the code of ethics of a gentleman. As he cultivated while losing the sense of time, Yi Yun had already been in reclusive training for 5 months without realizing it. Before this, the only time Yi Yun had cultivated for so long in one seating was back when he entered Fallen Stargate. In these 5 months, while absorbing the pure yang qi, Yi Yun also constantly resolved the problems that were previously caused by hastily improving his cultivation. At the same time, he also made up for his shortcomings in nomological truths. This made Yi Yun's martial arts system become increasingly unassailable. Yi Yun looked within his body and saw that every inch of his bones were as white as jade. His bone marrow had also become like a translucent red crystal. With every breath, Yi Yun could taste the fragrance in his mouth. The saliva in his mouth was as sweet as spring water. The benefits of this body, now with nearly 0 impurities, was brought forth from having a pure yang body. This feeling was indescribable. Yi Yun checked the purple crystal and most of the pure yang energy from the Great Empress relic had been absorbed by Yi Yun. The pure yang spirit had also grown. As for the frost chi condensed from the 7 noxious divining pill, it was compressed and placed in a corner. It was completely under Yi Yun's control. Actually, if Yi Yun wished it, he could easily remove the frost energy, but Yi Yun felt that it might not necessarily be useless in the future, so he kept it. In this period of 5 months, Yi Yun used the pure yang qi in the purple crystal to make his cultivation level reach the peak of the middle stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. He was now closing in on the late stages of the Yuan Foundation realm. The more solid the Yuan Foundation was, the more impressive the martial arts fruits bore from the planted Dao seed would be. With a breakthrough in cultivation level, it also brought an increase in strength. Previously, whenever Yi Yun conjured his aspect totem, his body would be drained of his Yuan Qi in a short period of time. Now however, Yi Yun felt that even if he conjured his aspect totem, he could still last a short while, even at full combat capability. I have gained a lot from this reclusive training. In this treasured ground in the Jade Forest Peak, I was able to focus, without distractions, on digesting the Great Empress Relic's medicinal essence. With the purple crystal's help, no junior in the Tian Yuan world can possibly have similar conditions like me. It would be hard not to have my strength increase by leaps and bounds. As Yi Yun was thinking this, a flare suddenly lit up before his eyes. It was a voice transmission talisman. Only a few voice transmission talismans could penetrate the chamber, and this came from Matriarch Lin. The voice transmission talisman only had a few words. The matriarch wanted Yi Yun to come out of reclusive training as the Lin family's Grand Elder had predicted that in a month, the God Burial Abyss's demon-like tidal strength would weaken. And that moment was the opportunity for the Lin family's disciples to enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm. After the flare dissipated into the darkness, Yi Yun took a deep breath as his eyes flashed. The Great Empress Mystic Realm is finally opening. Yi Yun felt like he had unending amounts of Yuan Qi within his body. He was in his top condition, so to enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm to challenge himself was in line with his wishes. He could not help but feel like his blood was boiling. I want to see, with my own eyes, what sort of things are in this Great Empress Mystic Realm. Chapter 432, Desolate Beast Cage. With winter coming, it began to snow in the Jade Spirit Mountains. The Arayan Jade Spirit Mountains did not insulate the land from snowflakes, so the entire magnificent mountain range was covered in snow. The snowclad Jade Spirit Mountains had another form of beauty. Looking from high in the sky, one could see an endless white snowy expanse. It was like a huge divine pillar made of those white peaks piercing the blue sky. With these peaks stretching together, it looked like an ancient snake dragon that twisted amongst the clouds. And above the mountain peak, there was a spirit spring that never froze all year round. It seemed like a misty jade that scattered over the mountains into countless numbers of pearls, disappearing when they entered the clouds. With the great Empress mystic realm about to open, the first thing Iyun encountered after coming out of reclusive training was the snowfall. Seeing this beautiful scene, it felt like he was in a paradise. It was like a poem or a piece of art. Iyun had already received the matriarch's voice transmission that all the juniors of Lin family, who were entering the great Empress mystic realm, were to gather at Cloud Protruding Peak. Cloud Protruding Peak was one of the 18 main peaks of the Lin family. It was usually the place for the younger generation of the Lin family to cultivate and grow. Usually, juniors would cultivate at Cloud Protruding Peak, and many of them would end up living on the Cloud Protruding Peak for the convenience of cultivating. Upon reaching Cloud Protruding Peak, Iyun immediately felt the vitality in the peak. Ignoring everything else, there were dozens of martial art grounds on Cloud Protruding Peak. On these martial art grounds, there were young elites sparring with each other. Sword and saber beams flashed as Yuan Qi flared. The snow ended up being blown away by the energy surges, causing several parts of the martial art grounds to be void in snow. It looked like pictures of flowers. Iyun went straight to the main hall of Cloud Protruding Peak. This main hall was where they were to gather. A distance away from the main hall, Iyun suddenly heard the ferocious roar of a beast. This sound caused one's eardrums to tingle. With a thought, he followed the sound and came to a back area of the Cloud Protruding Peak's main hall. Upon seeing the scene, Iyun felt slightly apprehensive. On the square in the back area, there was a huge metal cage. The metal cage was 100 meters long and about 3 stories high. The bars of the metal cage were about the thickness of a person's wrist. On these iron pillar-like bars, there were complex runes engraved on them. It was apparently a type of array. Inside the cage, there was a 7 to 8 meters long, ferocious-looking desolate beast. It looked like a hideous saber-toothed tiger. Iyun did not know the rank of this desolate beast, but just from the aura it gave off, it was definitely an extremely strong desolate beast. And at this moment, there was a person fighting the desolate beast inside the cage. Iyun happened to know this person. He was Lin Yu. Lin Yu was holding a bloody 4-foot-long sword. His hair was disheveled and his clothes were torn. There were even several wounds on his body. Ding ding ding. The sword clashed with the desolate beast's fangs as Lin Yu moved and dodged around in the metal cage. He was looking for the desolate beast's weakness and he was constantly leaving wounds on the desolate beast. With Lin Yu's constant provocation, the desolate beast was extremely enraged. Roar! After its neck was stabbed by Lin Yu, the saber-toothed tiger charged at Lin Yu desperately. Just as its shiny fang about to stab Lin Yu's neck, Lin Yu suddenly crouched down and stabbed with his sword. The sword Qi roared. Pwah! The blade pierced the saber-toothed tiger's soft belly as blood splattered. Lin Yu's sword had nearly pierced straight through the saber-toothed tiger. Following that, Lin Yu's body flipped as he kicked his foot upwards, hitting the saber-toothed tiger on its jaw from below. The saber-toothed tiger let out a wail as its body flipped backwards, crashing heavily to the ground. Its body was twitching. After being severely wounded, it had apparently no strength left to fight. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the Lin family administrator in charge of Cloud Protruding Peak immediately opened the cage. They restrained the saber-toothed tiger and carried it away. This desolate beast was reared by the Lin family. It was specially used to train the young. It was not easy to capture desolate beasts, so typically, they would try their best to prevent killing them when fighting them. They would heal them their wounds and use them again. Fighting a ravaging desolate beast in the cage was itself an extremely dangerous form of training. Most of the time, the one severely wounded was not the desolate beast, but the Lin family disciple. Even with the Lin family's administrators protecting them on the side, sometimes, a young disciple might succumb to the desolate beast during training. It was something that happened occasionally. Brother Yu is so good. Brother, you managed to defeat a mystic Lin tiger in the time it takes for half a stick of incense to burn. It was done in such a relaxed fashion. There were quite a lot of juniors surrounding the cage. These people were apparently Lin Yu's lackeys. Seeing Lin Yu exhibit his prowess, they immediately surrounded him to flatter him. It's just a young mystic Lin tiger, so defeating it is nothing to be proud of. The danger in this great Empress mystic realm exceeds this. My strength is insufficient. Lin Yu inattentively wiped the tiger blood off his blade. He ignored his lackeys, as his eyes drifted to a few youths present. These youths were also cultivators to be sent out to participate in this great Empress mystic realm. These people were his companions, and also his rivals. Lin Yu knew very well that in terms of absolute power, he was far inferior to them. Their cultivation level was, after all, higher than his. However, if their cultivation level was fixed and just from comparing talent alone, he believed his ability exceeded these people. For this great Empress mystic realm, he had worked hard. He was planning to achieve much to prove himself. As he was thinking, the hand that was holding onto the cloth that wiped the blood turned stiff. Both his hands subconsciously moved downwards. The straight blade was now being bent by him. He had seen a person amongst the crowd, Yi Yun. Lin Yu narrowed his eyes as he could not prevent his eyes from having a hint of fighting spirit and provocation. He exchanged gazes with Yi Yun. Beside Lin Yu, the youths who looked like lackeys were still excited. Just as they were about to say something, they saw the expression of their big bro change. They realized something was amiss and they also looked at Yi Yun. Eh? Who is that kid? These lackeys were a bit stunned. They did not know why their big brother was suddenly paying attention to this person. Many of the Lin family disciples present had only seen Yi Yun's masked appearance. Few of them had actually seen Yi Yun's actual appearance. Yi Yun. He's Yi Yun. Someone said in the crowd. Immediately, the Lin family's younger generation were all slightly stunned. They had long heard of Yi Yun's name, and today, they had finally seen him in person. So he is Yi Yun. This is the person who had meritorious contributions at the relic trial, and being appreciated by the matriarch. That's right. I heard Yi Yun comes from a place called the Taiya Kingdom in the Savage East. For him to reach such a position in the Lin family is indeed not easy. However, this is also because of luck. To the Tian Yuan world warriors, the remote lands in the east were collectively referred to as Savage East. The Savage East had several countries, and the Taiya Divine Kingdom was one of them. Few Tian Yuan world's warriors paid attention to the countries in the Savage East. Be it the Yunlong Divine Kingdom or the Taiya Divine Kingdom, they all felt that those countries were just a blob on the map. As for what the names and specialties of these countries were, they had no idea, nor did they bother to find out. Some people present knew the Taiya Divine Kingdom only because of Yi Yun. However, the term Divine Kingdom was subconsciously changed by them to Kingdom. In their opinion, the Taiya Divine Kingdom was not worthy of the word divine. Yi Yun, we meet again. Lin Yu suddenly spoke. As he walked towards Yi Yun, he slowly wiped the blood off his blade. The scarlet beast blood drops reflected the sunlight as they dropped onto the white snow, making it look more shocking. To Yi Yun, this was a form of demonstrating Lin Yu's strength. I heard that after you obtained a spot to enter the great Empress mystic realm, you went into reclusive training immediately in one go? Lin Yu stopped 30 feet away from Yi Yun. Accompanying him were a few Lin family disciples who had obtained spots to enter the great Empress mystic realm. Yi Yun looked at the people present. Other than Lin Xintong, he did not know many of the top martial arts geniuses of the Lin family. Actually, Yi Yun did not wish to have any contact with these people. However, these people were teammates that would be entering the great Empress mystic realm with him. Yi Yun also did not want to appear rude and unruly, which would cause their relationship to turn bitter. Yes. I was lucky to gain some insight, so I was in reclusive training until now. Jade Forest Peak's third-grade cultivation land, Heavenly Yang Hall. This is a cultivation ground typically used by the family's elders, and yet, you went into reclusive training for nearly half a year. Lin Yu did not carry on his sentence. However, people could tell that he was hinting how the cultivation ground was wasted in Yi Yun's hands. After all, Yi Yun's cultivation level could hardly put the Heavenly Yang Hall's effects to full use. It was a waste of a heavenly treasure. At our age, going into reclusive training for a month or two is the limit. Any longer is of no use. Power is gained from actual fighting, not something you gain from just sitting there. Only through battles that let you risk your life would your progress be at its fastest. Don't tell me that you think that going to the Great Empress Mystic Realm is just playing house? That place can cause people to die if you are just a little careless. None of the Lin family disciples that were chosen to enter the Mystic Realm dared to slack. They were all fighting for their lives in countless number of times throughout this period. Lin Yu said proudly. His tone had an air to it that came naturally. It was a killing air and fighting spirit that he had gained over prolonged fighting with desolate beasts. With this air infused into his speech, it made his words sound resounding and appealing. His words also gained the acknowledgement of many of the young elites. These Lin family elites advocated strength, and advocated battles that saw blood. This was what a warrior was. It was the expected living situation of young warriors. As for people who went into reclusive training for prolonged periods of time, they were usually middle-aged people who had mostly expended their potential. It was also something liked by old people who could no longer make a breakthrough in their cultivation levels. Yi Yun only smiled after hearing Lin Yu's words. He did not retort. Fighting was naturally the best method to increase one's strength. However, with the purple crystal and the Great Empress Relic's pure yang energy combined together, it would allow him to be reborn once. The benefits gained from them was far from something fighting could compare with. In the 5 months of reclusive training, Yi Yun's increase in his cultivation level was not considered much. The greatest benefit was his pure yang body's formation. About 90% of the Great Empress Relic's energy had been used by Yi Yun to reconstruct his body. As for the breakthrough in cultivation level, that was something that would naturally follow. Chapter 433, Heading Towards God Burial Abyss. Translator, Sitalin. Editor, Sitalin. Yi Yun's silent response made Lin Yu felt like he was punching into thin air. For people at Yi Yun's age, it was the time when they were the most aggressive. They would not allow others to look down upon them. Lin Yu had originally expected that saying those words would cause Yi Yun to become agitated and begin quarreling with him with his neck red with anger. When that happened, he could then provoke Yi Yun into entering the desolate beast cage and fight with a mystic Lin tiger. With Yi Yun's strength, him facing a mystic Lin tiger would definitely put him into a pathetic state. Even if the administrators of the Lin family helped him, Yi Yun would still be injured, or at least embarrass himself greatly. However, Lin Yu was at a loss with Yi Yun's low-key forbearance. Lin Yu's lackeys had grown up together with Lin Yu, so they understood Lin Yu's mind very well. They wanted to step forward to provoke Yi Yun. However, Lin Yu shook his head. Forget it. Provoking him would be obvious on our part. This kid Yi Yun might not even agree. Even if he agrees, the matriarch would hold us accountable if he gets injured. Lin Yu did not want to complicate things, and at that moment, he felt something as he turned to look far into the distance. People had the same feeling as they all looked into the distance. They only saw a group of people flying towards cloud protruding peaks silently in the snow-filled sky. Yi Yun squinted. Amongst the people, he saw Lin Xintong, Su Jiat and Matriarch Lin. What made Yi Yun slightly surprised was that the matriarch, who was always the head of the Lin family, was currently following respectfully behind 2 elders. These 2 elders, both had white hair and beards with slightly yellowish faces. One of them was dressed in gray, while the other was dressed in white. Their face even had spots from age. They did not seem to portray the feeling of immortals, and could even be said to be a bit ugly. The two elders looked very similar, as if they were a pair of twins. When Yun saw these two old people, they were still very far away and their speed seemed very slow, but in just a few seconds, they had already landed lightly, without even stirring the dust on the ground around them. Immediately, the noisy cloud protruding peak quietened down. Everyone was looking at the two elders in a daze. It was as if the snowflakes fluttering in the sky had stagnated. With the two elders in front of him, Yun felt his heart thump heavily. He subconsciously held his breath. Yun felt like he could not look at the two elders' eyes, as if their eyes were light beacons that could see through him. Although Yun knew that the purple crystal's level far exceeded this world's standard and they would not be able to detect it, the pressure emitted by these two elders made him unable to be at ease. The two elders glanced at Yun at the same time. One nodded slightly, while the other remained expressionless. Not far from the two elders was a simple-dressed Lin Shintong. Having not seen her in 5 months, which had only felt like a blink of an eye, Yun felt Lin Shintong's temperament had a subtle change when he saw her again. She seemed to resemble a fairy of heaven even more. With the purple crystal in his body, Yun could feel that Lin Shintong's energy was like a calm lake, without the slightest wave. For her to have such a powerful energy yet it being so calm meant that Lin Shintong's power had reached an unimaginable level. All Lin family disciples present, let me introduce. These two are the two of the Lin family's 3 grand elders, Elder Huowen and Elder Tianju. I believe everyone must have heard of them since a long time ago, but few people have actually seen them. After the matriarch finished speaking, she retreated to stand behind the 2 grand elders. Although the people present had some prior suspicions, they still drew a breath of cold air when they heard the matriarch's affirmative response. They found it unbelievable. The 3 grand elders of the Lin family were legends to the juniors present. They were almost never seen. Even some of the ordinary elders in the family would seldom have the opportunity to meet them. These 2 elders were the real pillars of support of the Lin family. For the Lin family to survive in the Tianyuan world and becoming one of the top family clans and protect its treasured ground, the Jade Spirit Mountains, was all due to the support of these few elders. However, the situation of the Lin family was not at its best. The 2 grand elders present were very old and they did not have much lifespan left. The remaining 3rd grand elder was the most powerful one and was younger. However, it also required the Lin family to produce another grand elder within the next 10 to 20,000 years so as to carry on supporting the Lin family's estate. This was not an easy task. And Lin Shintong was no doubt the candidate the upper echelons of the Lin family paid the most attention to. Once Lin Shintong's naturally terminated meridians was joined up, then she would become a future peerless great empress. Then it could ensure the prosperity of the Lin family for 1,000,000 years. With such great advantages ahead, it was worth it for the Lin family to take the risk. All of you must already know the meaning behind the Great Empress Mystic Realm, so I shall not say any further. For this trip to the Mystic Realm, Tianju and I will accompany you, but the real main characters would be all of you. As it is an inheritance ground, the greatest benefits of the Great Empress Mystic Realm would be definitely left to juniors like you. If you can obtain the recognition of the Great Empress Mystic Realm and obtain the heritage left behind by the Great Empress, or be able to find a method to join up Shintong's naturally terminated meridians, then you would be the person who contributed the most to the Lin family. As long as your future achievement is passable, you will be allowed to helm half of the Lin family's estate. Elder Huowen's words were a surprise. It caused all the geniuses present to stare with whitened eyes. Helm half of the Lin family's estate. They had originally guessed that the Lin family would reward greatly for this Great Empress Mystic Realm trip as it was very important. However, they had imagined that it would be cultivation techniques, elixirs, or relics. They had never expected that Elder Huowen would promise the future ownership of the Lin family. As for why it was half of the estate, it was obvious. The remaining half was reserved for Lin Shintong. If Lin Shintong could really join up her naturally terminated meridians, then it would be reasonable for her to become the person helming the Lin family. However, for them to share power of the Lin family with Lin Xintong, with their status being second only to a peerless great empress. This made many of the Lin family disciples present excited. The Lin family has really invested a lot this time. Behind Grand Elder Howen, Su Jie was secretly surprised. He was quite impressed with Elder Howen's drive. Only with great rewards would there be brave heroes. However, Elder Howen's rewards were reasonable. This was because if someone was able to obtain the great empress heritage, then he would have the sufficient capacity to control half of the Lin family. And if that someone could find a way to heal Lin Xintong, then his credit was even greater. Let's move out. Elder Howen did not speak any further nonsense. Throwing his hand gently, a beam flew out. It was a mini airship. This small airship began to rapidly grow in size once it was thrown into the air. Soon, it was about 1,000 feet long. Following that, Elder Howen flicked his long sleeves and a strong force surged over. The juniors present were transported into the airship by this force. Yi felt the space around him transform, and the next moment, he was already inside the airship's hull. This made Yi astonished. Elder Howen's method clearly contained spatial laws within it, or he would have appeared on the deck and not inside the airship's hull. The airship shot up into the sky and with a blink of an eye, left cloud protruding peak as they flew towards the God Burial Abyss. Along the way, the airship broke through the fog at an extremely fast speed. However, Yi felt it was very stable while on board it. The two Grand Elders were no longer seen. At the beginning, Elder Tianzhu had nodded at Yi slightly, which was the thanks to Yi for seeing through the Shinta family clan's nefarious plot. Later on, they no longer paid any attention to Yi. Most of their efforts were placed on Lin Xintong. For this expedition to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the most important person amongst the juniors was of course, Lin Xintong. The person most likely to obtain the Great Empress heritage was also Lin Xintong. The younger generation of the Lin family did not know that in the past 5 months, the 3 Lin family Grand Elders had come forward to give Lin Xintong pointers. Together with the matriarch, they would each teach Lin Xintong something they were good at from time to time. All the experts in the Lin family were revolving around Lin Xintong. All sorts of precious medicines were generously given to Lin Xintong for her usage. The Lin family's nurturing of Lin Xintong could be said to have stopped at nothing. No junior in the long history of the Lin family had received such treatment. And Lin Xintong did not disappoint the upper echelons of the Lin family. In the short period of 5 months, her strength had once again made a leap forward. Her nomological insight had also improved. In the entire Lin family's history, no one had her strength at this age. If it was not for the curse of the Naturaline Meridians clouding the hearts of all the elders, then Lin Xintong's current achievements were enough for her to be nurtured as the Lin family's future successor. Now, taking advantage of the time the airship was flying, the 2 Grand Elders meditated beside Lin Xintong, secretly manipulating the heaven-earth yuan qi around her, letting Lin Xintong reach her optimal state in the 3 aspects of essence, qi, and spirit. For this expedition to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the upper echelons of the Lin family had a great deal of confidence in Lin Xintong. They knew that the reason why the Shinta family clan failed in the Great Empress Mystic Realm was because of Shinta Nantian. He, as the number 1 genius amongst the younger generation of the Shinta family clan, had not been able to gain the recognition of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. If Lin Xintong were to gain the recognition of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, then the Lin family would truly be able to open up the Great Empress Mystic Realm. With Lin Xintong having naturaline meridians with a perfect purine body, her martial talent was impeccable. If Lin Xintong could not gain the recognition of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, then the upper echelons of the Lin family could not think of anyone who had this ability. Matriarch, don't worry. Xintong will be fine. Beside the matriarch, an elder said. The matriarch nodded. The eyes that she used to look at Lin Xintong was filled with love and hope. At that moment, Lin Xintong's eyes were tightly shut. Her eyelashes were gently quivering. She looked like an ethereal fairy while in her meditative state. But underneath her calm as still water energy, there was a hidden thriving fighting spirit burning. It was her declaration of war at fate. She had always wanted to take control of her destiny. And this time, the heavens had placed an opportunity in front of her. Chapter 434, Meeting Opponents. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. The airship traveled at an extremely fast speed. It only needed a day's time to reach the untraversable sea. The untraversable sea surrounded the entire Tianyuan world. Heading east from the sea, one would reach the border of the land containing the Tai Divine Kingdom. And heading north, one would see seas with no end in sight. The sea would be completely still with no heaven-earth Yuan Qi. Even a great emperor could not cross it. The God Burial Abyss was deep in the untraversable sea, which was also directly below the Tianyuan world. The airship traveled downwards parallel to the Tianyuan world's continental cliff. As the sun was obscured, the airship was quickly swallowed by the Tianyuan world's continental body's huge shadow. What was a 1,000-foot-long airship looked like a speck of dust in front of the huge continental plate. Pwah! The airship entered the untraversable sea, causing a splash. However, looking down from high up in the sky, this splash was completely trivial. Yiyun stood in front of a window of the airship and looked at the deep and endless underwater world. This sea did not have many fish. Occasionally, biological creatures would appear. They were large underwater fierce beasts. Looking up, Yiyun noticed that the Tianyuan continent was actually floating on the untraversable sea. There was no foundational attachment anchoring the Tianyuan continent to the seabed. Most of it was empty space, and there were countless numbers of large rocky spines protruding through the empty space. These rocky spines covered more than 100,000 feet. It went from the Tianyuan world's continent deep into the depths of the untraversable sea. They looked like ferocious teeth. Seeing this scene, Yiyun deeply felt the vastness and mightiness of this world. And in it, he felt very small. People tend to feel tiny when faced with the vastness of nature. This was probably one of the driving forces for people to constantly grow stronger and to explore the mysteries of the universe. At this depth, the water flow became more and more turbulent. The airship was approaching the terrifying vortex in the God Burial Abyss. The airship was large in size, so it was more affected by the suction force. The closer it got to the God Burial Abyss, the more uncontrollable the suction force would become. Even the Lin family's grand elders could not control such a large airship in the turbulent sea. Hence, in another 15 minutes, they had to leave the airship. Then, people would need to approach the God Burial Abyss using their own physical strength. We are almost there. Any deeper and we will lose control of the airship. On the deck of the airship, Elder Howen was standing steadfastly as he withstood the turbulent waters of the nearby God Burial Abyss. Elder Tianju nodded, "Let the juniors come out. They should be able to withstand a water flow at this level." As Elder Tianju said this, he suddenly noticed something. Turning his head to the side, he looked deep into the depths of the sea. Oh! That is. In the deep depths of the untraversable sea, there was a fuzzy shadow that was approaching the Lin family's airship. Elder Tianju squinted his eyes. His eyesight was excellent, so he could clearly see in the dark sea depths. It was a giant sea turtle. On the sea turtle, it had a barrier. And in that barrier sat a group of people. Despite the distance, Elder Tianju could see their clothes clearly. On their clothes, there was a flame-like emblem. It was a kind of coat of arms. Among those people, there was an elder who clearly felt the gaze of Elder Tianju. He tilted his head slightly and exchanged gazes with Elder Tianju. A smile formed on his lips. Li Fire sect. Elder Tianju frowned. The uninvited guests in front of him came from the Li Fire sect, which was a huge sect. In the Tianyuan world, not every faction was in the form of a family clan. The Tian Yuan world had several large sects as well. Their strength was even stronger than several family clans. What are they doing here? Elder Huowen's face sank. At that moment and place, it was naturally not a coincidence for the Li Fire sect to suddenly appear close to the God Burial Abyss. They probably have the same purpose as us. It looks like our fears have come true. The Shinto family clan will definitely not let us explore the mystic realm freely. They plan to hinder us and fight us in the mystic realm. Back when the relic trial ended, the Lin family had suggested using Shinto Nantian, the Thousand-Hand Granny, and the lives of the upper echelons of the Shinto family clan to exchange for the information of the Great Empress mystic realm. Then, the upper echelons of the Lin family had already guessed that the Shinto family clan would not hand over the secrets of the Great Empress mystic realm without qualms to the Lin family. The Shinto family clan would privately sell the information of the Great Empress mystic realm to other factions. By doing so, they could kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Firstly, the Shinto family clan would recoup their losses to the highest degree. The Shinto family clan could choose a few or even a dozen factions and negotiate a price with them. After the negotiation, they could sell the information of the Great Empress mystic realm to them. And these dozen or so factions could provide quite a sizable income to the Shinto family clan. Secondly, by doing so, the Shinto family clan could prevent most of the Great Empress mystic realm falling into the hands of the Lin family. With everyone entering it, there will be a big scramble to see who had the best ability and luck. It was very likely that with everyone competing, restraining, and scheming against each other, no one would dare to break the prohibitions of the Great Empress mystic realm at all costs. They might end up leaving empty-handed. The Shinto family clan knew that it was nearly impossible for them to get the core heritage of the Great Empress mystic realm, so they might as well make the information available. Everyone could enter the Great Empress mystic realm, but no one could obtain it. Thirdly, by releasing the information of the Great Empress mystic realm, many experts from the various factions would end up killing each other, finally dying there. The Shinto family clan definitely wished to see other factions weakened as a result. The Lin family knew this was possible, but they had no way to prevent this, as not even a soul contract was sufficient. This was because when the Lin family spread the news of the negotiation with the Shinto family clan, the Shinto family clan had sufficient time to sell the information of the Great Empress mystic realm. The soul contract was only signed when the upper echelons of the Shinto family clan came to negotiate with the Lin family. Binding the Shinto family clan by then would be too late. What should we do? Probably when the Shinto family clan sold the news, they had come to an agreement that once they entered the mystic realm, they would join forces against us. Then, we would not be able to make any progress. The Great Empress mystic realm was after all a place for the Great Empress to pick her successor. When the ancient Great Empress established this inheritance land, she naturally knew that those who entered the Great Empress mystic realm would not be uniform in age. As a result, there would be huge differences in their cultivation levels. Those with high cultivation levels might not necessarily be more talented. Someone with a lower cultivation level might be the person she was looking for. Under these circumstances, the ancient Great Empress would naturally provide some protection for those with low cultivation levels. If not, those with high cultivation levels and of higher age, but of average talent, would kill others wantonly so as to reduce their competitors. However, this protection was not everywhere. There had to be places that was outside the scope of this protection. If Lin Shintong were to be outside the range of this protection and the Lin family was jointly attacked by the Shinto family clan and the other family clans, the outcome would be disastrous. Elder Huowen frowned as he said with a sunken expression, "If we did not guess wrongly, when the Shinto family clans signed the agreement, it would have included that the other family clans are not to pick on the Shinto family clan, and on the contrary, deal with our Lin family. If that happens, it would be very difficult for Shintong to amount to anything in the Great Empress mystic realm. In this half a year, Shinto Nanshan's injuries should be healed. He would most likely appear at this expedition to the mystic realm. His intentions on Shintong were never pure. coupled with the Shinto family clan understanding the great Empress mystic realm being better than ours, if they were to make any arrangements beforehand. Elder Tianju did not speak further. He did not dare to imagine the consequences. The situation of the juniors is actually better. To protect her successor, the ancient great empress should have set up several restrictions. As for us old folks, we would be in a more dangerous situation. The great empress' protection for us will be so little that it's pathetic. The ancient great empress' intention was to pick a successor. As for those old folks like them, who entered to search for treasures, why would the great empress care about their lives? The great empress may have left treasures for them probably on a whim. After all, some of the treasures could not be used by her future successor and it might not be particularly valuable in her eyes. Hence, she had conveniently left them behind for the people of the future. Those who had the means to get the treasure would get it. If they could not get it or ended up dying for the treasure, they only had themselves to blame. This move of the Shinto family clan sure is malevolent. Elder Howen said angrily. The juniors have to be very careful. As for us old folks, we can probably only enter the protective outer perimeter of the great Empress mystic realm. We can't proceed any deeper as it would be too risky. Then, it will almost certainly be fated that old folks like us would return empty-handed. We have gone through so much effort and have been embroiled with the Shinto family clan for so long only to end in this result. Compared to the other family clans, we have received no advantage at all. It could be said to be a disadvantage. There's no other way. Elder Tianju shook his head. If we had not been embroiled with the Shinto family clan, and not forced the Shinto family clan to make the information available, it would still be a mystic realm solely controlled by the Shinto family clan. We would not have gotten a single chance. But now, we finally have that tiny bit of hope. With the wolf, Shintonantian, inside this mystic realm, I can't feel at ease. Let's ask Shintong and see what her decision is. Elder Howen may say so, but in fact, he had already guessed Lin Shintong's answer. With her personality, she would only have one answer. Chapter 435, The Opening of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. The order to leave the airship came. Yi Yun and another Lin family junior stood together as Elder Tianju brought the two of them to the entrance to the Great Empress Mystic Realm. With a wave of Elder Tianju's hand, Yi Yun felt that he was being surrounded by a powerful energy. This energy made him feel a tinge of numbness as countless lightning sparks faintly flashed. This was the power of lightning. Elder Tianju practiced the law of lightning. Lightning was also known as the power of heaven's punishment. It was rumored that it could kill heinous evildoers. It was also why Elder Tianju, Wrath of Heaven, got his title. When Yi Yun was brought out of the airship, he first-hand experienced the terrifying suction power of the seawater close to the god burial abyss. Even with Elder Tianju's energy residing on Yi Yun, he still felt as if his muscles were about to tear. Yi Yun looked down at the deep depths of the sea, and saw a scene that he would remember for the rest of his life. In front of him, deep down in the sea, there was a humongous black hole. The black hole swallowed the horizon of the seabed, and extended as far as one could see. In the core of the black hole, there was a dark divine beam surging into the sky. It was like a spear of the gods that shot out. It pierced through the untraversable sea, straight into the gigantic and heavy continental land above the untraversable sea. That continental land mass was the Tian Yuan world. It gave the impression that this mysterious and terrifying black light was the thing holding the immeasurable weight of the Tian Yuan world. It was the supporting pillar of the Tian Yuan world. Below the black light, the black hole was not a flat abyssal surface. It was a slightly rounded surface. It was as if there was a huge black sun buried in the bottom of the sea, and was just revealing the tip of the iceberg. The terrifying whirlpool crazily rotated around the black ball. Endless amounts of seawater was swallowed by it. What was even stranger was that this rotation did not produce the slightest bit of sound. It was creepily silent. It gave off the feeling that, even if there were sounds to it, the sounds had also been swallowed by the god burial abyss. This was an eternal whirlpool that had existed since ancient times. Only when Yi Yun got close to it did he feel its terror. Even a great emperor would be humbled in front of it. We are actually still very far from God Burial Abyss. As to how far from it we are, we don't know. We might be 500 miles away, or maybe 5,000 miles. Due to the tremendous suction force of the God Burial Abyss, spatial dimensions have been warped, so distance is no longer a well-defined quantity. Even I would not dare to approach it too closely. Once you come near the God Burial Abyss, not only will there be a terrifying suction force, just the distorted spatial dimensions would make it difficult for me to find my way back. As Elder Tianzhu spoke, he flew towards God Burial Abyss while bringing Yi Yun and the Lin family Jr. along. The tremendous tearing force from the seawater was largely dissipated by Elder Tianzhu. The purple yuan qi around his body condensed into a thunderbolt sword, so all the seawater saws separated wherever it passed. Warriors could reach the stage of avoiding grain. They could interface with heaven-earth yuan qi, allowing them to breathe underwater. They could absorb the yuan qi in the sea, providing them with energy. However, the immense pressure in the deep depths of the sea was not something any typical warrior could endure. Especially at a depth of hundreds of thousands of feet, their bodies would feel like they were carrying a mountain at all times. Oh. That is. When they approached the entrance to the God Burial Abyss, Yi Yun saw that many people had gathered there. They were obviously not from the Lin family. Competitors. Yi Yun's gaze turned cold as his expression turned heavy. The appearance of competitors did not exceed his expectations. This also meant that this expedition into the Great Empress Mystic Realm would become even more difficult. When the entire Lin family had gathered together, those people from the other factions also looked towards the Lin family. Due to the existence of the God Burial Abyss, the seabed was not completely pitch black. With the eyes of warriors, they could clearly see each other in this environment. Upon seeing so many factions, the Lin family disciples immediately began to panic. This exceeded the expectations of several people. They had originally thought that the Lin family would be able to explore the mystic realm alone. They did not expect this scene. And from the looks of it, these factions were eyeing them, which made the danger imaginable. Shintu family clan. Lin Xintong's grandaunt had followed the Lin family team to the Great Empress Mystic Realm entrance. Upon seeing the Shintu family clan emblem, this old woman's expression changed. Their Lin family had completely offended the Shintu family clan, so under this situation to face the Shintu family clan and so many unknown factions, it was like mortals meeting a pack of wolves in the night. It was extremely terrible. What are you panicking for? Elder Holman snorted as he said unhappily, it is just the Shintu family clan and a few family clans that they have contacted to form a temporary alliance. They are just a pack of wolves formed from a temporary interest. Do you think that they will be so united? In this environment, they would not make a move. They are just looking at us. Now, close to the God Burial Abyss, the pressure was immense. One could accidentally succumb to the whirlpool and be sucked into the God Burial Abyss. Even if they were the Grand Elders of various large factions, they would also die. Under these circumstances, if the Grand Elder great figures began fighting, it would not be much different from committing suicide. Besides, once they fought, they would not be able to care for their family's juniors. Once those juniors entered an unprotected state, they would be crushed to dust after lasting, at most, a few seconds. No faction would be willing to pay such a big price to make a move on the Lin family. Of course, it would be different when they were inside the mystic realm. Just from their expressions, one could tell. For example, Yi Yun had already seen Shintu Nantian. In the midst of the large group of factions, Shintu Nantian was in the most central position. Shintu Nantian was under the protection of a Shintu family clan elder. He was grinning ferociously at Yi Yun. After these 6 months of time, Shintu Nantian no longer had his mild-mannered appearance. His facial features had not changed, but he now emitted a hideously evil air. This feeling was as if a sanctimonious and orthodox man of the martial path had one day tore off his disguise and began to cultivate some overwhelming demonic powers. His entire person had become insane and extremely dangerous. Yi Yun. Shintu Nantian looked towards Yi Yun with a cruel smile. 172 days. 172 days have passed since I left the Lin family. In these 172 days, I have been constantly remembering the pain and endless humiliation you brought me. I will return it 10,000 times, no, 100,000 times worse to you. You must not fall into my hands, for I will not cripple you of your martial arts. That would let you die too early, then it would not be fun. I will only restrict your cultivation level, and then use molten iron to encase you. Then I will use all sort of top-grade drugs to extend your life. I have already thought of 10,000 methods to torture you. It will be enough to torture you for 10,000 years. Also Lin Shintong, that be *tch. I will conquer and ruthlessly her in front of you. I will let both of you know what it's like to lead a living death. Shintu Nantian's voice was transmitted into the ears of Yi Yun and Lin Shintong simultaneously. Yi Yun was expressionless as he looked towards Lin Shintong. She was only gently pressing on the hilt of her sword. The venomous snake, Shintu Nantian, was following them into the great Empress mystic realm. It would be an immense threat. Regardless of how Yi Yun had tortured Shintu Nantian half a year ago, having implanted a mental demon in his heart, and the hidden injury left in his soul, at the current moment he was still far from Shintu Nantian's match. Shintu Nantian was already 30 years old. His cultivation level was even higher than Lin Shintong's, what more Yi Yun's? Yi Yun, this Shintu Nantian seems to have undergone some sort of change in the past 6 months. He might have cultivated some sort of evil cultivation technique. We need to be careful. Lin Shintong transmitted her voice. With how things had progressed, she had to enter the great Empress mystic realm. Despite all the dangers they would face, she would not back down. Ever since she reached a sensible age, she had looked forward to this day, for her to really have a chance at challenging her own destiny. Now, with the opportunity right in front of her eyes, she would definitely grab it, even at the cost of her life. All of you can see the danger. Now, if anyone wants to back out at the last minute, it is not too late. Elder Holwen's back faced the people from the Lin family as he said with a deadpan expression. Many of the Lin family disciples looked at each other in the eyes. They shook their heads. Their eyes either looked firm or scared, but no one backed out. As a large family clan's disciples, they could not bear the disgrace of backing out at the last moment. Very good. I do not care if you are regretting it deep down in your hearts, but since you have chosen to stay behind and face the threats in the mystic realm, and the desolate beast-like opponents, then you will have to do your best to be more ruthless than others so you can stay alive. Many places in the mystic realm will bestow protection upon you, so you do not need to fear being killed by enemies. This is our Lin family's opportunity. Success or failure all depends on this gamble. Elder Holwen's words sounded resoundingly. Now, opening the mystic realm. As Elder Holwen spoke, he formed a stance. His Yuan Qi began to surge. This clothes that were soaked by the seawater also began to swell up. Originally, the mystic realm could only be opened with the combined efforts of Elder Holwen, Elder Tianju, and Matriarch Lin. However, now, only Elder Holwen made a move. Elder Tianju and Matriarch Lin stayed behind to hold the ground. It was naturally not enough with only Elder Holwen's strength alone. In one of the other factions, an elder sneered, "Quite careful." They knew that the Lin family only sent one Grand Elder to open the mystic realm as they were wary of them. If no one from their side participated, then this great Empress mystic realm would naturally not open. Let me do it. From the Li Fire sect, an elder made his move. The other factions also sent out an elder. The person sent out by the Shintu family clan was an insidious-looking man. He did not look very old. He was also the leader of the Shintu family clan delegation. As for the Shintu patriarch, he stayed behind to hold the ground for the Shintu family clan. The great Empress mystic realm was hidden in a spatial fissure in the deep depths of the God Burial Abyss. Many of the Grand Elders from the various factions present were well versed in spatial laws. They had sufficient power to tear open the space. A total of 10 beams shot out from all directions. They struck a point in the sea. That point seemed to melt away under blazing hot temperatures as a spatial cavern slowly emerged in front of everyone. When the cavern opened, Yi Yun, who was standing behind Elder Tianju, felt a profound and mysterious desolate bone aura surge out from the cavern. Chapter 436, Encircled by a Pack of Wolves. This aura. When he was enveloped by this aura, Yi Yun felt that behind the entrance to the great Empress mystic realm, there was an extremely mysterious sealed world. It was as if he would be able to see the origins of the great Tao if he entered that world, and he would have all the secrets of the universe easily in his grasp. Not only Yi Yun, the other young elites also had a similar feeling. The only difference was that their perception of the energy was not as keen as Yi Yun's. The feeling was not that clear. They only had the feeling that they could enter the great Empress mystic realm, and they had the desire to explore the secrets. The entrance grew bigger and bigger. It was big enough for 10 people to enter at one time. With the combined efforts of the elders from the various large factions, it was not difficult to open the spatial channel. Go in. Once you enter the great Empress mystic realm, all you young people will be sent into the testing grounds directly, while us older ones will enter the treasure-seeking grounds. Elder Howen said as a ball of energy wrapped around his palm. As he pushed his palm forward, a Lin family junior was directly sent through the entrance of the mystic realm. In the process of flying into the mystic realm, this Lin family junior went on high alert as he held his breath. However, no one from the other factions attacked him at all. Every faction had juniors, no one wanted to end up in a life and death struggle. One after another, youths from the various factions were sent into the mystic realm. Yi Yun stood behind Elder Tianju. He could feel Shintu Nanshan's gaze trained on him like a sharp knife. Other than Shintu Nantian, there was another insidious-looking youth. His skin was sallow and he looked sickly. However, his eyes were sharp and vicious. Yi Yun recognized this person. His name was Shintuya, one of the more talented young elites in the Shintu family clan. His position in the family was probably second only to Shintu Nantian. Back when the Shintu family clan came to the Lin family to negotiate, Yi Yun had seen Shintuya. Yi Yun had remembered his eyes deeply. When it was Yi Yun's turn, Matriarch Lin hesitated and transmitted her voice to him. Yi Yun, are you sure you want to go in? Matriarch Lin had previously sent people from the Lin family's Family Rules Hall to check on the reason behind the Yi Yun and Shintu Nanshan's feud. They had also checked his life slightly, and she received some undetailed reports. Matriarch Lin only knew that Yi Yun had made quite an exceptional performance in one of the training grounds of the Tai Divine Kingdom. However, even so, it did not indicate much. To the Tian Yuan world, the Tai Divine Kingdom was nothing worth mentioning. Hence, having some achievements there was not very persuasive. Besides, Yi Yun was now facing Shintu Nantian and company, who were the top elites of the Tian Yuan world. They were also much older than Yi Yun, so the danger that he would face upon entering the great Empress mystic realm was easily imaginable. Yi Yun, actually, this training experience was for you to broaden your horizons. However, if it is too risky, you need to consider if it is worth it. Even if you do not enter the great Empress mystic realm, with your achievements in the Desolate Heaven technique, it is enough to have a promising future and become a leading person in the Tian Yuan world. The matriarch was in a dilemma. She was even feeling some regrets having let Yi Yun enter the great Empress mystic realm. Yi Yun said, "Thank you for the matriarch's concern, this junior indeed wants to enter the great Empress matriarch to take a look." Then, all right. I know you have a basic foundation in martial arts and you are one of the best in the younger generation of the Taiya kingdom. However, the Tian Yuan world is different. Those elites are much stronger than you imagine. I do not have high hopes that you will obtain the great Empress heritage, nor do I wish for you to find the method to join up Shintong's terminated meridians. As long as you come back alive, that will be the greatest reward. The matriarch exhorted again. Yi Yun himself was the Lin family's wealth. His mutated eyes was an ability that the matriarch had never even heard of. This ability might even be passed down to the next generation. As the matriarch spoke, she nodded to the two elders, Huowen and Tianzhu. The two grand elders from the Lin family had freed themselves. To prevent Yi Yun from receiving a sneak attack from the Shintu family clan, the two of them personally sent Yi Yun through the Mystic Realm's entrance. But even so, the moment Yi Yun entered the Mystic Realm entrance, he felt his body being scanned by a few pair of eyes. This feeling of being examined made Yi Yun's heart turn cold. Although he was not worried about people detecting the presence of the purple crystal, he found it extremely disgusting to be scanned like that. That bunch of old fools. Just as more than half of his body had entered the Mystic Realm, Yi Yun turned back to glance at those people. He saw a few hostile-looking eyes in Shintu Nanshan's hideous face as well. He has gone in. I really do not know who gave him that confidence, but that's to my liking. A cruel smile suffused on Shintu Nanshan's lips. He subconsciously grabbed the air with his hand as if he was squeezing Yi Yun to death. Gongsun Hon, Yi Yun is just slightly younger than you. In the initial entry to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he will be grouped with you. I'll leave the future matters to you. As Shintu Nantian spoke, a youth in a flaming long robe standing not far from him lightly nodded. He casually said, "Small matter." Yi Yun only felt his vision suddenly change. Following that, he appeared above a vast and empty land. This land had on it nothing at all. It was so empty that it made people feel weak. It was monotonously white and it extended all the way to the limits of one's vision. Swish! Swish! With a few light sounds, there were more people who were transported inside. Yi Yun circulated his Yuan Qi as he became more vigilant. Other than Yi Yun, there were more than 10 people who had been transported to this place. With a glance, he immediately discovered that people from the Shintu family clan were amongst those people. As for people from the Lin family, Yi Yun also noticed a few. One of them was a young girl dressed in flowery clothes. She was petite and beautiful. Seeing Yi Yun look over, the young girl smiled. Her name was Lin Xiaodai, one of the initial 6 who were given a place to enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Beside Lin Xiaodai was another effeminate-looking youth. His name was Lin Fengyue. He was Lin Xiaodie's brother. As for the third person, he was Lin Yu. When Lin Yu saw Yi Yun, a tinge of disgust flashed in his eyes. I am so unlucky to be with this rascal. Lin Yu did not feel good. Although he wanted to flaunt his abilities in front of Yi Yun to let this bumpkin know what an elite of the Tian Yuan world was like, Lin Yu knew that Yi Yun was a person marked by the Shintu family clan. In this training experience, an unknown number of people wanted to deal with Yi Yun. Being with Yi Yun would definitely result in him being implicated. This jinx. I need to be careful being grouped with him. None of those people are pushovers. Lin Yu scanned his surroundings. On the initial entry to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, people would be divided into groups, and the rules to a group depended on 2 points. One was age, and the other was the time period of entry. Those who entered in the same time period and were of similar age would be grouped together. Hence, the 4 youngest juniors of the Lin family were grouped together. It was inevitable. The Lin family disciples naturally gathered together. They maintained a clear distance from the Shintu family clan and the other factions. To be grouped with the person who smacked young Master Nanshan's face is my pleasure. A youth who carried a large bag on his back looked at Yi Yun as he said with a sarcastic tone. In fact, the moment after Yi Yun went through the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrance, a group of people immediately squeezed into the Great Empress Mystic Realm. These people were around Yi Yun's age, so they were intending to be grouped together with Yi Yun. As for why, it was because the Shintu family clan had established extremely tempting rewards for the person who obtained Yi Yun's head. In the eyes of these people, Yi Yun was like a piece of succulent meat. Everyone wanted to have a bite on him. Shintu Nantian sure is useless, for any nobody to trample on him. Zay zay. A black-haired young girl dressed in black said in a cute yet seductive manner. Her words were full of ridicule for Shintu Nantian. Clearly, these people were gathered together due to common interests, but they were not friendly with the Shintu family clan. Yi Yun glanced at that girl. She was petite and her back had a subtle bend. She gave the feeling she was bending her back all the time. Her fingernails were pure black. They were pointed and sharp, and the cold feeling they gave off made people feel like her fingernails were covered in poison. When she saw Yi Yun looking over, she laughed as she subconsciously licked her lips. This feeling was as if she wanted to devour Yi Yun. F***K, what are these people? Lin Yu cursed in his heart. These people were clearly no ordinary people. Many of them were here for Yi Yun. Chapter 437, Ancient Desolate Beast. Panther Lady, do not speak so ill of Shintu Nantian. He just failed at a miserably easy task. This Yi Yun kid is very crafty. We need to watch out for him. Some of the people present came from factions that had good ties with the Shintu family clan, so one of them spoke up for Shintu Nantian. The person referred to as Panther Lady was the petite, black-haired girl with black clothes and black fingernails. The Panther Lady stopped talking. She did not have a good impression of the Shintu family clan, but since they had signed a soul contract beforehand and the fact that there was a disciple of the Shintu family clan present, it was not right to put down Shintu Nantian. And this Shintu family clan disciple looked to be about 16 to 17 in age. He was very low-key as he stood behind a youth dressed in a flaming, long robe. This youth's name was Gongsun Hong. He came from the Li Fire sect. Even the Panther Lady, and the youth with a bag behind him from before, showed reverence for Gongsun Hong. He had obtained first place in the last Li Fire sect's tournament for inter-sect disciples. The Li Fire rankings were held every 3 years, and only for those below the age of 18. Only the Li Fire sect disciples who had yet to reach a mature age could participate in it. And Gongsun Hong proved his fearsomeness by being able to get first place in the Li Fire rankings. One had to know that in the Tian Yuan world, a sect's cohesive power was lacking to that of a family clan. However, when it came to strength, they usually far exceeded large family clans. After all, a family clan could only choose from their own family's descendants, and would inevitably be limited in this way. A sect, however, did not have such considerations. Many of the people from the different factions present began to talk. They did not care about Yi Yun, nor did they hide their intention of killing Yi Yun. The only thing was that, now, in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, every person was protected by a law. Whoever attacked first would immediately have his energy temporarily removed by the law. However, this protection was only bestowed to cultivators who were qualified to be the Great Empress' successor. Once they lost that qualification, they would no longer receive any protection, and the Great Empress Mystic Realm would obviously not spare any energy to protect those who were useless. They were waiting for the trial to begin. Only those with sufficient talent could go all the way. Those who lacked the ability would be eliminated. To many of the people present, being eliminated just meant the end of their trial. For Yi Yun, however, being eliminated meant falling into a wolf's den. His fate, if that were to happen, was imaginable. And at this moment, with a schwa sound, the vast white ground twisted in front of everyone. A roaring large river appeared out of nowhere above the land. And above the river was a huge bridge of light. This bridge of light was more than 20 meters wide and about 200 to 300 meters long. On the bridge of light, a shadow appeared out of nowhere, turning from a blur to clearness. When people took a more detailed look, their hearts quaked. There was a desolate beast on the bridge. This desolate beast was about 2 stories tall and looked like a humongous tiger. Its body was not covered in tiger stripes, instead there were countless number of lightning bolts. It had long fangs that resembled lances and claws that resembled swords. It looked extremely ferocious and gave off a strong sense of oppression. This is... Many of the youths present were shocked. What was this? This desolate beast looked too real. It did not look any different from a real desolate beast. It had flesh and blood, and its pair of amber eyes also revealed a shockingly cold flash. However, people knew that the great Empress mystic realm had existed for a very long time. No desolate beast could be sealed within it and still survive for so long. The desolate beast in front of them might look real, but it was in fact an energy projection. A desolate beast made out of energy could perfectly simulate the feeling of a real desolate beast. This method was surprising, but what was most surprising wasn't this, it was that this scene was not recorded amongst the experience depicted in the Shinto family clan's Jade Scroll. The records in the Jade Scroll indicated that they would first pass through a wilderness and experience killing along the way. It had not mentioned the Bridge of Light or this ferocious, desolate beast. Due to the soul contract, Shinto Nantian could not have given a Jade Scroll with false information. Hence, it was most likely that the Great Empress Mystic Realm would have a different trial with every entry. This way, people who came later could not use the experiences gained from people who came before to target the trial. This would maximize the guarantee that the successor chosen by the Mystic Realm was genuine. Upon realizing this, people felt awed. This Great Empress Mystic Realm was way too scary. How did the ancient Great Empress manage to make the Mystic Realm trials be different every time? Now, however, was not the time to marvel about this. Without a doubt, other than indicating the entrance to the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the Shinto family clan's Mystic Realm Jade Scroll did not have much referential value. They had to rely on their own resourcefulness. With the trial's content changing, then all that we will face is unknown. The youth with a bag behind him, not only did he not feel worried, his face even flashed with excitement. Interesting. The Panther Lady was also yearning to try. She subconsciously scratched with her palms as a black claw flashed. At this moment, a voice sounded in everyone's ears. This voice was calm and soothing but did not have any human emotions, resulting in it sounding metallic. Everyone has one chance. Withstanding for a period it takes for a joss stick to burn will allow for passage through the Bridge of Light, and entrance into the next level of the Mystic Realm. I see, so we need to withstand for the time it takes for a joss stick to burn under this desolate beast's claws. I like this trial. The Panther Lady looked excited. Not only the Panther Lady was excited, on the Lin family's side, Lin Yu was also very excited. The first trial was to fight with desolate beasts. And this was what he was good at. In the last 6 months, before entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he had undergone devil-like training. He spent all of his time in battle, either battling with young elites, or having a life-and-death fight with desolate beasts. This is a good omen. I will shine in this trial. Lin Yu clenched his fists tightly. An ambitious glimmer appeared in his eyes subconsciously. Lin Yu was not at the level of a top elite in the Lin family, or else he would not have nearly lost his place in entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm. As for Yi Yun, Lin Yu was not concerned about Yi Yun getting killed by others in the Mystic Realm. He was only concerned that Yi Yun, who have too many strong enemies, that it would also implicate him. To not mince his words, as long as he was fine, then Lin Yu would only gloat if Yi Yun was killed by the people from the other family clans. Yi Yun had nearly robbed him of his place, and had also received the favor of the matriarch, allowing him to use any of the top resources. For this, Lin Yu was already extremely jealous, so for him, Yi Yun was better off dead. And at this moment, Lin Xiaodai began to laugh with glee. To experience this ancient mystic realm personally is a very rare experience. Not recording this would be a pity. Lin Xiaodai was dressed in colorful clothes. She was petite and cute. Like her name, Little Butterfly, she was like a butterfly that shuttled through the flowers. Maybe it was because she was about Iyun's age, her character was like that of a child that couldn't grow up. She did as she said and ignored all the factions that were eyeing their Lin family. She took out a visual array disk from her interspatial ring and placed it not far from the Bridge of Light. She was planning to record the scene of every junior's trial on the Bridge of Light. Ha! Junior sister Xiaodai, doing that is quite interesting. Seeing the visual disk array, Lin Yu was also quite excited. He thought that his own performance would not be seen by the elders of the Lin family. Now, however, with the visual disk array, they could watch it in the future and see his splendid and brave performance. Lin Yu was hesitating whether or not he should immediately go on up, but at this moment, the indifferent voice of the great Empress Mystic Realm sounded again. The first cultivator to step on the Bridge of Light will have the difficulty reduced by 20%. The moment these words were heard, a pudgy youth immediately jumped onto the Bridge of Light. The first person who went on up would not know the abilities of that desolate beast, so it was a big disadvantage. However, if the difficulty was reduced by 20%, then this disadvantage would become an advantage. This kid. Including Lin Yu, many people cursed silently. This fatty was too crafty for first place to be robbed by him just like that. Ha ha! Everyone, I will scout the path for you all. The pudgy youth said with a laugh. He was very pleased that he had grabbed first place. Of course, even though he was pleased, he had no intentions of overestimating himself. In front of the desolate beast, the pudgy youth became extremely alert. He knew clearly that the ancient Great Empress was an existence that stood so high above that she could not be reached. Any typical genius would not catch her eye. The difficulty of the Great Empress Mystic Realm she created to select her successor was easily imaginable. The desolate beast in front of him was of some unknown, ancient species. Its strength was extremely fearsome. Although these people were top geniuses, there would be a sizable number of them who would be eliminated in this first assessment. Previously, the cold voice said that just withstanding for the time it took for a joss stick to burn on the Bridge of Light would be sufficient to pass. Hence, the pudgy youth had no intention of attacking the desolate beast. As long as he could hold on, that would be sufficient. Simply withstanding would naturally be much easier than defeating this desolate beast. Chapter 438, Indifference. On the Bridge of Light, the flames of fighting spirit burned in the pudgy youth's eyes, in contrast with the ancient desolate beast's amber eyes. There were so many benefits at this trial. Ignoring the opportunities in the mystic realm, just seeing the ancient mystic realm would broaden his horizons, and also greatly benefit his growth. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he was quickly eliminated, that would be alright too. This was because he was grouped together with that unlucky Iyun. Once he was eliminated, he would no longer be afraid of receiving any punishment from attacking Iyun with the mystic realm's protective energy on him gone. He could then kill the destined to be eliminated Iyun and receive the reward from the Shintu family clan. It was a generous amount, and for the pudgy youth who came from the Su family, which was in no way comparable to the Shintu family clan, the reward offered by Shintu Nantian was very tempting for him. Thinking of this, the pudgy youth glanced at Iyun using the corner of his eyes. Greed and intimidation flashed in his eyes. Upon noticing the youth's glance, Iyun frowned. It was really quite a headache. It seems that other than the Lin family disciples, who could not receive the reward from Shintu Nantian, everyone else had him in their thoughts. Indeed, as a desolate heaven master apprentice, and with him being so young, he was like a piece of succulent meat placed in front of them. Who wouldn't want to take a bite? Roar! At this moment, the desolate beast roared and its claw swiped down on the pudgy youth. Although it was a simple attack, the beast claw appeared as a blurry afterimage. Fast! Too fast! The pudgy youth was not distracted. He immediately locked onto every action of the desolate beast. Seeing the desolate beast charge forward, his fat body bounced up like a rubber ball. So, The pudgy youth charged towards the side. The feeling he gave others was that he did not experience any acceleration. His speed had instantaneously reached its maximum. It violated the order that people knew. It is the Sioux family heritage movement technique, 9 clouds rope. Someone said in the crowd. The Sioux family was not one of the top family clans, but 9 clouds rope was one of the best movement techniques in the Tian Yuan world. Those who mastered this movement technique could fly even at the Yuan Foundation realm. They could use this movement technique and fly into the clouds. It was like they had an invisible rope that allowed them to climb. That was how 9 clouds rope got its name. With the 9 clouds rope, the pudgy youth might not look fine with his body, but his speed was extremely fast. He shot around on the Bridge of Light, consecutively dodging 7 to 8 of the Desolate Beast's attacks before finally moving around the Desolate Beast and charging towards the opposite side of the bridge. He crossed the river and reached the other side. The pudgy youth's eyes beamed. This first round of evaluation was too suited for him. His combat strength may be weaker, but he was extremely confident in his movement technique. He felt that victory was at hand. However, just as he was about to cross the bridge, he felt a powerful resistance that greatly reduced his speed. Oh! The pudgy youth was secretly alarmed. The other side of the bridge had a hidden unknown. It seemed like it was impossible to cross the bridge without withstanding for the time it took a joss stick to burn. Feeling the wind behind him, the pudgy youth knew that the ancient Desolate Beast's attack was reaching him. Without taking a look, the pudgy youth abruptly reversed his body's momentum and flew in an opposite direction. Changing directions in midair was a technique of the large success stage of minute subtlety. Chapter 438, Indifference. On the Bridge of Light, the flames of fighting spirit burned in the pudgy youth's eyes, in contrast with the ancient Desolate Beast's amber eyes. There were so many benefits at this trial. Ignoring the opportunities in the mystic realm, just seeing the ancient mystic realm would broaden his horizons, and also greatly benefit his growth. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he was quickly eliminated, that would be alright too. This was because he was grouped together with that unlucky Yi Yun. Once he was eliminated, he would no longer be afraid of receiving any punishment from attacking Yi Yun with the mystic realm's protective energy on him gone. He could then kill the destined to be eliminated Yi Yun and receive the reward from the Shintu family clan. It was a generous amount, and for the pudgy youth who came from the Sioux family, which was in no way comparable to the Shintu family clan, the reward offered by Shintu Nantian was very tempting for him. Thinking of this, the pudgy youth glanced at Yi Yun using the corner of his eyes. Greed and intimidation flashed in his eyes. Upon noticing the youth's glance, Yi Yun frowned. It was really quite a headache. It seems that other than the Lin family disciples, who could not receive the reward from Shintu Nantian, everyone else had him in their thoughts. Indeed, as a desolate heaven master apprentice, and with him being so young, he was like a piece of succulent meat placed in front of them. Who wouldn't want to take a bite? Roar! At this moment, the desolate beast roared and its claw swiped down on the pudgy youth. Although it was a simple attack, the beast claw appeared as a blurry afterimage. Fast. Too fast. The pudgy youth was not distracted. He immediately locked onto every action of the desolate beast. Seeing the desolate beast charge forward, his fat body bounced up like a rubber ball. So, the pudgy youth charged towards the side. The feeling he gave others was that he did not experience any acceleration. His speed had instantaneously reached its maximum. It violated the order that people knew. It is the Sioux family heritage movement technique, 9 clouds rope. Someone said in the crowd. The Sioux family was not one of the top family clans, but 9 clouds rope was one of the best movement techniques in the Tian Yuan world. Those who mastered this movement technique could fly even at the Yuan Foundation realm. They could use this movement technique and fly into the clouds. It was like they had an invisible rope that allowed them to climb. That was how 9 clouds rope got its name. With the 9 clouds rope, the pudgy youth might not look fine with his body, but his speed was extremely fast. He shot around on the Bridge of Light, consecutively dodging 7 to 8 of the Desolate Beast's attacks before finally moving around the Desolate Beast and charging towards the opposite side of the bridge. He crossed the river and reached the other side. The pudgy youth's eyes beamed. This first round of evaluation was too suited for him. His combat strength may be weaker, but he was extremely confident in his movement technique. He felt that victory was at hand. However, just as he was about to cross the bridge, he felt a powerful resistance that greatly reduced his speed. Oh! The pudgy youth was secretly alarmed. The other side of the bridge had a hidden unknown. It seemed like it was impossible to cross the bridge without withstanding for the time it took a joss stick to burn. Feeling the wind behind him, the pudgy youth knew that the ancient Desolate Beast's attack was reaching him. Without taking a look, the pudgy youth abruptly reversed his body's momentum and flew in an opposite direction. Changing directions in midair was a technique of the large success stage of minute subtlety. Chapter 439, Impossible to Defeat. Zay Zay, so pathetic. Aren't you courting death by coming to the great Empress Mystic Realm without any ability? The youth, who carried a big bag behind him, said sarcastically while looking at the fatty's terrible state. The fatty's tragedy made some of the young elites present lose some confidence, but the majority of them remained oblivious. As the genius elites of the Tian Yuan world's various large factions, they were very confident in their strength. The tragedy that was the fatty in front of them came from a second-rate family clan which they did not take seriously. This really is getting more and more interesting. It is even more bloody than how it was described in the Shintu family clan's Jade Scroll. The Panther Lady licked her fingernails and was tempted to give it an attempt. Purr. The youth with the bag laughed, but did not carry on speaking. He subconsciously gave Gong Sun Hong a glance. Gong Sun Hong was nonchalantly standing with his hands by his back. His expression was indifferent, as if whatever had happened had nothing to do with him. The second cultivator to step on the Bridge of Light will have the difficulty reduced by 10%. The indifferent voice of the great Empress Mystic Realm sounded again. People began to look at each other. This time, no one was in a hurry to vie to be the first. Previously, when the fatty jumped onto the Bridge of Light, he had been at quite a disadvantage for not knowing the rules and the Desolate Beast's strength. For example, he had naively thought that by going around the Desolate Beast, he could rush past the Bridge of Light, but in the end he was stopped by the Array's laws. Also, the Desolate Beast had also suddenly opened its third eyes, which made them have some suspicions that once it opened its third eye, the Desolate Beast's strength would greatly increase. Lin Yu was watching by the side as he gritted his teeth, yearning to be next. However, at this moment, the youth with the bag on his back had already stepped onto the Bridge of Light. Hee, let me try. Many of the youths present looked at the youth. His strength was apparently very high. If he could not pass, then many of them might have to give up. Once the youth with the bag landed on the bridge on one foot, the ancient Desolate Beast roared and charged forward. The youth leaped and, in the air, the bag behind him opened up. Suddenly a group of shadows came surging over. Oh! Crows? It was quite a surprise that there was a bunch of crows sealed inside the youth's bag. These crows were each about the size of an eagle. Their eyes were blood red and their beaks were sharp as blades. They charged at the ancient Desolate Beast without regard for their lives. This is the Beast Control Sect's mystic technique. These crows have been tempered by the mystic technique. They have lost their mind and are like zombies. They can be sealed inside a spirit beast bag. This rascal Chu Kai is one of the leading figures amongst the Beast Control Sect's juniors. The spirit beast bag he has is also amongst the best top-grade items. It probably might be able to seal hundreds of thousands of zombie crows. Said a girl who understood the Beast Control Sect well. Hundreds of thousands? When people heard this, they were alarmed. How much effort was needed to refine hundreds of thousands of crows? The Beast Control Sect, Yun faltered slightly. The Lin family was powerful, but in the Tian Yuan world, they only held a spirit mountain range for themselves. The Jade Spirit Mountains may be a treasured ground, but compared to the vast Tian Yuan world, its area was very small. Similarly, the Shintu family clan was in the same situation. In the Tian Yuan world, there were still many other family clans and sections. They were hidden deep in the depths of the Tian Yuan world. They were very powerful and had deep heritage. Now, the Shintu family clan had only chosen a dozen or so factions to bring into the Great Empress Mystic Realm to mess with things. The previously Fire sect and the current Beast Control sect made Yi Yun feel the powerful strength of these sects. Yi Yun had never come into contact with the established sects in the Tian Yuan world. As Yi Yun was thinking, Chu Kai had already released more than 1,000 crows. These crows formed a dense wall and nearly covered the entire Bridge of Light. Every attack of the ancient desolate beast was blocked by hundreds of crows. Die! At this moment, Chu Kai attacked. He took out a half-moon saber from his interspatial ring. Crouching down, he charged like a cheetah at the ancient desolate beast. What? He is actually attacking the ancient desolate beast. When people saw this, they were greatly alarmed. As a land of trials for the ancient Great Empress to choose her successor, the Great Empress Mystic Realm had extremely high difficulty. Now, for the first round of trials, many people felt that their strength was not even enough to dodge the ancient desolate beast, yet Chu Kai actually tried to sneakily attack the ancient desolate beast. He was too arrogant. In this split second, people did not have time to think carefully, for at this moment, Chu Kai had already rushed under the ancient desolate beast's body. A typical desolate beast's back and limbs were extremely hard, like divine metal. However, its soft abdomen was where its weakness was. The ancient desolate beast in front of them may be a constructive energy, but it did not look any different from a real desolate beast. It was almost like a living creature. Its weakness was also likely the same as an ordinary desolate beast. After all, the ancient Great Empress was using array techniques to replicate the real world. Only then could she choose the successor she wanted in the most realistic environment. Chu Kai had such a calculated thought before he sneakily attacked the ancient desolate beast. He had used the crows as protection and his wondrous movement technique to come under the ancient desolate beast's belly. Sha! Slashing with his saber, beams from the blade wantonly shot out. This was the Beast Control Sect's 9 Heavenly Thunder Saber. It was as fast as lightning. Its extreme speed was in itself an extremely powerful attack. Dang! Chu Kai's saber slashed directly at the ancient desolate beast's belly. However, not only did Chu Kai not rejoice, his expression greatly changed. The contact he felt from the saber made him alarmed. His saber had at most scratched the surface of the ancient desolate beast's skin. It did not even manage to slash into the flesh. This. Chu Kai was greatly shocked. He rapidly retreated, but the ancient desolate beast's sharp claws had already swiped downwards. Chu Kai exerted all his strength as he used his curved saber to block off the claw attack. His palm tore open and his arm was injured. And at this moment, a beam shot out from the ancient desolate beast's third eye. This beam was like a sharp sword. A few hundred crows were turned to ashes when the beam hit them. The beam was in no way weakened as it pierced through Chu Kai's shoulder. Pwah! Blood splattered as Chu Kai's face turned pale. He fell onto the bridge. Chu Kai has also been defeated. People felt the terror. Isn't this level too difficult? However, unlike what others thought, Chu Kai rolled on the ground after falling, but he still managed to stand up once again. He gritted his teeth as he pressed onto his penetrated shoulder. People could clearly see that in the inside of his shoulder, there were leech-like worms crawling around. These worms were grown on Chu Kai's flesh. It made the scalps of people tingle. People were shocked. These worms looked disgusting, and their effects were also unknown. Yet, Chu Kai had actually reared them on his own flesh. This is one of the mystic worms of the beast control sect. Rearing them in the body allows pain relief and the repairing of wounds. Although Chu Kai's arm has been penetrated, his combat strength should not greatly decrease. The person who spoke was Gong Sun Hong. This was the genius youth of the Li Fire sect. He had almost never opened his mouth ever since he entered the mystic realm. He gave off the feeling of an enigma. Gong Sun Hong was right. Chu Kai's combat strength was mostly with his crows. If Chu Kai had not used his saber to attack the ancient desolate beast, and only dodged, his combat strength would definitely not have decreased much. And in fact, in this situation, even if Chu Kai had another life to spare, he would still not dare to attack the ancient desolate beast again. The desolate beast was invulnerable. There was no weakness to speak of. An ancient desolate beast constructed from energy is different from a real one. Its belly is hard as divine metal. It is impossible to defeat it. A youth said in the crowd, however. Gong Sun Hong shook his head. That is not the case. The desolate beast formed from the great Empress mystic realm's energy is too strong. So even its weakness is no longer a weakness. If it was a primordial true spirit, even if you knew its weakness was in its belly or eyes, so what? Even a few Empyrean experts might not be able to kill it with their combined efforts. Gong Sun Hong's voice was indifferent. In his opinion, Chu Kai was too naive in attempting to defeat the ancient desolate beast. How could it be possible? Gong Sun Hong's words awed many people. Indeed, for this great Empress mystic realm, they had to put away their confidence and explore it with fearful respect. This was because, to the ancient great Empress, the so-called geniuses amongst them were actually weaklings. To stand out in the mystic realm trial and be an indomitable force was not much different from ascending to the heavens. As people had this in mind, Chu Kai had released several thousands of crows on the Bridge of Light. He sacrificed these crows regardless of their cost. He allowed the ancient desolate beast to wantonly tear through the crow barrage, and only through this method did he delay the ancient desolate beast's footsteps. Chu Kai endured the wounds on his body and dodged the attacks that managed to get past the crows. As such, he managed to withstand the time it took for a joss stick to burn with great difficulty. Chu Kai became the first person to pass the first round of the trials. Chapter 440, Sky Blood Yuan Qi. Chu Kai has passed. Seeing Chu Kai in such a state, people had complex feelings. He had a bloody hole in his shoulder, and he had to use his beast control sex mystic technique to pass it with great difficulty. Now, Chu Kai was completely covered in blood. His face was pale and his arms were trembling. It was a great difference from Chu Kai's previous high-spirited and pointer-giving air and appearance. Chu Kai seemed to suffer quite a setback. He sat on the opposite side of the Bridge of Light, completely silent. Chu Kai should not have suffered such grave injuries, but unfortunately, he had to attack the ancient desolate beast. He bit off more than he could chew. As Panther Lady spoke, she jumped onto the Bridge of Light. The bridge was covered with the corpses of the crows. Against the ancient desolate beast, Panther Lady did not dare to be careless, even if her speed and sneak attacks were her forte. Roar! The ancient desolate beast charged forward, and Panther Lady's body suddenly disappeared. Sha! With a forceful wind surging over, Panther Lady's body forcefully reversed in midair, and avoided the ancient desolate beast's attack by a hair. When Panther Lady landed, her hair was messy. Her eyes beamed like that of a wild beast. Roar! The ancient desolate beast attacked again as it opened its third eye. This mysterious third eye could give the ancient desolate beast an increase in its speed and strength. Panther Lady's pupils contracted and turned thin like a needle, just like a cat. Her body began to emit cracking sounds. A strange tattoo began to appear on her body. Following that, fine hair began to grow on Panther Lady's face. Her back became more bent, as her arms became even longer. She sprawled on the ground, while her black fingernails had become sharp claws. Beast transformation. Someone exclaimed. Panther Lady's name was not trivially given. She came from the Tian Yuan world's totem mystic race. The people from the totem mystic race had a special bloodline. By using their race's mystic technique, they could transform their body, making them similar to a beast, stimulating their body's potential. Now, Panther Lady was using such a method. In her beast form, her speed and reaction speed had been greatly increased. Cha! A beam shot out from the ancient desolate beast's third eye as it grazed past Panther Lady's arm. Although Panther Lady had managed to dodge the beam, the energy that surrounded the beam had made her grimace in pain. A wound appeared on her arm as blood seeped out. To think that the ancient desolate beast can still wound Panther Lady in her beast form. This is way too terrifying. Panther Lady's speed was already extremely fast, but it was still not enough in front of the ancient desolate beast. Panther Lady revealed an embarrassed and irritated expression. She wanted to pass the trial without any injuries, but now, that was too difficult to achieve. After some abrasions, Panther Lady managed to struggle to endure through it. Even though her speed and reaction speed had been pushed to an extreme, by the time it took for a joss stick to finish burning, there were a few shallow wounds on her body. Although compared to Chukai, Panther Lady was clearly less pathetic as her wounds were just abrasions. After she got out of her beast form, her face was pale. And from her continuous light panting state, Panther Lady clearly had not gotten through it easily. This made everyone feel heavy in the heart. The first round was already so difficult. Lin Yu's expression no longer looked good. Originally, when he saw that this round was to deal with a desolate beast, he was overjoyed, but now, he too felt the pressure. However, compared to the other disciples, he still had some confidence. After all, he had been focused on actual battle usually. He had fought with desolate beasts for countless numbers of times and he had a wealth of experience. Lin Yu scanned the faces of the people beside him. He saw that including Lin Xiaodai and Lin Yefeng, their expressions were also not relaxed. Everyone was the same. Lin Yu heaved a sigh of relief. However, when he saw Yi Yun's expression, he suddenly turned dumbfounded. At this moment, Yi Yun was absorbed in staring at the ancient desolate beast. His expression looked deep, as if he was pondering over something. Why does this kid have such an expression? Lin Yu found it weird. He felt that Yi Yun should have fallen into despair seeing this difficult task. Others could still survive if they failed, but he would die if he failed. Is this kid scared silly? Forget it. Who cares what he's doing? Let me pass the trial first. With this thought in mind, Lin Yu stepped on the bridge with determination. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell on Lin Yu, including Lin Xiaodai, who was holding a visual disc array. Lin Yu stood straight and looked at the visual disc array in Lin Xiaodia's hands. He clenched his fists tightly. Back then, when the decision was made on who was to enter the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he had been denied by the matriarch publicly. He was not even given a chance to speak, so it was a great blow to his self-esteem. This time, he wanted to avenge his previous disgrace. Lin Xiaodia's visual disc array would record the process of him passing the trial. He wanted to show Matriarch Lin that her initial choice was wrong. Thinking of this, he subconsciously glanced at Yi Yun. Yi Yun was the reason for his ridicule. Yes, the matriarch's chosen person would soon be ruined. His dying process would also be recorded by Lin Xiaodai. So what if he was favored by the matriarch? Without strength, he would only be courting death in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. When Yi Yun is being killed, he would be standing on the opposite side of the bridge. As he thought of this, Lin Yu turned and faced the ancient desolate beast. Roar! The desolate beast roared. Lin Yu felt his scalp go numb. Feeling the pressure from the ancient desolate beast up close was too much. The desolate beast charged over as Lin Yu's face flushed red. His eyes beamed as he leaped to dodge the attack. Boom! The bridge trembled. Lin Yu was completely focused. He used the experience he had accumulated in the past and managed to barely survive under the ancient desolate beast's attack. Every dodge of his was extremely close. Just a tiny mistake would result in immediate serious injuries. Oh! This Lin family kid's strength is passable. In the crowd, someone said. The Lin family was after all a top family clan, so it was normal for Lin Yu to have such a performance. As people were speaking, the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye. The pressure Lin Yu felt suddenly surged. It's over, he won't be able to last through it. To be able to last to this point with such a small price isn't considered weak. Hearing these people's discussions, a cold sneer appeared on Lin Yu's lips. He had trained so hard all this while, so how could he be of this level? Seeing the desolate beast's beam shooting over, an abnormal redness appeared on Lin Yu's face. This redness spread all the way down to his neck, until his entire body suffused a faint bloody glow. Oh! This is Sky Blood Yuan Qi. On the Lin family side, Lin Xiaodai and Lin Yefeng were also surprised. In the path of martial arts, there were some cultivation techniques that would result in a special Yuan Qi that matched the cultivation technique. Sky Blood Yuan Qi was one of those. Sky Blood Yuan Qi was very difficult to master, but even if it was mastered, it still had some constraints for its use. This was because it would overdraw on one's qi and blood, causing harm to the body. And as a result, the power it gave was overwhelmingly powerful. Now, with Lin Yu's strength and him using the Sky Blood Yuan Qi, it was likely he would be left with reticent injuries. This Lin Yu sure is going all out. Lin Yefeng shook his head slightly. This was just the first trial, and even if he passed, he might not get any substantial benefits. He would at best get some insight and experience. Hence, every cultivator that entered the great Empress Mystic Realm had to have a balance in their hearts. They needed to know if it was worth paying the price. As the time it took for a joss stick to finish burning approached, Lin Yu was somersaulting everywhere. His face was completely swallowed by the color of blood, however, he still gnashed his teeth and held out. Cha! Another beam shot out from the ancient desolate beast's third eye. Lin Yu used all his energy, but he was still unable to dodge this attack. His thigh was torn, causing blood to flow. Lin Yu snorted as the blood vessels on his forehead and neck bulged, as if they were about to explode any time. He was already nearing the limits of his limits. Roar! The ancient desolate beast did not give Lin Yu the chance to take a breather. It quickly followed up with a claw. Boom! This claw caused light beams to distort from the ground. The strong impact sent Lin Yu flying. He heavily slammed to the bridge of light and vomited blood. Lin Yu had not managed to complete dodge every attack of the ancient desolate beast. He felt like his body was about to fall apart. However, just as he felt he could not endure any further, the ancient desolate beast suddenly stopped. It used its cold eyes to stare at Lin Yu, but it did not charge forward. It was because the time it took for a joss stick to burn was over. Chapter 441, Sweeping Figure Sword Steps. Pang! Lin Yu fell to the ground as if he had been reflected away by the array. He passed. Lin Yu let out a sigh of relief. He immediately felt weak all over. He trembled as he took out a desolate bone relic from his interspatial ring and put it into his mouth. He then avoided where Panther Lady and Shu Kai was and went aside, quickly grabbing the opportunity to regulate his breathing. After using the Sky Blood Yuan Qi, Lin Yu would feel weak for a period of time. However, he was the third person to pass, and there were still other geniuses who had to pass the bridge. He could take this opportunity to meditate and recover. After all, with the Shintu family clan and the Lin family at odds, he had to be careful despite the great Empress Mystic Realm's protection. Lin Yu closed his eyes. He appeared calm on the surface, but he could not suppress the excitement in his heart. He knew that his performance had been recorded by the visual disc array. In the future, when the matriarch saw it, she would naturally know the difference between him and Yi Yun. Upon thinking of this, Lin Yu looked across the bridge and gave Yi Yun a glance. A sneer suffused on his lips. He really did not know what this rascal's outcome would be. There was no question that Yi Yun would die, the question was, how would he die? However, all of this did not matter. After he passed the Bridge of Light, Lin Yu no longer cared about Yi Yun. There was no meaning in comparing a dead person to a person with a promising future like himself. This Lin family kid sure has some abilities. The other cultivators gave Lin Yu a few more looks. Seeing Lin Yu pass, Lin Fengyue, who had been silent all this time, lifted his eyelids and said, "I will be next." Lin Fengyue was an influential person amongst the younger generation of the Lin family. Be it his strength or prestige, they were much stronger than Lin Yu. Back when Lin Yu nearly failed to get a spot for the expedition to the Mystic Realm, there was no controversy regarding Lin Fengyue's spot. Lin Fengyue's performance was not disappointing. After being slightly wounded, he also passed the Bridge of Light. Only when the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye did he receive some abrasions because he could not completely dodge 2 attacks. This result made the people present secretly horrified. The Lin family was indeed one of the top family clans of the Tian Yuan world. This Lin Fengyue, who was a man of few words, was clearly much stronger than the beast controlling Sex Chu Kai. After Lin Fengyue, several geniuses from various large factions also took their turns. However, there were geniuses from second-rate families and sects that decided to give up after weighing their decisions. They did not want to end up in a tragic state like the fatty from the Su family who went first. It looks like we will not be able to pass, so let's not bring contempt upon ourselves. However, even if we cannot pass, just the reward from killing that kid can be split amongst us. A few geniuses from the small sects who had given up and walked aside disgust as they stared with greedy eyes at Yi Yun. For them to enter the great Empress Mystic Realm after so much difficulty, they were unwilling to take the fact that they were not be able to pass the first trial lying down. Just thinking of killing Yi Yun and obtaining a reward was a form of conciliation. However, Yi Yun still appeared to be unaware of these people's unkindly gazes. He was still staring at the ancient desolate beast on the Bridge of Light. No one knew what he was thinking. As the geniuses that went up increased, there were quite a few people who barely passed with some injuries consecutively, but a larger number of them had given up or failed. The fewer injuries one had, the more attention they received. These geniuses were all competitors in this great Empress Mystic Realm. Besides, amongst these geniuses, there was an unspoken competition. The first trial was also an opportunity for them to observe their opponent's strength. At this moment, Lin Xiaodai suddenly flew onto the bridge like a butterfly. Her elegant posture and agile movement techniques immediately lit up the eyes of many. That panther lady had, for the most part, recovered by now. She raised her hand and stared at Lin Xiaodai while licking her fingernails. Young girls around the same age tended to compare themselves with each other. Yi Yun, take care of yourself. Lin Xiaodai's Yuan Qi voice transmission suddenly entered Yi Yun's ear, and at this moment, Lin Xiaodai had already begun her battle with the ancient desolate beast. Yi Yun was stunned and gave a chuckle. Indeed, his situation didn't look too good. Lin Xiaodai was even younger than Lin Fengyue, but against the ancient desolate beast, she was calm and without fear. No matter how the ancient desolate beast attacked, she would be like a butterfly fluttering through the wind amongst the flowers. However, even so, as her Yuan Qi was greatly consumed, as well as the desolate beast's attacks becoming gradually stronger, her calf was scratched by the desolate beast's energy beam attack just as the time was almost up. A trace of blood began to flow down her pale skin. The ancient desolate beast's every attack had a terrifying Yuan Qi fluctuation. Even if one could dodge the attack itself, one could not dodge the Yuan Qi fluctuation. This was also the reason why most of the geniuses received abrasions and not serious injuries. With her calf injured, Lin Xiaodai's movements were slightly restricted, resulting in her receiving slight injuries in a row, putting her into a miserable state. She managed to endure through the time it took for a joss stick to finish burning with great difficulty. When Lin Xiaodai landed on the other side of the bridge, her face expressed some feeling of unwillingness. Although she had passed, she was not satisfied with her own performance. This ancient desolate beast sure is terrifying. Up to now, no one has been able to dodge its attacks as well as the yuan qi fluctuations. People were amazed. The first trial of the mystic realm left behind by the great empress was already so hard. At this moment, Gongsun Han slowly kept the jade piece on his azure flaming long robe, as he stepped forward on the bridge of light. Oh! Gongsun Han is making his move. I wonder how Gongsun Han will do. Gongsun Han's movements made everyone's eyes land on him. As the number one person amongst the Li Fire sect's younger generation, Gongsun Han received considerable attention from the Tian Yuan world's other family clans and sects. The power of the Li Fire sect was much greater than several large family clans. While these geniuses were discussing, Gongsun Han had already reached before the Bridge of Light. As the distance between the ancient desolate beast and him decreased, the immense pressure exuded by the desolate beast came surging over. In front of an ancient desolate beast, a person was like a mouse in front of a fierce tiger. Facing the gigantic ancient beast, Gongsun Han's eyes were steadfast and his breathing calm. Suddenly, a sword appeared in his hand. It seemed to appear out of nowhere. Many of them did not see the movement of him unsheathing his sword. Oh! He is using his sword? With his sword unsheathed, could Gongsun Han be planning to fight the ancient desolate beast? Everyone stared on with disbelieving eyes. Previously, the person who said the ancient desolate beast had no weakness was Gongsun Han himself, but now, he unsheathed his sword against the ancient desolate beast? Although Gongsun Han was very strong, none of them felt that Gongsun Han was able to defeat this ancient desolate beast. Roar! The ancient desolate beast roared and charged at Gongsun Han, while Gongsun Han's figure suddenly disappeared from its original spot. The next moment, in the sky above the ancient desolate beast, azure figures appeared out of nowhere. These figures were all that of Gongsun Han. They moved very quickly, dazzling everyone. 36 figures. Many people said with surprise. These figures were not just simple afterimages. Those without enough ability would think all these Gongsun Han were one and the same. There was no way to tell which was real. Sweeping figure sword steps. A movement when a person is one with the sword. Every step is like a flying sword chi. These figures are formed from sword chi. They have the same yuan chi that Gongsun Han's main body has. Not only can it be used to confuse the enemy, it could also really launch attacks. When a person's sweeping figure sword steps reaches perfection, one can form 108 sword chi avatars. He can even use these avatars to set up a battle formation. Enemies would feel despair the moment they see it. There would be all sorts of restrictions with fighting, and they would have flawless coordination. Now, Gongsun Han's sweeping figure sword steps has reached 36 figures. That is already in the small success realm. It is very impressive. This amount of talent is well deserved for the number one person of the Li Fire sect's inner disciple tournament. The other geniuses were all amazed. No wonder Gongsun Han could remain so calm. He indeed had the ability. Sweeping figure sword steps. Yi Yun rubbed his chin and focused his eyes. The Tian Yuan world sects and family clans' cultivation techniques all had their unique features. It really was an eye-opener. Despite the ancient desolate beast being astonishingly powerful, most of its attacks only hit Gongsun Han's avatars. Even though his sword chi avatars were destroyed, it did not affect Gongsun Han himself. When the time it took for a joss stick to burn was up, there was no longer any figures of Gongsun Han, only Gongsun Han himself, standing safely on the other side of the bridge. His clothes were still straight, and his hair was not messy at all. He had passed perfectly. Chapter 442, Empyrean Mark. No injuries. Seeing Gongsun Hong pass the trial unscathed, many of the elites present looked at each other. With this sweeping figure sword steps displayed, not only was it gorgeous, its power was also shocking. The sweeping figure sword steps is a move that is both offensive and defensive. It has speed and is also very aggressive. People knew Gongsun Hong was very talented, and wanted to know how he would pass the trial. They had, however, never expected for Gongsun Hong to use such a method. He had used a trick, and with his exceptional abilities, he easily passed the trial. If Gongsun Hong had used sweeping figure sword steps to attack the ancient desolate beast, he would not be taking any risk. Yet, even so, he did not do so. Sweeping figure sword steps was only sword chi, so nothing happened with it shattering. If the other people were Gongsun Hong, they could not help but attempt attacking the ancient desolate beast and see its effects, but Gongsun Hong did not even try. Clearly, he had made the judgment that the attacks of sweeping figure sword steps were too inadequate to be used on the ancient desolate beast. While people were talking, a sudden light beam fell from the sky, shooting straight at Gongsun Hong. Oh! Gongsun Hong was surprised, but he did not dodge. He allowed the beam of light to hit his body because he made the judgment that the light beam had no murderous intent. Phew! The light beam hit Gongsun Hong on the arm, and formed a purple mark. It looked like a small tattoo. Could that be an Empyrean mark? He received an Empyrean mark just like this? When Panther Lady saw this small purple mark, she became dumbfounded. When she said this, she immediately caused a commotion amongst the crowd. Many elites ignored their injuries and stopped their meditation. They looked towards Gongsun Hong's arm. In the Shintu family clan's Jade Scroll, there was a description of the Empyrean mark. After the Great Empress Mystic Realm opened, if the younger generation excelled in any of the trials, they would obtain an Empyrean mark. Every Empyrean mark was precious. These runes could open the Great Empress Vault once enough were accumulated. One could then exchange the runes for treasures inside the Great Empress Vault. The ancient Great Empress was not stingy when it came to nurturing geniuses. Those who were not up to mark to be her successor, but had considerable talent, would be given appropriate help and rewards. And every item left by the ancient Great Empress in the Great Empress Mystic Realm were impressive. If one could manage to exchange for any single item. Just thinking of this made the others extremely envious. Even Gongsun Hong, who was always calm, could not help but smile. He had his ambitions. It was to the point that he did not want his future to be restricted in the Li Fire sect. However, just one Empyrean mark was not enough. According to the records in the Shintu family clan's Jade Scroll, the items in the Great Empress Vault were extremely difficult to get. There were juniors in the Shintu family clan who managed to obtain Empyrean marks, but they did not manage to see the real Great Empress Vault. They could only see the inventory list of the Great Empress Vault. And the number of Empyrean marks needed to exchange for the treasures greatly set them back. The amount of Empyrean marks they gathered were just enough to exchange for items that the Great Empress found insignificant. Regardless, it was still a good sign. To obtain one Empyrean mark at the first trial meant that in the future trials, they would be able to get more Empyrean marks. If they could really open the Great Empress Vault, then that opportunity would be unimaginable. This Gongsun Hong. Hi! The youths who had passed the Bridge of Light could not help but shake their heads. They were geniuses too, but the difference was just too great. The scene of Gongsun Hong obtaining an Empyrean mark made the joy of them passing diminish greatly. However, they had nothing else to say with Gongsun Hong's strength. Compared to the situation of them passing the trial, Gongsun Hong was indeed on a level higher than them. As all of them were focused on the Empyrean mark on Gongsun Hong's arm, not far away, Yi Yun's eyes were still looking straight ahead. He had been staring at the bridge's ancient desolate beast and its third eye. Back when Yi Yun went into reclusive training for half a year, he had used the pure Yang Qi in the Great Empress Relic and the purple crystal to transform his body. He had made his pure Yang body come closer to perfection. With a pure yang body, he would also be a top genius, even here in the Tian Yuan world. Back in the Taiya Divine Kingdom, a predecessor with a pure yang body had managed to master the Taiya sacred technique in 20 days, and eventually became a sage. This time period had also become an eternal record in the Taiya Divine City. And that was just an ordinary pure yang body. If it was a perfect pure yang body, then it would be even more amazing. Even in the Tian Yuan world, it would be a startling occurrence. It was a body condition that could influence the situation of the various large factions in the Tian Yuan world. When he was in the Cloud Wilderness, Yi Yun's martial arts talent could be said to be extremely terrible. After he went to the Taiya Divine City and his expedition into Fallen Stargate, Yi Yun's martial arts talent greatly improved. And now, Yi Yun had come to the Tian Yuan world. With the purple crystal's energy subtly transforming his body was slowly approaching that of a perfect pure yang body. Even without the purple crystal, he could still truly be called a martial arts genius. In the Great Empress Mystic Realm, Yi Yun did not find it difficult to use his own strengths to pass this entry trial. However, this was not enough to satisfy Yi Yun. The ancient Great Empress could leave her name for eons meant that her cultivation realm had exceeded the imagination of this world. To impress the ancient Great Empress, just passing beautifully was far from enough. Gongsun Hong was considered to have passed beautifully, but so what? It was just one Empyrean mark. Yi Yun had seen the description of the Shintu family clan's Jade Scroll. To really exchange the treasures in the Great Empress Vault, one Empyrean mark was nothing at all. From Yi Yun's point of view, a young genius who won first place in his Li Fire Sex tournament would not be the only one of his kind in the current Tian Yuan world. A couple of them could be pointed out from all the various large factions. Placed in the ancient Great Empress's era, they were easily found in handfuls. If the ancient Great Empress wanted such a person as her successor, she just needed to indicate her will back in her era. Countless numbers of people would come breaking down the doors. And amongst those people, there were definitely people who were more outstanding than Gongsun Hong. However, it was all useless. Hence, Yi Yun was sure that Gongsun Hong's performance was not to the Great Empress' satisfaction. Perfectly dodging was not impressive to the Great Empress, and if that was so, it meant that there was a more perfect way of clearing the trial, such as killing the desolate beast. When this thought came to mind, Yi Yun was also taken aback himself. It was because things were clear. The massive ancient desolate beast on the bridge was not something Yi Yun could deal with. Even if all of the people present joined forces, it would still not be enough. Even when Lin Xintong was 16 years old, even if she doubled her strength, she would still be no match for the ancient desolate beast. However, according to analysis of the various aspects, there was only one way to clear the trial that would satisfy the ancient Great Empress. If not, the Great Empress Mystic Realm set up by her would lose its meaning. It was impossible to directly kill a desolate beast that far exceeded the strength levels of 16 to 17-year-old youths. Hence, using this logic, the ancient desolate beast in front of him definitely had a weakness. This first entry trial might not be testing one's movement technique, nor was it a test of one's actual combat skills, but testing the observational powers of every cultivator that stepped onto the bridge. Search for the ancient desolate beast's weakness. Yi Yun's perceptivity might be pretty good, and his eyes sharp, but he did not believe his ability in this area outshined the geniuses from the ancient era, nor would it make the Great Empress satisfied. Hence, Yi Yun had to use his killer weapon. When the ancient Great Empress set up the Great Empress Mystic Realm, be it arrays or arrangement, they could not avoid their energy. In his energy vision, the bridge and the ancient desolate beast gave a completely different scene. This method might seem a bit shameless, but Yi Yun liked it a lot. Cough. Why am I having such thoughts? Yi Yun touched his nose. Senior Great Empress, sorry. I also did not want to cheat, but the purple crystal is also considered a part of me and is a constituent of my talent. If I were to receive your heritage, I believe it will not be shamed in my hands. Ian believed that the process and methods of doing a task was not important, as long as he did not violate his own bottom line. The result was what was fundamental. And at this moment, the indifferent voice of the great Empress Mystic Realm sounded out. There was still 30 minutes left before the ancient desolate beast would disappear. Chapter 443, Yi Yun makes his move. There were still 30 minutes left. Yi Yun looked behind him at the cultivators that had not began the trial. Including him, there were 3 people left. 30 minutes was more than enough time. At this moment, many of the cultivators that had managed to cross the bridge finished their meditation. Their eyes were all gathering onto the last few people. Momentarily, these people's faces turned bitter. They did not wish to give up, but neither did they have the courage to face the ancient desolate beast. The few of them looked each other in the eye, hesitant to go forward. It was easy to give up, but they felt that giving up without a fight would result in a black mark in their lives. It would affect their martial hearts. With no room left for retreat, a person cowardly went onto the Bridge of Light, attempting the trial. However, the disparity in strength could not be made up. Against the ancient desolate beast, this youth only lasted for about a minute before being sent flying by the ancient desolate beast in one strike. He did not have the ability to avoid the direct attack and be unaffected by the energy fluctuation like the other geniuses. So, he got dealt a heavy blow, causing his ribs and sternum to shatter. He flew off the bridge like a broken blood bag. Ha ha! So terrible! Seeing this cultivator's state, the youth from the Shintu family clan started mocking. There was no sympathy in the world of warriors. When these youths grew up, they could one day be their enemies, so they did not mind impacting the confidence of these people, letting them never recover from a setback. Zay. There are 2 people left. To drag it out to now, their courage is smaller than a needlehead. That Yi Yun has not gone up yet. He is the shame of the Lin family. The Shintu youth looked at Yi Yun as his eyes glanced on Lin Yu, Lin Fengyue and company. His expression was one of disdain. He is not part of our Lin family, don't include the Lin family into this. Lin Yu said angrily, not far away from the Shintu youth. He could not tolerate any insults to his family. That kid was originally a bumpkin coming from the wilderness of the backwater east. Whatever you want to do to him has nothing to do with the Lin family. Lin Yu was in a very bad mood. Yi Yun's timidness had made him get ridiculed as well. What was the point in delaying? In less than 30 minutes, this Bridge of Light and the ancient desolate beast would disappear. Then, there was no way for Yi Yun to go through the trial. There would be enough time to kill Yi Yun in between the time of the bridge disappearing and the opening of the second trial entrance. Many of them were silently waiting for this moment. The Shintu youth was watching Yi Yun with a cold sneer. Shintu Nantian had given this task to him, so he naturally needed to do it beautifully. Besides, it was not a difficult task at all. Shintu Nantian had specially instructed that Yi Yun had to be killed in the most cruel manner. A visual disc array was not a bad choice. By recording the process of Yi Yun dying, Shintu Nantian could indulge in his tragic death. He was likely to become very happy with that gesture. Shintu Nantian might have stumbled previously, but he was after all the most likely successor of the Shintu family clan. He had a bright and limitless future. This Shintu family clan youth was already thinking of a way to build friendly relations with Shintu Nantian, hoping to be put in an important position in the future by Shintu Nantian. And killing Yi Yun was that opportunity. Thinking of this, he took out a visual disc array from his interspatial ring. He also took out a worm that the Shintu family clan reared, as a cruel smile appeared on his face. At this moment, other than Yi Yun, the last person had already gone up. He did not have much confidence to begin with, hoping to let Yi Yun go up first, but seeing Yi Yun being leisurely at ease, he knew he could not last longer than Yi Yun, so in the end he had to summon his courage and go up. In the end, there was no miracle. The youth failed miserably. His whole body was covered in blood as his eyes flashed with the unwillingness to accept his fate, but thankfully, he did not lose to his fear. On the other side of the bridge, many people were giving off mocking smiles. Many of them were saying tasteless and sarcastic remarks, as if they were watching a monkey show. That youth's face was filled with humiliation, but he did not say a word. He swallowed an elixir and began to meditate. Seeing the youth in this state, Yi Yun let out a light sigh. The Tian Yuan world was indeed cruel. In the Taiya Divine Kingdom, people were after all from the same country, so even if they were jealousy or animosity, people would at least slightly disguise it. However, there was no such thing in the Tian Yuan world, there was just full-blown hostility and murderous intent. However, if the youth could handle the humiliation from this experience, then his future accomplishments would no longer be the same. Yi Yun shook his head slightly and looked back at the ancient desolate beast, confirming its weakness. He was not in a hurry. As for the mockery from the cultivators across the bridge, he turned a deaf ear to it. Yi Yun wanted 100% guarantee. The Great Empress Mystic Realms test was extraordinary. Even with the purple crystal, Yi Yun had to confirm it again and again so as to ensure that there was no mistakes. There was about 10 minutes left before the Bridge of Light disappeared. The Great Empress Mystic Realms voice gave another indifferent notice. The time remaining is the time it takes for 2 joss sticks to burn. Hearing this notice, people began to ready themselves. Yi Yun, give it a try. It is better than not having any hope at all. The person who spoke was Lin Fengyue. Yi Yun gave Lin Fengyue a surprised look, before saying faintly, "Thank you." After saying that, Yi Yun walked towards the bridge. He's finally coming up. Ha ha ha. The Shintu youth laughed maniacally, waiting to see Yi Yun end up in a pathetic state. I say, kid, you can't be thinking of committing suicide on the bridge, right? That would be quite wise. The Shintu youth naturally did not want Yi Yun to die like that. He only deliberately provoked Yi Yun. At the same moment, he placed the visual disc array down and aimed it towards the bridge, preparing to record the scenes of Yi Yun being abused. Yi Yun did not even look at the Shintu youth as he stood 10 meters away from the ancient desolate beast, quietly looking at the terrifying existence. In his energy vision, the Bridge of Light became colorful, and the desolate beast on the bridge became an existence made up of colorful light dots. Yi Yun tilted his body slightly as he wiped the interspatial ring with his fingers, creating a surprising scene for everyone. Yi Yun actually drew out a bow. With the bow and arrows, as well as the cold arrowheads, he held the bow straight at the ancient desolate beast. Bow! Everyone became shocked. They originally thought that it would be pretty impressive if Yi Yun had the courage to stand in front of the ancient desolate beast. Once the battle began, Yi Yun would end up running around in a pathetic state before he would be sent flying by the desolate beast after tens of seconds. They never expected for Yi Yun to draw out a bow. What was he doing? Could he be wanting to attack the ancient desolate beast? Previously, when Gong Sun Hong faced the ancient desolate beast, he had drawn his sword, but that was to use his sweeping figure sword steps. However, for a bow, they had never heard of any movement techniques that were used in conjunction with a bow. Fool! Lin Yu shook his head. A fool who only knew how to go into reclusive training and with no actual combat experience even lacked the basic knowledge of himself. Yi Yun actually wanted to shoot at the desolate beast that even Gong Sun Hong did not dare to attack. It was unknown if his mind was unclear and if he was just abandoning himself to despair in this dire environment. Chapter 444, One Arrow to Seal One's Throat. Translator, Sitalan. Editor, Sitalan. After Yi Yun drew his bow, the ancient desolate beast seemed to feel Yi Yun's provocation. With a roar, it charged at Yi Yun. Yi Yun's pupils constricted as he leaped up. He somersaulted midair as if he was a tree leaf that was being moved up by the wind. Phew! The ancient desolate beast swept past Yi Yun, while Yi Yun continuously flipped. His body had rubbed past the ancient desolate beast's back, avoiding its attack. Even the bone spurs on its back was swept past Yi Yun's face by a hair. Yi Yun had dodged the ancient desolate beast's first attacking pounce. Oh? He dodged it? People were stunned. They never expected the kid to be this agile. They had thought that even if Yi Yun managed to dodge, it would be in a very sorry plight. They did not expect him to dodge the direct attack, and even dodge the energy fluctuations as well. This is just the beginning. Soon, the ancient desolate beast will open its third eye. When that happens, the kid will die. The Shinto youth said, for he was unwilling to accept the situation. At that moment, Lin Fengyue said to Yi Yun, the desolate beast's back is its blind spot. Try to hide there. Lin Fengyue actually had good intentions. He was not jealous of Yi Yun. As one of the few people of the younger generation just second to Lin Xintong, Lin Fengyue had his own pride. He was greatly appreciated by his family, and his position was even higher than Yi Yun's. For a martial family, top martial geniuses would definitely have much higher statuses than desolate heaven technique geniuses. Martial arts were a family's fundamental that supported everything, while the desolate heaven technique was just a service for martial arts. Under these circumstances, Lin Fengyue and Lin Xiaodai actually did not wish to see Yi Yun die terribly. However, Lin Yu was different. Hearing Lin Fengyue's words, Lin Yu sneered and mocked in his heart. What's the F*** king point of warning him? He just managed to dodge the first attack. It's still early. Yi Yun gave a friendly smile at Lin Fengyue's good-willed advice. Lin Yu frowned when he saw Yi Yun smile even amidst the storm-like attacks. This kid. Roar! The ancient desolate beast pounced once again. Yi Yun somersaulted in the air and managed to dodge it again. It was like Yi Yun's body was a leaf. The wind force from the ancient desolate beast's attack had blown Yi Yun up. The ancient desolate beast's speed became faster, and the wind force also became stronger. Yi Yun was also blown up even faster, and vice versa, he would also become slower. Yi Yun's movements looked very light and simple. He did not dodge one bit more or one bit less. It made people unsure if he was calculating his movements properly or if he just had good luck every time in his risky dodges. Gong Sun Hong's eyebrows slowly moved up as he looked astonishingly at Yi Yun. His eyes lit up unnaturally. Dodging once or twice did not explain anything, but to do it repeatedly proved that Yi Yun's movement technique was ingenious. The elites present were not worthy of Gong Sun Hong's attention, and Yi Yun was naturally the same. However, Gong Sun Hong never expected Yi Yun to have some skill. This ability was almost similar to Lin Yu's. It was pretty impressive for a Desolate Heaven Master Apprentice, who put in a lot of effort into the Desolate Heaven technique, to be at Lin Yu's level. At that moment, the ancient desolate beast roared as it opened its third eye. It's opening its eye. The Shinto youth sneered. Quite a number of them could withstand the ancient desolate beast's attacks before it opened its eye. However, once it opened its eye, all of them would nearly be defeated instantly. It was on a completely different level. At the moment the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye, Yi Yun raised his Taitsang Bao. He was waiting for this particular moment. When the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye, it was also in its most powerful form, but it was also when it revealed its weakness. Without it opening its third eye, Yi Yun could do nothing to it. He could only dodge like Gong Sun Hong and company, but now Yi Yun could test his idea. What lied behind danger was opportunity. Grasping the Taitsang Bao tightly, Yi Yun opened his energy vision. The cold metallic touch in his hand seemed to have a blood connection with Yi Yun. This was a good Bao built by a Tai Awe Divine Kingdom master. The Bao's body was made of Taitsang metal essence. Once Yuan Qi was injected into it, its hardness and toughness would increase greatly. The more Yuan Qi injected, the harder the Taitsang Bao became, making it harder to pull, but also increasing its strength. The Taitsang Bao may be nothing when placed in the Tian Yuan world, but once the Bao was infused with Yuan Qi, it could be as strong as its user. It could withstand all of Iyun's energy, amplifying Iyun's power to its extreme. The ancient desolate beast charged at Iyun as it opened its big mouth. Iyun did not dodge as he stared straight at the ancient desolate beast. He pulled the Taitsang bow open and shot a cold arrow. Back when Iyun first chose a weapon, he had a strange affinity with bows. Back in the Tai Divine City, an insignificant figure like Iyun had used the bow to obtain a primordial herb. What is he doing? Seeing Iyun suddenly not move, as if he was going to clash with the ancient desolate beast, everyone was shocked. Iyun's movement technique was much better than they had imagined. Although people like the Shinto youth and Lin Yu had biased tendencies, believing Iyun would be eliminated once the ancient desolate beast opened its third eye, those who were objective believed that if Iyun were to use all his strength, he could pass the trial despite heavy injuries. But they never expected that Iyun would suddenly have such death-seeking behavior. Is he courting death? He's mad. In a split second, people did not have time to exclaim. The ancient desolate beast's fangs had already come crashing down on Iyun's head, but at the moment the ancient desolate beast was about to close its jaws, Iyun released his bowstring, shooting the arrow. Pang! A clear twang of the bowstring echoed, and like a dragon's roar, resounding in one's ear. The wind-chasing arrows formed a divine beam, shooting straight into the ancient desolate beast's mouth. Iyun's arrow was guided using his energy vision. It may look like it was being simply shot into the ancient desolate beast's mouth, but its angle and speed was extremely well calculated. No ordinary person could emulate it. Iyun's target was a crystal at the back of the ancient desolate beast's head. It was the ancient desolate beast's core, and it was the thing manipulating the beast's energy source. It was the true form of the ancient desolate beast's third eye. The third eye in the middle of its eyebrows was actually just a projection of the crystal. If Iyun had shot the third eye, it would be useless, because the crystal's energy was all concentrated in its third eye. Only by shooting its true form could it be killed in one hit. Seeing the arrow about to hit it, the ancient desolate beast was shocked. Its reaction was extremely fast. It closed its mouth and bit on Iyun's arrow. There was no way Iyun would let it have its wishes. There was only one chance, because this opportunity would never arise again. Radiant Sun Chi, explode. A phantom image of the Tang Valley appeared behind Iyun. At the moment he shot the wind-chasing arrow, he had injected Radiant Sun Chi into the arrow, and it exploded at that moment. The wind-chasing arrows emitted a divine beam, and it accelerated like a meteor. Just before the ancient desolate beast closed its mouth, it had already entered its mouth. The arrowhead pierced into its flesh, sealing its throat with one arrow. Pang! The whole 4-foot-long arrow sank in. Even the arrow's fletching could not be seen. The ancient desolate beast's body suddenly paused. It stopped 1 foot away from Iyun. Iyun held the Taitsang bow and exchanged glances with the ancient desolate beast in close proximity. Iyun could clearly feel the terrifying aura that the ancient desolate beast emitted from this distance. Its ferocious fangs and cold eyes gave Iyun an extremely oppressive feeling. He shot the arrow into its mouth? Gongsun Hong was stunned for a while, but then shook his head. It's useless with it entering its mouth. The oral flesh may be weak, but against the ancient desolate beast, it will also not be its weakness. Its tongue is covered in metallic needle-like hangnail, it's impossible to shoot through it. Gongsun Hong was sure that a terrifying desolate beast at this level could not be taken down with usual weak spots like its eyes, oral cavity, or belly. However, just before he finished speaking, the ancient desolate beast suddenly trembled violently. Its body that was composed of energy began changing. This lasted for a few seconds, and hearing a pang explosion, the ancient desolate beast exploded into a rain of light before disappearing. Gongsun Hong, who was always calm even if he saw a mountain collapse in front of him, was dumbfounded with his mouth agape when he saw this scene. His face completely changed. What? The rain of light, which was still wantonly dispersing as if a divine miracle had come down from the sky, seemed to be mocking Gong Sun Hong's blind confidence and ignorance. Gong Sun Hong opened his mouth slightly, unable to close it for a long while. Chapter 445, Ancient Relic. After successfully killing the ancient desolate beast, Yi Yun heaved a sigh of relief. When all the developments happened as he expected, allowing him to kill the ancient desolate beast as he planned, this sense of accomplishment was quite strong. At this moment, after the ancient desolate beast disappeared, it transformed into energy light droplets that resembled rain. It rained down on Yi Yun, covering him within. It made him look like a god that had descended down onto the mortal plane. The young elites nearby were completely dumbfounded, regardless of them having managed to pass the bridge or not. Just a while ago, many of them were envisioning Yi Yun's failure, and how they would kill him in exchange for the Shintu family clan's rewards. But now, reality had given them one tight slap. A number of them had barely managed to last on the bridge, receiving serious injuries, but even so, they were very happy about their results. As for the remaining people who did not pass the trial, they had either been swept away by the ancient desolate beast, or given up before stepping on the bridge. Looking at Yi Yun again, the unlucky person who they were thinking of killing had actually managed to shoot the ancient desolate beast to death with one arrow shot after he arrived on the bridge. This was a heaven and earth difference. It was too ridiculous. Was this kid even human? People swallowed mouthfuls of saliva as they felt fear. They were happy that they were protected by the great Empress Mystic Realm's laws, for it might not be them killing Yi Yun, but Yi Yun killing them. The people who had the greatest reaction would be Lin Yu and the youth from the Shintu family clan. Lin Yu was battered out of his senses. His face was pale, as if his parents had just died. Previously, he had compared himself with Yi Yun in all sorts of aspects. With Yi Yun being appreciated by Matriarch Lin, and him showcasing his unparalleled talent in the Desolate Heaven technique, martial arts and actual combat had become the only thing that Lin Yu felt he was superior to Yi Yun in. After all, in the Tian Yuan world, strength was of utmost importance. The status of the best Desolate Heaven master in the Tian Yuan world was incomparable to the strongest person. But now, Lin Yu's only sense of superiority had completely shattered. He was inferior to Yi Yun in the Desolate Heaven technique, his backer was inferior to Yi Yun, and now, even his strength was inferior to Yi Yun. One can imagine the setback Lin Yu felt to be completely overshadowed by a bumpkin from the backwater east when he was a child of a large family clan. As Lin Yu was on the verge of collapse, Yi Yun disappeared from his view. Yi Yun had used his movement technique to shoot out like an arrow in a particular direction. In the blink of an eye, he had flown 100 meters away. Oh! What is he doing? People were stunned. As they were still immersed in the shock of Yi Yun killing the ancient desolate beast, they had not reacted in time. Retrieving his arrow? A youth was stunned. He watched puzzledly as Yi Yun picked up the arrow 100 meters away. It was the wind-chasing arrow that Yi Yun had shot out previously. Picking up an arrow he shot? Was he that poor? Yi Yun's wind-chasing arrows were of course top-grade items in the Tai Divine Kingdom, but in the eyes of the Tian Yuan world, it was definitely not considered a good arrow. Yi Yun was not poor at all now, especially after robbing Shintu Nantian and the Thousand-Hand Granny. Amongst the younger generation in their teens, he could be said to be a tycoon. Yi Yun of course did not care for one wind-chasing arrow. He had purposely flown so far away to pick up the wind-chasing arrow was not because of the arrow, but the ancient desolate beast's crystal. Just now when Yi Yun killed the ancient desolate beast, there was utter chaos. People were still shocked by the death of the ancient desolate beast, so they did not notice a crystal had flown out from its body. Even if they noticed it, they did not have Yi Yun's energy vision, so they would not have been able to tell what was unusual about the crystal. Now, Yi Yun was using the excuse of picking his arrow to keep the crystal into his interspatial ring without anyone knowing. As he had used his body as concealment, no one noticed it throughout this whole time. At the split second Yi Yun stored the crystal, he saw clearly that it was a crystal the size of a thumbnail. It looked like a desolate bone relic refined using a special mystic technique. In the world of warriors, desolate bone relics were the most efficient source of energy. It could be used to power large arrays and drive airships, etc. There was no doubt that the ancient Great Empress had left behind a large amount of desolate bone relics in the mystic realm when she set it up. To prevent the energy inside the desolate bone relic from slowly disappearing over time, there was definitely a large array in the mystic realm used to gather heaven-earth yuan qi so as to nourish the desolate bone relic. And the whirlpool of the god burial abyss had sucked in limitless amounts of heaven-earth yuan qi, so under the nourishment of such heaven-earth yuan qi, the desolate bone relics in the mystic realm had become even purer and of higher quality. Under such circumstances, Ian definitely would not miss out on such a desolate bone relic. He is after all a person from the backwater east, he can't change his miserly nature. He can't even bear to part with a low-quality arrow. The youth from the Shintu family clan gritted his teeth as he spoke. Although Yun had shot the desolate beast to death in one shot, something even Gongsun Han could not do, caused him to feel great fear, he would still take every opportunity to tarnish Yun's reputation. This was also understandable. About 100 meters away, Yun seemed to notice something. He chuckled and gave the Shintu youth a deep glance. And this glance made the Shintu youth's face turn pale white. He subconsciously took a step back. After he killed the ancient desolate beast, the pressure Yun gave to others was too great. This kid. The Shintu youth swallowed several mouthfuls of saliva as his voice trembled. There must be a mistake somewhere, he thought viciously. He could not believe that Yun was both a desolate heaven technique genius and a martial arts genius at the same time. And at this moment, a divine beam fell from the sky. This beam was colorful, and similar to the beam that shot on Gongsun Hong from before. However, its color was more vivid and its intensity was many times stronger. That is the Empyrean mark. People exclaimed as they felt envy and jealousy. Yun had easily passed the first trial. He had completed it more perfectly than Gongsun Hong, so how could he not receive an Empyrean mark? The divine beam condensed on Yun's arm, forming a tattoo. The tattoo looked like beautiful scales closely spaced together. This. As they looked at Yun's arm, their eyes went into a daze. Was this really an Empyrean mark? There was too many. Gongsun Hong only had one Empyrean mark imprinted on him. But on Yun's arm, it was a whole segment of Empyrean marks. This made many of the young elites present hold their breaths. In just that few seconds, there were already more than 20 Empyrean marks, and it did not seem to have an end. The difference was too great. Yun's trial was naturally better than Gongsun Hong's, but it was not to the point of such a huge gap. There's almost 30. People's lips twitched as they saw the beautiful Empyrean tattoo on Yun's arm. They wished they could have it for themselves. Unfortunately, the Empyrean mark was only usable by the person himself. Even if others cut off Yun's arm, it was also useless. Amongst the people, Gongsun Hong's expression was sullen as he looked at Yun's arm. He had only one Empyrean mark. It was originally a mark of pride for him, but now compared to Yun, this single Empyrean mark had become a mockery and humiliation for him. Gongsun Hong had always been the center of attention, but now in the great Empress mystic realm, he had completely been put down by Yun. He had proposed the viewpoint that the ancient desolate beast was undefeatable, and he had followed this rule, and had passed the trial in a seemingly perfect manner. However, his perfection had not lasted very long before it was mercilessly crushed by Yun. Now, with a huge number difference in Empyrean marks, it was already clear that he had barely passed the trial. And the only person to have perfectly passed the trial was Yun alone. This setback made the proud Gongsun Hong, who had been accustomed to impressing others, very uncomfortable. I didn't expect that the ancient desolate beast's weakness was in its mouth. This kid's luck is too good to shoot at the ancient desolate beast's weakness with one arrow, killing it in one blow. If I knew where its weakness was, then I could have killed the ancient desolate beast. It would be very easy. Just one sword chi would suffice. Gongsun Hong was unwilling to accept the fact that he had been trampled on by Yi Yun, as he said with a deep voice. He would rather die than believe that Yi Yun's attacking power exceeded his. And in fact, the arrow that Yi Yun shot didn't even look special. Then that could only show that Yi Yun's luck was good. He had managed to kill the ancient desolate beast due to luckily hitting its weakness. Chapter 446, The Eliminated Ones. Yi Yun was the last cultivator, so after he defeated the ancient desolate beast, the Bridge of Light trembled before completely disappearing. The only thing remaining was the divine beam from the heavens that landed on Yi Yun's body. After about 30 seconds, all the light condensed on Yi Yun's arm, becoming Empyrean marks. These Empyrean marks were colorful and they were like dragon scales arranged nicely together, looking very beautiful. All the people present were warriors with extraordinary eyesight. With a glance, they could tell how many Empyrean marks Yi Yun received. There was a total of 36. So many. Seeing the Empyrean marks on Yi Yun's arm, Ling Yu's eyes turned red with envy. As long as Yi Yun could enter the Great Empress Vault, all those Empyrean marks could be exchanged for a tremendous opportunity by Yi Yun. Why is this happening? In the Lin family, Yi Yun had been greatly appreciated by the matriarch. Lin Yu believed that the Great Empress Mystic Realm, a place that tested one's martial arts, would be his stage, but who knew that he would end up being inferior to Yi Yun? He had specially used a mystic technique and barely passed the trial after enduring severe injuries. In contrast, Yi Yun had passed without a single injury, and he had obtained a large number of Empyrean marks. This difference was staggering. That kid's luck is so good for him to bet correctly. Gongsun Hong looked at the 36 Empyrean marks on Yi Yun's arm as he said in a gloomy voice. At this moment, Gongsun Hong was in a bad mood. Beside Gongsun Hong, there was a youth who followed his lead and echoed, "Some people tend to aim for a desolate beast's eyes or mouth, thinking that is where its weakness is. Actually, against real big ancient desolate beasts, this action is very dumb, especially when attacking the mouth. The person could be crushed into pieces because of this." Who knew that the Great Empress Mystic Realm had such a rudimentary setting, to put the desolate beast's weakness in its mouth? We have overestimated this mystic realm. Gongsun Hong did not respond to his lackey's words, but his expression revealed that he had silently agreed to those words. Yi Yun only chuckled slightly when he heard this, nor did he explain anything. He had indeed used trickery to attack the ancient desolate beast's weakness, but without the guidance of the energy vision, there was no meaning to attacking the mouth of the ancient desolate beast. Gongsun Hong refused to admit defeat due to his arrogance, and instead, he chose to look down on the Great Empress Mystic Realm. With such thoughts, he was bound to suffer eventually. Upon thinking about this, a playful smile suffused on Yi Yun's lips. He naturally wished to see the situation of a person who had good relations with Shintu Nantian and who wanted his life to be down on his luck. In this trial, Yi Yun had already obtained 36 Empyrean marks and one ancient relic. Injecting his mental energy into his interspatial ring, he saw the mysterious crystal floating in his interspatial ring. Yi Yun was raring to find a spot where he could examine the usage of the ancient relic without anyone seeing it. At this moment, the Great Empress Mystic Realm made an announcement. Everyone who had passed the first trial could carry on to the next level. And those who were eliminated would be sent out of the Great Empress Mystic Realm collectively in 15 minutes. After hearing this, many of the young elites who had failed felt depressed. They had hoped to broaden their horizons by entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm, but reality was cruel. These people did not even pass the first round, so it was a huge setback for them. Of course, there were people who also looked forward to the end of the trial. For example, the fat youth who attempted the trial first. He had his arm torn off by the ancient desolate beast, and now, the broken arm was turning blue from a lack of blood flow. The fat youth's face was also pale as his lips quivered. He had endured 2 hours of torture, and he was nearing his limits. Now, he only wished to rush out as soon as possible, returning to his Su family and be treated by his Su family elders because there might still be a chance for him to save his arm. Or else, his martial path would come to an end. Geniuses who lost an arm would be more inferior to second-class warriors. At this moment, outside the great Empress Mystic Realm, in the huge God Burial Abyss, there was sea water being swallowed continuously. In the turbulent seawater, there were people from various family clans and sects waiting here. Only a fraction of the people from the various large factions who came entered the mystic realm to search for treasures, and the rest were left outside to receive their people. Juniors who had failed would be eliminated by the great Empress Mystic Realm, so without the elders receiving them, these juniors would be sucked into the God Burial Abyss and smashed into pieces. Many of the elders from the various factions were feeling uneasy. According to the Shintu family clan's Jade Scroll, most of the people who failed the trials would be severely injured, but there were also deaths. The youths from these various factions, who had entered the great Empress Mystic Realm, were all painstakingly selected elites. Death of any one of them would be quite a big loss to these large factions. According to the Jade Scroll, the first trial's elimination will happen after 3 hours. It's still early. An elder from the Shintu family clan said, but at this moment, the entrance to the great Empress Mystic Realm began trembling. It was as if the surface of an area of water had been hit by a falling rock. Oh? Has the first trial already ended? So soon? People were alarmed and surprised. However, they were not careless. Many of the elders focused and prepared to receive the juniors from their factions. On the Lin family's side, Matriarch Lin had her full attention on the entrance. She did not enter the great Empress Mystic Realm, and she knew that the Shintu family clan had made the news public, luring more than 10 factions to enter the great Empress Mystic Realm. The Lin family knew deeply that even if they entered the great Empress Mystic Realm, there were very low chances of getting anything good, so only Elder Huowen took 4 or 5 elders into the great Empress Mystic Realm. As for the remaining elders of the Lin family, including Matriarch Lin and Elder Tianju, they stayed outside the Mystic Realm. With such a strong lineup, they could also greatly protect their Lin family's juniors. As the entrance's trembling grew more intense, a youth was ejected out of it finally. It was a young girl. When she was ejected out, her hair was disheveled, and she looked quite pathetic. As her hair and blood was covering her looks, it was hard to tell who she was. However, many of the elders present were fully focused, so with a scan, they could tell the girl's identity. A woman dressed in red from her faction flashed forward immediately, saving her from the intense turbulent water flow. A warm energy surged over, isolating the suction power of the God Burial Abyss. At the same time, the woman dressed in red took an elixir out to feed the girl, so as to let her recuperate. Although someone from her side had been eliminated, the woman dressed in red was not too upset as the girl was not seriously injured. She would be fine after some treatment. Chapter 447, The Death of a Youth. After the girl, one cultivator after another were ejected out of the great Empress Mystic Realm. Matriarch Lin and Elder Tianju looked at each other as they focused intensely. They were most concerned about Yun's safety. Feng Xian, as Yun comes from the backwater east, he is not suited to the Tianyuan world. He is very likely to be eliminated in the first trial. When he gets ejected, you should catch him, while I will be responsible for being vigilant of the surroundings, so as to prevent the Shintu family clan from attacking us without any regard. The Feng Xian elder Tianju was referring to as Matriarch Lin. The name, Lin Feng Xian, had not been used for a very long period of time. Those who had the qualification to call that name in the Lin family were the 3 grand elders only. Matriarch Lin nodded. Amongst all the other big factions present, the Shintu family clan was the only one that left a grand elder outside to receive their people. The other factions had sent in their most powerful elders into the great Empress Mystic Realm so they could obtain more opportunities. With Elder Tianju pinning the Shintu family clan down, there would not be any problems. If they really began fighting, it would definitely be a life and death struggle. Matriarch Lin did not believe that the Shintu family clan would pay such a heavy price just for a junior like Yi Yun. The entrance of the great Empress Mystic Realm flashed with streams of light as one cultivator after another were ejected. Up till now, there was not a single disciple from the Shintu family clan who had appeared. This situation made many of the elders of the Shintu family clan very pleased. Zay, the situation is not bad. I believe Tian'er will scale new heights with this entry into the mystic realm. With the previous experience, he can go even further and obtain more opportunities. A sinister voice sounded out. It was the Thousand-Hand Granny. The Thousand-Hand Granny had not entered the great Empress Mystic Realm either. She looked at Matriarch Lin from far away and she sneered with a face full of mockery when she saw Matriarch Lin's concentrated expression. At this moment, the entrance to the great Empress Mystic Realm flashed and a person wearing the Lin family's clan clothing was ejected. The person's body was covered in blood and his body was mangled. Matriarch Lin's pupils constricted and she appeared beside the Lin family disciple almost at the same moment, protecting him. It was a man in his 20s. His clothes were tattered and his hair disheveled. His chest and abdomen had been penetrated and blood was flowing everywhere. Matriarch Lin clasped the man's wrist and her expression immediately changed. Dead. Momentarily, Matriarch Lin went into a daze. A fresh life, one of the most outstanding people in the Lin family's young generation, had died just like that. Lin Ping is dead? Elder Tianju's voice sank and his expression turned ugly. As a Grand Elder, he was in training most of the time and he seldom dealt with the matters of the Lin family, but he had a rough understanding of the situation of the most outstanding juniors. Lin Ping's talent was not only inferior to Lin Xintong. He was even inferior to Lin Fengyue and Lin Xiaodai as well. However, he had always worked hard. His training was almost to the point of self-mutilating. He had used hard work to barely force himself into being one of the best amongst the Lin family juniors. But even so, he was the last person who obtained a place for the Great Empress Mystic Realm trial. It was unexpected that he had died in the short time span of entering the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Saber wounds, Matriarch Lin said as her voice turned cold. Lin Ping's body was covered with wounds. Some of them were left behind by desolate beast claws, but the fatal ones were those left on his abdomen. They were all saber wounds. What? Upon hearing Matriarch Lin's words, Elder Tianju's anger rose. He thought that Lin Ping was too weak, resulting in him dying in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. He could still accept that, but upon hearing that there were saber wounds, he began to suspect that Lin Ping had been killed by the other family clans. Elder Tianju slowly turned around to look at the Shintu family clan. His eyes were filled with killing intent. The people from the Shintu family clan only sneered. The Thousand-Hand Granny sneered and said eccentrically, "Why? Just because of a fatal saber wound, you are suspecting us?" Who knows if that Lin Ping's strength was so lacking that he could not withstand the difficulty in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, so he was killed by sword and saber puppets. Furthermore, even if he was killed by someone with a saber, how can you be sure that it was done by my Shintu family clan? The Thousand-Hand Granny gave a reckless laugh, as she took pleasure in their misfortune. However, it was unlikely for Lin Ping, who had claw and saber wounds, to face desolate beasts and sword and saber puppets in the same trial. Besides, none of the other youths from the other family clans that were eliminated were in a similar situation. Elder Tianju did not say a word as he silently looked at the Thousand-Hand Granny. The Thousand-Hand Granny's heart sank. She would still fear being stared at by a Grand Elder of the Lin family. Furthermore, Elder Tianju's intent in his eyes made her feel the pressure. And at this moment, a black-robed elder stepped in front of the Thousand-Hand Granny, enduring the pressure emitted by Elder Tianju. This black-robed elder was the Shintu family clan's Grand Elder. He was tall and his body frame was very broad, but he was very thin. He looked like a skeleton dressed in a long robe. With the black-robed elder present, the Thousand-Hand Granny immediately felt the pressure decrease. The thousand-hand granny again recovered her fearless position as she sent a provocative and mocking gaze at Elder Tianju and Matriarch Lin. It was clear what her gaze meant. Even if he was killed by us, what can you do? If you have the ability, come fight us. That bitch. Matriarch Lin was extremely angry. With her personality, it was rare for her to use such words to curse. Elder Tianju's face sank as he ignored the thousand-hand granny. He looked at the broad-framed Shintu elder, Shintu Ju. It looks like your Shintu family clan has decided to declare war on our Lin family? Seeing how Elder Tianju's words were to the point of drawing swords, Shintu Ju only lightly responded, "You don't have to threaten me. From the relic trial, what your Lin family did to my Shintu family clan's elders is sufficient for us to go to war. However, we aren't fighting yet because both you and I are worried that others will take advantage of the situation. But, in the mystic realm, life and death is determined by the heavens. Elder Tianju, you can't be so naive to think that your Lin family disciples and my Shintu family clan disciples will be helping one another to pass the trials together in the mystic realm?" Shintu Ju's voice had a bizarre penetrative power. It did not contain any yuan qi in it, but it caused one's eardrums to resonate, causing slight pain in the ears. Elder Tianju's eyes squinted slightly and shouted out a fine. Anyone could hear the killing intent in his voice. "You are right, there is life and death in the mystic realm. Then I shall see who will have the last laugh amongst my Lin family and your Shintu family clan's disciples." "Ha ha!" Shintu Ju roared with laughter. "I do not know where you get the confidence from. Do you think your Lin family disciples, who are not familiar with the great Empress mystic realm, will be able to stand out with more than 10 other factions in there? Are you basing it on a single Lin Xintong? Her talent may be good, but she is still young, so how can she compare with Tianer?" Shintu Nantian was Shintu Ju's direct descendant, and he was the one he appreciated the most. He did not believe that the young Lin Xintong was able to compete with Shintu Nantian in the mystic realm. If the Lin family disciples were smart, they would give up early. If they were not injured, they would not need to be afraid of being sneaked up upon. In this case, they could leave the great Empress mystic realm safely, without any deaths. However, if they were to try their chances by being reckless, there was a possibility they would all be wiped out. Elder Tianju did not speak. He was also unable to determine how far the juniors could go. It all had to depend on them. There was no meaning to argue further with Shintu Ju and the thousand-hand granny, because they had to concentrate and receive the other Lin family juniors, especially Yi Yun. At this moment, a short fat youth was ejected out of the great Empress mystic realm. This youth's situation was very miserable. He had lost an arm, and as he had lost a lot of blood, the spatial manipulation around him and the forceful power of the god burial abyss was not something he could withstand. He fainted immediately. However, as he fainted, he still grasped his broken arm firmly. "Guar! Guar!" On the Su family's side, a woman suddenly shouted. She seemed to be an immediate family member of the youth, but to use Guar as a name made everyone's face look odd. It felt too endearing for a youth who had such a wretched look to be called Guar. It's now the turn for the 16-plus-year-old group to be eliminated. Zay Zay Zay. I want to congratulate your Lin family in advance for receiving an additional corpse. The thousand-hand granny mocked with her horrible-sounding voice. The 16-plus-year-old group was the group Yi Yun belonged to. The so-called additional corpse was naturally referring to Yi Yun's corpse. The thousand-hand granny knew of Shintu Nanshan's arrangements. In her opinion, apart from having a black heart and having some talent in the desolate heaven technique, Yi Yun was nothing special. As the great Empress mystic realm depended on true ability, his fanciful tricks were useless. As long as Yi Yun was eliminated, he would be killed by the people who were arranged by Shintu Nantian. She was looking forward to Lin Fengxian's expression at that moment. Matriarch Lin did not respond as her face turned sullen. At this moment, one junior after another was ejected by the great Empress mystic realm. These people were mostly 16-plus years old, so it was indeed the youth group's turn. Matriarch Lin was waiting. The Lin family had a total of 416 plus youths. It should be no problem for Lin Fengyue and Lin Xiaodai to pass. As for Lin Yu and Yi Yun, it would be no surprise for them to be eliminated. As time went by, the number of people who were eliminated increased. There were two Shintu family clan disciples amongst them. These two were 17 years old and they were not classified into Yi Yun's group. It was no big deal having two people receive slight injuries. The thousand-hand granny glanced at them and gave an extremely nasty smile. These two people were the two weakest people in the Shintu family clan that came on this Mystic Realm expedition. They were eliminated with light injuries. This result made the thousand-hand granny very satisfied. Compared to the Lin family's corpse, they were in a much better shape. Translator's note: I've begun releasing a new translated novel, I'm really a superstar. Please support it. Chapter 448, Come and get your rewards. After about 7 minutes, a third person from the Shintu family clan was eliminated. She was a 20-plus-year-old female. The thousand-hand granny's face slightly twitched when she saw this girl eliminated. This girl's name was Shintu Inxiang. She had extraordinary martial arts talent since a young age. She was adopted by the Shintu family clan, and her surname was changed to Shintu. As a child, she grew up with Shintu Nantian, and she was destined to become Shintu Nanshan's concubine in the future. Originally, for this expedition to the Mystic Realm, Shintu Inxiang traveled together with Shintu Nantian. She was responsible for protecting and helping him. So the thousand-hand granny had some expectations for Shintu Inxiang, hoping that she could go far together with Shintu Nantian. However, she was unexpectedly eliminated from the outset. This made the thousand-hand granny frown. This girl was usually quite capable, but when she was really needed, she had failed. She was trash in the thousand granny's eyes. How's Tian'er? The thousand-hand granny ignored Shintu Inxiang's injuries and asked about Shintu Nantian first. Inxiang was useless, I was unable to help the young master. Shintu Inxiang hurriedly swallowed a pill as she said with guilt, young master passed the trial perfectly. He surprised everyone. Not only did he take the shortest time, but he was not injured at all. Also, he received the Great Empress Mystic Realms reward, the Empyrean Mark. The Empyrean Mark? Hearing Shintu Inxiang's words, the thousand-hand granny smiled happily. It's understandable for him to receive the Empyrean Mark. It shouldn't be too difficult for Tian'er. How many did he get? 5. I counted them very carefully. Well done. The thousand-hand granny was feeling more and more pleased. She no longer found fault with the future concubine of Shintu Nantian in front of her. If that's the case, then let's forget about your failure. Your abilities are limited, and Tian'er doesn't need your help. In the last Great Empress Mystic Realms trial, Tian'er had obtained quite a number of Empyrean marks. He had received 3 marks in the first trial, but in the end, he only needed a few more to open the Great Empress Vault. But this time, Tian'er received 5 marks in the first trial. It looks like the Great Empress treasures will belong to Tian'er. The thousand-hand granny's voice was very loud as she did not conceal it at all. Many elders from the various factions heard this clearly. They had all seen the Shintu family clan's Jade Scroll, so they knew what the Empyrean Mark meant. They were envious of Shintu Nantian receiving 5 Empyrean marks. That old thing is getting carried away. On the Lin family's side, Matriarch Lin said angrily. She was feeling some regret for not crippling the thousand-hand granny back then. Now, the Shintu family clan were doing well in the trials, while the outlook for them in the trials seemed grim. This made Matriarch Lin feel anger brew in her heart. Sensing Matriarch Lin's gaze, the thousand-hand granny sneered. After the relic trial, she hated the Lin family to the bone. She could not wait to raze the Lin family down to the ground, killing every single one of them. Lin Fengxian, do you think your Lin family will be able to receive the ancient recipe that can heal that little witch girl? What a joke! If 2 to 3 of the 10 juniors from your Lin family can return alive, it would be impressive. Today's expedition into the Great Empress Mystic Realm will be the beginning of the decline of your Lin family. There will be a day when my Shintu family clan will erase your Lin family from the Tian Yuan world. The thousand-hand granny's tone was filled with killing intent, while matriarch Lin's eyes turned cold. The time for the Lin family and the Shintu family clan to come to bloody blows had come. She didn't have a feudal war of words with the thousand-hand granny. She was waiting to receive her Lin family's juniors, so she had to be fully concentrated, so she could prevent the Shintu family clan from sneaking up on them when she saved a person. However, after another 7 to 8 minutes, the spatial fluctuations of the Great Empress Mystic Realm's entrances grew weaker. It had been a while since the juniors who had failed were ejected out of the Mystic Realm. This made Matriarch Lin think. Since she had not seen Lin Yu or Yi Yun, could it be that the both of them had passed? There's no one left. Maybe Yi Yun won't come out. Could it be that only one of our Lin family's juniors was eliminated in the first trial? Only Lin Ping from the Lin family's 10 juniors had been killed. The other 9 were not seen. The thousand-hand granny snorted in response to the Lin family's elders' naive thinking. As the elimination of the Great Empress Mystic Realm had not ended, Yi Yun was bound to be ejected sooner or later. She knew Shintu Nanshan's arrangements very well. She was eager to see the scene of Yi Yun having died a horrible death. However, as time passed, the spatial fluctuations of the Mystic Realm's entrance had gradually calmed down. No one was ejected. The thousand-hand granny's old face also slowly froze. They really passed. Elder Tianju and Matriarch Lin exchanged looks. They were overjoyed deep down. There was nothing much to say about Lin Yu because he was a young elite nurtured by the Lin family, so it was not surprising for him to do well. However, Yi Yun was a youth who came from the backwater east and he had spent a lot of time and energy on a secondary focus, the Desolate Heaven technique. Under such circumstances, he could actually pass the first trial? These results and his talent were simply stunning. Stop dreaming. At this moment, the shrill voice of the thousand-hand granny could be heard again. Do you really think that the remaining 9 people from the Lin family can pass the trial, especially a little bastard like Yi Yun? Let me tell you, there are many ways to die. Some leave corpses, while there are also times when a corpse will not be left behind. For example, after being hacked to bone dust, even if he was ejected by the Great Empress Mystic Realm, it would just be dust that won't catch the eye. Which one amongst you can recognize the little bastard in that form? The thousand-hand granny's words made Matriarch Lin's heart sink. For warriors, it was a simple task to destroy a person's corpse after killing them. She tilted her head slightly and looked at the young cultivators who had been eliminated. These people were all 16 plus in age. Matriarch Lin's memory was very good, so she could remember the few people who had entered the Mystic Realm with Yi Yun. According to the Great Empress Mystic Realm's rules, once they entered, they would be grouped together with cultivators of the same age. These people had to know of Yi Yun's situation. That included the fat youth, who had lost his arm and was addressed as Guor by the woman. At this moment, he had woken up from his comatose state. He happened to hear the fierce exchange of words between Matriarch Lin and the thousand-hand granny. The thousand-hand granny had mentioned Yi Yun in her last few sentences. Because of this, the fatty realized that the reason behind the conflict between the two important figures of the Shintu family clan and the Lin family was not only because of the two families' hatred for each other, it also had a lot to do with Yi Yun. Yi Yun. Thinking of this monster, the little fatty, who was still lying in the arms of the woman, twitched his fat face. That kid was too weird. It was so weird that it caused fear in others. And what made the little fatty fear the most was that he had actually thought of killing Yi Yun before. Thankfully, he had not made a move, or he would probably have said goodbye to his fat body in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. And when he heard the thousand-hand granny say that Yi Yun would definitely be eliminated by the trial, and then be dismembered and hacked into ashes, the fatty blinked his tiny eyes. His expression was extremely odd. As for the others who were in the same group as Yi Yun but were eliminated, they had similar expressions. You reminded me. The thousand-hand granny noticed Matriarch Lin's gaze and then said to those youths who had been eliminated, I know that Tian'er had promised a reward. Now, Tian'er is still in the trials and he hasn't come out. I'll help him hand out the rewards. Who amongst you helped in the process of killing that little bastard Yi Yun? Poking with a knife or stabbing with a sword, any one of those can get a reward from me. As long as it's real, all of you will get it. The thousand-hand granny's voice was husky but loud. With her injecting yuan qi into it, it easily entered everyone's ears. She wanted to use an insolent method like that to trample on Lin Fengxian's face, giving the Lin family a serious setback. However, what surprised the thousand-hand granny was that none of the eliminated youths had come forward to receive their rewards. Instead, they were all looking at her weirdly. Oh? What's the meaning of this? The thousand-hand granny was finding it weird. She had a slight sense of foreboding. It was as if the situation was not as she thought it was. We didn't harm Yi Yun. The fatty was the first to speak. The thousand-hand granny was shocked, as the sense of unease in her heart grew more intense. Matriarch Lin also looked at the little fatty. Sensing Matriarch Lin's gaze, the fatty hurriedly said, Granny, please don't get me wrong. I never had the intention to deal with young Master Yi Yun, nor did I covet any reward. The fatty was fast to make things clear. He was already afraid. He had his arm torn off by the terrifying ancient desolate beast in the short while he was up, and yet Yi Yun had defeated it using one arrow. Although people like Gong Sun Hong thought that Yi Yun had some dog asterisk T luck, and he happened to hit the ancient desolate beast's weakness, this fatty did not have similar thoughts. Yi Yun was too odd. He did not wish to be remembered as the fatty who wanted to kill him to obtain rewards when Yi Yun matured one day. Hence, he used this occasion to make his stance clear. He had even changed his salutation to young Master Yi Yun, which made it even clearer. Matriarch Lin naturally noticed the fatty's fear in his words. She was curious and asked, what happened to Yi Yun? He perfectly passed. Not only was he not injured, he even killed the ancient desolate beast guardian. And because of this, the great Empress Mystic Realm rewarded him with the Empyrean mark. The fatty was feeling a bit helpless. He had done so badly with his arm being torn off, so he naturally felt uncomfortable speaking of Yi Yun's achievements. Empyrean mark. Matriarch Lin's eyes lit up. It was a great pleasant surprise. She thought that it would be very impressive for Yi Yun to pass. She never expected that he would obtain the Empyrean mark. Yi Yun received the Empyrean mark? Elder Tianju also spoke. As the Lin family's grand elder, he would not have paid much attention to a genius who had obtained the Empyrean mark, but for a person who could obtain the Empyrean mark in martial arts and had exceptional desolate heaven technique talent at the same time, it was something that would move him. Yes, and he received quite a number. The fatty's expression was bitter as he spoke. How many? Matriarch Lin asked hurriedly. The fatty scratched his head and said uncertainly, it was like, more than 30. How? How many? Matriarch Lin was completely shocked. Even Elder Tianju was completely petrified from the shock. They could not believe their ears. Translator's note: I've begun releasing a new translated novel, I'm really a superstar. Please support it. Chapter 449, God Advent Tower. More than 30. The thousand-hand granny yelled, nearly biting her own tongue. People looked at each other, feeling a bit dazed. The Empyrean marks were especially precious. It would be impressive for a person to obtain 2-3 marks. Amongst the different factions, their juniors had also obtained Empyrean marks, but they had less than a handful. Yet this damn fatty said that Yi Yun received more than 30 marks, Did he think Empyrean marks were freely sold on the streets? Especially those who had entered the mystic realm but were eliminated, failing the first round. When the fatty said that Yun obtained Empyrean marks as easy as picking them up, how could they accept it? Little fat bastard, what nonsense are you spouting? Damn fatty, have you woken up? Many family clans' younger generation were indignant as they scolded him. The scolding from these people came from all directions. The little fatty was initially a bit taken aback after being questioned by so many people, but then he got angry. He did not mind people calling him little fatty, but he hated people calling him little, fat bastard or damn fatty. Little fatty felt angry and immediately shouted his curses, "You bunch of trash, do you think others are like you just because you can't do it?" Yun obtained more than 30 Empyrean marks, I saw it with my own eyes. The little fatty was willing to jump out because he knew that those who had been eliminated in the first round were all weak trash. He was not afraid to offend them, as not one of them were stronger than the others. Those who were scolded by the little fatty who had lost his arm, immediately were like cats who had their tails stepped on when they heard him call them trash. They had already felt a blow to their self-esteem after being the first to be eliminated, so they were extremely furious. Just as the argument was about to begin, a person beside the little fatty, another large faction elite who had been eliminated with him, stood forward. A girl said, "It was 36. I counted very carefully. There was no mistake." The girl said inside, as if she was sighing over the difference between her and Yun. Following that, a few youths also confirmed it. There were in total 8 youths, all from different family clans and factions. Now, with all of them giving the affirmation, these elites could not have collectively counted wrongly. Besides, there was no meaning for them to gang up to play a joke on the masses. As such, Yun had really obtained 36 Empyrean marks. Upon realizing this, everyone fell into a daze. All of them looked like they had seen a ghost, especially the people from the Shintu family clan. Their faces were the ugliest. Is that possible? The thousand-hand granny's face was distorted. Her sparse white hair stood up, and with her stiff skinny body she looked like a tombstone with overgrown grass sticking out. She had previously patted herself on the back when she found out that Shintu Nantian had obtained 5 Empyrean marks, and she was also overjoyed over the chance to see the terrible state of Yun's corpse. However, in a blink of an eye, reality had given her a heavy blow. Her old face had been smacked to pieces. Yun was not dead, and his results had trumped everyone. What was originally not a bad result from Shintu Nantian was not even in the singles digit of Yun's number. Her intestines were all twisted together as she grit her yellow teeth. Impossible. There must be a reason. This kid can't have such talent. He must have used a loophole. The thousand-hand granny was very sure. Even the people from the Lin family were amazed by this, not to mention the elders from the Shintu family clan. Shintu Nantian represented the standard of a top genius in the Tian Yuan world, so if Yun's talent was similar to his, they might have become shocked, but could still accept it. However, it seemed impossible that Yun could leave such a huge gap between them. Junior. Tell me. How did Yun pass the first trial? The person who spoke was the Shintu family's grand elder Shintu Ju. He was like a skeleton draped with a layer of skin and his face was gloomy. No one could tell what he was thinking. Shintu Ju's words contained his will and seemed to have some magical power to it. It made the youth who heard his voice answer him obediently, "Senior, the matter was like this. The first trial we encountered was to pass a bridge guarded by an ancient desolate beast. The others only dodged the ancient desolate beast's attacks, but Yun found the ancient desolate beast's weakness and killed it in one hit." He found its weakness? People were stunned. Yun alone found the weakness? The person who spoke was an internal elder of the Li Fire sect. He stared at the youth who spoke, for he felt discomfort in his heart. He knew that the number 1 person of the last 3 years in his sect, Gong Sun Hong, was grouped together with Yun. His trial was of similar difficulty as Yi Yun's. However, Yi Yun managed to find its weakness, yet Gongsun Hong did not? Yes, young Master Hong said that Yi Yun's luck was good. It was by luck. The youth said truthfully. By luck? As it was not seen with their own eyes, it was hard for them to tell if it was really by luck. However, it was true that Yi Yun was extraordinary. After all, this mystic realm was created by the ancient great empress, so it could not have such big flaws. So that is how it is. The thousand-hand granny's expression turned sinister as she spoke hatefully. That little bastard's eyes can see through energy. He must have used it to find the ancient desolate beast's weakness. The fact that Yi Yun had energy eyes was not something many of people present knew. So when she said this, people were astonished. This little bastard is best at being sneaky. To think that he really managed to find a loophole. However, that would be all. The great Empress Mystic Realm will not have loopholes for him to exploit all the way. After all the failures had been transported out of the great Empress Mystic Realm, a huge pillar of light fell from the boundless sky in front of Yi Yun, Gongsun Hong and company. This pillar of light was like a divine sword. It had split the endless white plains into two. People were alarmed. They saw the white endless plains slowly separating from each other as if a large stage curtain was being pulled apart. And behind the curtain was another completely different world. Seeing this world, be it Yi Yun, Gongsun Hong, Lin Xiaodai, or Lin Yu, all of the young elites were stunned. This world looked like a ruin, it was immense, and above the land were countless numbers of wreckages. There were broken buildings, bones of dead desolate beasts. There were also fragments of magical weapons and armor. All the wreckage was swept up by an unknown force, gathering into a terrifying storm. And in the core of the debris storm, there was a faint black tower that pierced towards the sky. It was a great distance away from where Yi Yun and company stood. This tall tower looked like a divine pillar that held the heavens up. It was vast, ancient, and exuded an infinitely powerful aura. And the place where Yi Yun and company stood was thousands of meters up in the sky. They stood in a gap that seemed to be like a tiny window high up in the sky. Through this tiny window, they could see the vast and mysterious world. And what made their heart palpitate was the 12 one-foot-wide bridges right in front of the tiny window. They stretched out into the sky, to the limits of one's vision, disappearing inside the vast debris storm. These bridges had no support. They were like rainbows stretching across the sky. Far into the distance, where the fierce storm was brewing, the bridges were also shaking due to the storm, as if they would break at any time. Seeing this scene, people were amazed. The visual impact of this scene was too great. Gongsun Hong's expression was dignified as he said solemnly, "I guess that this leads all the way to the faraway tower." Gongsun Hong's words made everyone look at each other. The bridges were too narrow. And they were suspended amidst that strange storm. It could not be seen well, nor could their perception probe it. As for the tall tower in the horizon, it was too far away. As such, these bridges were probably much longer than they imagined. At this moment, the cold voice of the great Empress Mystic Realm sounded out in everyone's ears, "Step onto the bridge to reach the God Advent Tower and open the second level's trial." God Advent Tower? That black tower's name is the God Advent Tower? Gongsun Hong squinted his eyes and looked at the black tower in the horizon. God Advent. A tower where gods appeared. What would the tower have inside of it to have such a name? Although passing the bridge was not the second trial, but seeing the horrifying storm in the distance, it was probably not going to be an easy task. If they slipped off the bridge, something horrible might even happen. As for using their own strength or magical items to help them fly, it seemed impossible. All the elites present could faintly feel a powerful force field in this mysterious world. It was a force that was distorting space itself. Chapter 450, 12 Bridges. There are 12 bridges here. Everyone choose one and go. Gong Sun Hong said. He then leaped up and, like a brisk swallow, floated about 100 feet out before steadily landing on one of the bridges in the middle. He looked back at everyone, his gaze momentarily stopping on Iyun. It is your turn now. Iyun clearly felt the warring spirit in Gong Sun Hong's eyes. Iyun could understand Gong Sun Hong's thoughts. He was a proud person, so he could not accept that he had been completely overshadowed in the first trial. Besides, Gong Sun Hong believed he was the strongest person in the group. Gong Sun Hong was indignant having lost to Iyun, who had used trickery. He wanted to win the number 1 place back. Let us go on up. The young cultivators leaped onto the bridges. Some were full of confidence, while others were very careful. Iyun was also one of them. When Iyun landed on the bridge, he could feel many gazes landing on him. Clearly, Iyun's performance in the first round had attracted too much attention. Although people no longer thought that Iyun would be easily eliminated, no one believed that he would achieve any more amazing results. Iyun was unaffected by this hostility because they could not attack him inside the Great Empress Mystic Realm. On the bridge, the strong winds blew. Gong Sun Hong was in the lead. He was using sweeping figure sword steps, so 3 of his afterimages were in front of him, paving the way. More than 100 sword chi beams were flying around. These sword chi cut through the wind, reducing the pressure on Gong Sun Hong. This resulted in him being able to proceed easily without needing to spend much effort. This scene made many people secretly horrified. Even Iyun felt that Gong Sun Hong's abilities were indeed exceptional. And Gong Sun Hong was older than Iyun by a bit. If Iyun really fought Gong Sun Hong, he was not sure who would win, as there was no way of estimating. He had several hidden killer moves, but Gong Sun Hong, who was the best amongst the internal disciples of the Li Fire sect, probably had quite a number of killer moves as well. Ah! At this moment, there was a shrill scream. The storm in front of them exploded and a 2-meter-long black shadow charged from the storm, heading straight towards Gong Sun Hong, who was leading the way. This black shadow suffused a metallic sheen. It looked like a wolf, but there was a pair of metallic wings on its back, allowing it to fly freely in the storm. Metallic desolate beast. Gong Sun Hong was alarmed, but he was strong and he had fast reactions. While he shrank backwards, 3 sword chi beams whistled forward. Shie! 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 The sword chi cut the metallic desolate beast at its 4 limbs, and soon it was torn apart. Pang! The corpse of the metallic desolate beast exploded. Gong Sun Hong gave a sigh of relief. If his reactions were not fast, the metallic desolate beast would have succeeded in its attack. The results would have been disastrous. The metallic desolate beast's speed may be fast, but its defenses were inadequate. As long as one dodged its attack, it was not difficult killing it. Gong Sun Hong was secretly rejoicing. At this moment, a light dot separated from the remnants of the metallic desolate beast, landing on Gong Sun Hong's arm. Gong Sun Hong only felt a prick on his arm. The light dot entered his skin and became a tiny pattern, like a tattoo. Oh! This is... Gong Sun Hong was slightly surprised. What was this? Everyone's eyes landed on Gong Sun Hong's arm. The Shintu family clan's youth pondered for a while before saying, "Young Master Hong, this tattoo looks like a small portion of an Empyrean mark." The Shintu youth's words reminded Gong Sun Hong. He compared the tattoo with an Empyrean mark on his arm, and indeed, he noticed some similar patterns on the Empyrean mark. Gong Sun Hong was overjoyed. This could mean that killing every metallic desolate beast would reward him with a tiny portion of the mark. These portions would slowly form a full Empyrean mark. Then if this went on, as long as he killed enough desolate beasts, he could obtain a new Empyrean mark. It seemed like there were plenty of opportunities to earn Empyrean marks in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Upon thinking of this, Gong Sun Hong glanced at Iyun. Iyun had only 36 Empyrean marks, so Gong Sun Hong felt he could catch up with Iyun eventually. So this bridge actually is also an opportunity. I wonder how many desolate beasts needed to be killed in order to obtain an Empyrean mark. From the size of the small tattoo, it probably needs tens of desolate beasts to form one. The elites present quickly made their analysis. It was clear that the further one was in front, the easier it was to fight a desolate beast. This also meant more Empyrean marks. But it was also more dangerous. If one was careless, it was possible that they could fall off the bridge. It was definitely not a simple task to kill enough desolate beasts to form one Empyrean mark. There are so many martial geniuses in the Tian Yuan world. If I don't fight for it, I will vanish amongst the crowd. I have risked it. A youth from a large family clan jumped forward and chased after Gongsun Hong. I have the same thoughts as well. The Shintu family clan's youth chuckled and charged forward as well. Behind him, Lin Xiaodai and Lin Fengyue also kept up. Even Lin Yu wanted to give it a try. Yi Yun, are you going forward? Lin Xiaodai looked at Yi Yun. Yi Yun smiled and said, I'll be watching first. Just now, when the metallic desolate beast charged at Gongsun Hong, Yi Yun had instantly turned his energy vision on. He had probed the body structure of the metallic desolate beast. It was not a real desolate beast, it was a metal puppet. It was made of metal whose shape was changed by the ancient Great Empress using arrays and energies. Its body had an extremely small energy crystal core. It could not be compared to the ancient relic that resided in the huge desolate beast from before. Besides, Yi Yun had discovered that the metallic puppets did not have any weakness. One had to use absolute power to kill them. As such, Yi Yun could no longer resort to trickery. So he decided to observe first. The Great Empress Mystic Realm considers every aspect. It can't just test one's judgment. Although I have the purple crystal, I cannot always rely on it to find weaknesses to obtain the core heritage of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Yi Yun secretly thought. Although he had perfectly completed the first trial, he was still very serious about the situations he encountered in the future. He could not be reckless. He had to carefully analyze the situation so as to find a path to the Great Empress Vault amidst the Great Empress Mystic Realm that was fraught with danger. With this thought in mind, Yi Yun's speed naturally slowed down. In contrast, many young elites had charged forward, including Lin Yu. Yi Yun, you won't always have good luck. Seeing Yi Yun not intending to rush forward, Lin Yu gave a scornful laugh. He then plunged into the debris storm. Yi Yun looked at Lin Yu's back without any expression. What sort of figure was the ancient Great Empress? One had to pay a sufficient price in order to obtain great rewards in the mystic realm she created. It was definitely not a place filled with easy benefits for the picking. Gongsun Hong was extremely powerful. He was rushing at the front and he had unsheathed his sword. He was fully using his sweeping figure sword steps, so there were 36 sword chi avatars in front of him. Every place the avatars passed, the sword chi flashed past. Pang! Gongsun Hong's sword chi hit another metallic desolate beast and it was torn apart. After the metallic desolate beast died, it formed an energy tattoo that engraved itself on Gongsun Hong's arm. Gongsun Hong took a deep breath. He no longer had any joy in his eyes. Compared to the complete Empyrean mark, the two tattoos he had earned so far combined were far from it. This way, to form a complete Empyrean mark, he had to kill about 30 to 40 metallic desolate beasts. This would consume large amounts of Yuan Qi, and when he was exhausted, he probably would not even be able to form two Empyrean marks. This could not work. Gongsun Hong was considered to be in a better state. Behind Gongsun Hong, there were people already struggling to move forward. Resisting the storm was not easy, so fighting the metallic desolate beasts in the storm was even more difficult. If they were not careful, they would fall off the bridge. Wah! 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 The storm roared and it became even more intense. People were already approaching the core of the storm. More and more desolate beasts arrived here. Roar! A beast roar sounded out like thunder. A bridge on one side vibrated violently, as if it was going to completely tear apart. On this bridge, a youth cried out as his body was hit by a tremendous force. That is, the pupils of people constricted. They saw a huge eagle, that was more than 100 feet in length, flap its wings, sending the youth flying. The eagle's wings were as sharp as knives. The youth's body was covered in blood, dyeing the sky red. It was shocking. Ah! The youth screamed, but his body was caught in the turmoil of the storm. He was like a kite that had its string cut off. His voice was shredded by the storm as it became staccato. He's dead? People looked at each other. They did not know what the youth's outcome would be, but they felt a chill. And at this moment, the huge eagle no longer attacked anyone else after sending the youth flying. It flapped its wings and flew off. Terrifying. People secretly gave a sigh of relief. They were still shocked out of their wits. A desolate beast of that grade was not something they could handle. In the area around the core of the storm, there were not only desolate beasts like the metallic wolves. There were many types of desolate beasts, with varying sizes and strength. Some desolate beasts would not take the initiative to attack the youths. But if one was to accidentally provoke them, then the outcome would be like that youth killed by the eagle. When we attack the desolate beasts in the storm, not only do we need to withstand the pressure from the storm, we still need to distinguish which desolate beasts we can't defeat in such a chaotic environment. If we attacked indiscriminately, there is possibility of death. Many of the youths had ugly expressions. Such a trial was too difficult. It was a simultaneous test of strength, insight, reaction, and stamina. What made people most speechless was that according to what the great Empress Mystic Realm said, this was not even a trial. This was just a passage from the first trial to the second trial. A passage itself was already so difficult. Many people looked at the Empyrean marks on their arms that were not even a fifth done and they had the mind to retreat. It was very difficult to obtain even a single Empyrean mark in the great Empress Mystic Realm. The thoughts they had before were too naive. Chapter 451, Tell me what this is. The youth that fell off the bridge had long disappeared into the storm. No one knew what his fate was. Would he be transported out of the great Empress Mystic Realm? Or would he just die like that? The younger the person was, the more they feared death. A youth retreated cowardly. He said with a pale face, "Forget it, I'll just cross the bridge steadily. At least, I will be able to see what's inside the God Advent Tower." With one person taking the lead, more people began retreating. They could ensure their safety if they stayed behind and not attack the beasts. As such, the pressure would be borne by Gongsun Han and company. Many young elites believed that there would be even more opportunities in the God Advent Tower. The Empyrean marks obtained from the storm were of little value. Not only could they get only a few, they were also difficult to obtain. Lin Yu was one of the people who retreated. Lin Yu was at least self-aware. He did not dare compete with Gongsun Han, for he would be courting death if he went in front. Returning back to his original position, he noticed that Yi Yun was still slowly walking behind everyone else. From the beginning to the end, Yi Yun had not gone to the front. The killing was intense at the front, but he looked like he was not involved with it. There was a pleasant and relaxed look on his face. This made Lin Yu's mouth twitch hard. This kid. Others were breaking their necks fighting, but here he was, appearing like he was sightseeing. Lin Yu thought that he could show his strength this time and overshadow Yi Yun, but he ended up with a figurative black eye. Not only did he obtain anything, he had ridiculed himself. This made Lin Yu so mad that his intestines began to twist. Why was he so unlucky? Yi Yun was not overtly concerned with Lin Yu's thoughts. He may look relaxed, but he was constantly observing his environment. In the storm, Yi Yun had his energy vision which allowed him to look even farther. At this moment, in front of the group, there was only a few people left. They included Gongsun Han, Lin Xiaodai, etc. Even the beast control sex youth, who carried a bag on his back, had retreated. He was confident in his strength, but he had suffered too many injuries in the first trial. In the Great Empress Mystic Realm, the people who passed any trial would be healed by the Great Empress Mystic Realm's energy. However, the healing effects were limited. Only a small portion of the injuries would be healed, so having too many injuries would leave them with no choice. It's also good that that bunch of trash have retreated. Panther Lady licked her nails and hissed. As such, she could have more opportunities to kill desolate beasts, obtaining the Empyrean mark. With them retreating, how many can you get? Gongsun Han said lightly. Panther Lady was shocked and she was left speechless. I am not proving my strength by walking out in front, I'm doing it for the real benefits. However, these rewards are too little. Gongsun Han said this and carried on with his sword out. Amongst the whole group, Gongsun Han had killed the most number of desolate beasts. But even so, the Empyrean mark on Gongsun Han's arm was only about 70% formed. After killing so many desolate beasts and consuming so much yuan qi, he had gathered less than one Empyrean mark. It was too little. Low-grade desolate beasts give a really small reward. Gongsun Han squinted his eyes and looked at the blurry figures of the desolate beasts in the storm. The desolate beasts he killed were mostly the metallic wolves with wings. Those low-grade desolate beasts were easy to kill, but the amount they contributed to forming the Empyrean mark was pathetic. If this carries on, I'll probably only form 2 complete Empyrean marks when I reach the God Advent Tower. It's meaningless. If I can kill a high-grade desolate beast, for example, the huge eagle that attacked the youth from before. Gongsun Han was not satisfied with the turtle speed pace of accumulation. He wanted to take a risk. The huge eagle desolate beast was extremely strong. If he could kill one, he could probably obtain a few Empyrean marks as a reward. But, could he kill such an existence? Gongsun Han did not have any confidence. The difficulty of the Great Empress Mystic Realm was too high. In front of the ancient Great Empress, many of the peerless geniuses of the Tian Yuan world were considered ordinary people. Gongsun Han did not know if the huge eagle had any weaknesses. Even if it had one, he did not know where it was. He did not expect himself to be as lucky as Yi Yun. Luck. Humph. Gongsun Han turned around and glanced at Yi Yun. His eyes flashed cold. The Great Empress Mystic Realm was too unfair. Yi Yun was so timid, and yet, he had obtained 36 Empyrean marks as a reward. However, after Gongsun Han had desperately killed so many, he had only obtained about 1.5 Empyrean marks. It was a heaven and earth difference. This did not make any sense. As Gongsun Han was thinking, he heard a dull growl in the storm. He was surprised and focused his gaze in the direction of the growl. In the storm, there was a fuzzy shadow. The shadow slowly drew closer, allowing Gongsun Han to see it clearly. It was about 70 to 80 feet high and it looked like a huge tiger. Its body was covered with countless numbers of lightning bolts. Its fangs were as long as lances and its claws were extremely sharp. They reflected cold beams. Oh! It's the ancient desolate beast we encountered in the first trial. Gongsun Han's eyes lit up. This desolate beast was identical to the ancient desolate beast Yi Yun killed from before. It was only slightly smaller in size. It was apparent that there were many desolate beasts of every type in the Great Empress Mystic Realm. They were distributed at different points. There was no doubt that this ancient desolate beast's strength was many times stronger than the metallic wolves. They were not on the same level at all. If the ancient desolate beast was killed, there would definitely be an amazing reward. It could perhaps compare with what Yi Yun had received. Upon thinking this, Gongsun Han felt his heart palpitate. The most important thing was that he already knew where the weakness of the ancient desolate beast was. It was its mouth. Oh! It's the desolate beast guardian from the first trial. On the bridge, some of the young elites also discovered the huge tiger and shouted out. However, they were far behind Gong Sun Hong, and they had discovered the desolate beast later than Gong Sun Hong. When they noticed it, Gong Sun Hong had already exploded his Yuan Qi, in preparation to attack it. Finally, I can obtain a large reward. The heavens are really helping me. Gong Sun Hong gave a long laugh. After being repressed for so long, he had finally had a reversal in luck. The desolate beast guardian in front of him was already in the bag. Since he knew where the ancient desolate beast's weakness was, he had nothing to be afraid of. Even Yi Yun could kill it in one strike, let alone him? Sha! His long sword stabbed out, cutting through the storm, emitting a jarring sharp shriek. Behind Gong Sun Hong, many people had already seen what was happening. They were extremely jealous, especially the elites like Panther Lady. They were all confident that they could instantly kill the ancient desolate beast. But due to the great distance and their slow reaction, it was already too late for them to vie for it with Gong Sun Hong. He got it. Panther Lady said indignantly, but at this moment, Gong Sun Hong's sword had already stabbed his sword towards the ancient desolate beast. The ancient desolate beast was angered by Gong Sun Hong. It roared as it opened its mouth to bite Gong Sun Hong. I was waiting for this opportunity. Gong Sun Hong was overjoyed. He had purposely attacked the ancient desolate beast's head so the ancient desolate beast would open its mouth to bite him. By doing so, its weakness would be exposed. Gong Sun Hong screamed loudly and a bright red light appeared on his sword. As a genius of the Li Fire sect, he was most proficient in the fire elemental laws. Piercing Inferno. Although he was confident, Gong Sun Hong did not hold back. He used a killer move that he seldom used. Gong Sun Hong's Yuan Qi was gathered on the tip of his sword. The sword Qi and the flames roared, forming a thin inferno sword beam about the thickness of a pinky finger. This was the appearance of highly condensed fire elemental Yuan Qi. This straight sword Qi flew directly into the ancient desolate beast's mouth. Die! Gong Sun Hong's face lit up. His inferno sword Qi had successfully entered the ancient desolate beast's mouth. Boom! An immense explosion rang out, as flames stirred in the storm. A sea of flames emerged in front Gong Sun Hong. For such a thin sword Qi to produce such a earth-shattering scene when it exploded made the surrounding people secretly horrified. Gong Sun Hong's offensive power was too strong. This terrifying inferno attack was not something any one of them could resist. He managed to kill an ancient desolate beast. The award he receives will probably be the same amount as Yi Yun's. Such a pity. If I was walking in front at that moment, it would have been great. But even if I was walking in front, I would not have been able to vie with Gong Sun Hong. Such thoughts flashed across the people's minds. However, before they could say anything, their expressions were suddenly frozen. They looked disbelievingly at the inferno storm in front of them. The storm had been pushed aside by a certain energy, while a claw surrounded by lightning bolts swiped down. The speed of the claw was too fast. As it was concealed by the inferno storm, it had suddenly appeared, causing people to fail to react in time. What? Seeing the huge claw attacking him, Gong Sun Hong's expression greatly changed. The ancient desolate beast that he thought he had killed had launched a deadly attack at him without any warning. It was as if the sword attack from before had not managed to hurt it at all. How could this be possible? Ah! Gong Sun Hong let out a cry as he retreated as fast as he could. At the same time, he used his sweeping figure sword steps. However, he had used his movement technique only after he saw the ancient desolate beast attack, so he had already lost the upper hand. Sha! A blade-like claw swiped across Gong Sun Hong's chest. The Yuan Qi force wind set off by the claw tore through Gong Sun Hong's protective Yuan Qi like paper. Following that, the wind force broke through Gongsun Hong's flesh without any impedance. His chest was lacerated and 7 or 8 ribs were broken. Even his right lung had been cut open. Blood sprayed out like water. The powerful blow had sent his body flying backwards. Why? Gongsun Hong's face was pale. His face was full of disbelief. Both he and Yi Yun had attacked the ancient desolate beast's mouth. Yi Yun had killed the desolate beast, but he ended up with this outcome? Can anyone tell me why? Gongsun Hong's mouth was covered in blood. He was screaming in his heart. And not far from Gongsun Hong, people were stunned seeing this scene. Their mouths gaped and did not close for a long time. What the hell happened? Chapter 452, Withdrawing Fuel from a Boiling Cauldron. People never expected that Gongsun Hong would be heavily injured by the ancient desolate beast's claw attack. They thought that Gongsun Hong would receive plenty of rewards after easily killing the ancient desolate beast. Panther Lady, who was jealous of Gongsun Hong for striking first, had now turned pale. She did not know what to do. She was glad that she had not attacked, because her outcome would probably be worse than Gongsun Hong's. Realizing this, many of them subconsciously glanced over at Yi Yun. At this moment, Yi Yun was dawdling right at the back of the group. He was 100 feet behind Ling Yu and company, who were already lining at the back. He did not look like he was in the great Empress Mystic realm to compete for opportunities, but rather here to mess around. However, even so, Yi Yun began to appear mysterious in the eyes of many of them. They originally believed that Yi Yun managed to kill the ancient desolate beast out of luck, but now, with Gongsun Hong attempting the same thing with disastrous effects, people were shocked. They did not know what sort of method Yi Yun had used to kill the ancient desolate beast. Senior Brother Hong. Seeing that Gongsun Hong was about to fall off the bridge and into the vast storm, a youth dressed in a flaming robe took out a rope-like magical item from his interspatial ring. He wanted to throw the magical item at Gongsun Hong to save him. However, at this moment, the ancient desolate beast roared and carried on charging straight at Gongsun Hong. It extended its sharp claws and, with purple lightning bolts surrounding it, grabbed at Gongsun Hong's head. Its move made the flaming robe youth's face turn white. He did not dare make a rescue. He was not sure if he too would end up incurring the wrath of the ancient desolate beast by trying to save Gongsun Hong. If he was attacked as well, then he would only end up dying with Gongsun Hong. Gongsun Hong was just a fellow disciple. How could Gongsun Hong's life be more important than his? Ka-cha! The lightning flashed and the serpent-like, purple bolts seemed to stick close to Gongsun Hong's face. The ancient desolate beast was overwhelming. Its immense pressure caused people to retreat. Amongst the people retreating was Yi Yun. Although he was already at a sufficient distance, his retreating speed was much faster than anyone else. This made many of them speechless. What the heck was this kid doing here? Actually, when Yi Yun retreated, his hand was already pressing on his interspatial ring. His mental energies had locked onto the Tai Tsang Bao. He could attack at any time, but didn't the fun just begin? How could Yi Yun save a person like Gongsun Hong who was thinking of taking his life? It was already not bad that he did not kick Gongsun Hong while he was down. Of course, this was also because of the rules of the Great Empress Mystic Realm, which prevented Yi Yun from attacking Gongsun Hong. If that wasn't the case, and if Yi Yun wanted to be evil, he did not even know his bottom line. Having suffered a heavy blow, Gongsun Hong's eyes flashed fiercely. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of blood essence. As his blood essence burned, a strange fog appeared on Gongsun Hong's face. It looked a bit sinister. Ha! Gongsun Hong shouted as his bones began to emit crackling sounds. His chest, which was heavily injured, was slowly beginning to heal due to a strange energy. Accompanying that was the squirming of Gongsun Hong's muscles. The veins on his forehead also began to bulge out one by one. Oh? He still has something up his sleeve? Yi Yun was shocked. He thought that Gongsun Han would definitely be eliminated. He never expected that, even when Gongsun Han was at the end of the rope, he could still use such a mystic technique to temporarily restore his battle power. People from many of the large sects had mystic techniques as an insurance. These mystic techniques were mostly demonic cultivation techniques, so they caused significant damage to one's body. However, who would care about that in a life-threatening situation? Phew! Gongsun Han reached out with his hand as a thick flame whip was thrown out from the middle of his palm, wrapping tightly onto a bridge. The flame whip became taut like a rope. From the fact that Gongsun Han was already able to control flames well enough to condense them physical items, it clearly showed how deep his insight into the fire elemental laws was. The power of the fire elemental laws abruptly stopped Gongsun Han's body from falling further down. And at this moment, the ancient desolate beast lunged forward. Gongsun Han's pupils constricted, burning his life energy, and using a mystic technique, he grit his teeth and used the sweeping figure sword steps. Phew 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 phew. More than 10 Gongsun Han sword chi avatars appeared. These sword chi avatars were torn apart by the ancient desolate beast with a claw attack, causing a burst of yuan chi. However, at this moment, Gongsun Han pulled on the flame rope, causing it to rapidly shorten. Gongsun Han's body shot up like an arrow. As he resisted the terrifying storm around him, he flew towards a bridge. The target area he flew towards was the far end of the group. It was close to where Yi Yun was. This direction included Yi Yun, Lin Yu, and 4 other cultivators. Other than Yi Yun, they were all relatively weak. F***K. Lin Yu cursed vulgarities. Clearly, Gongsun Han was thinking of diverting the danger. At this moment, a saber had already appeared in Yi Yun's hand. This saber was completely red in color. There was a lifelike ghost head engraved onto the saber's handle which looked extremely evil. This was the treasured saber Yi Yun had obtained when he robbed the 1,000-hand granny, Blood Red Lotus. Yi Yun's handled matters quickly. Aiming at Gongsun Han's flame rope, he cleaved down with his saber without any hesitation. Momentarily, a faint bloodlight flashed and murderous intent surged. This was the blood chi the Blood Red Lotus had naturally. It would emerge automatically even without Yi Yun stimulating it. At this moment, Yi Yun was worried about the Great Empress Mystic Realm's rules. However, if he was just cutting Gongsun Han's rope, but not attacking Gongsun Han's actual body, this should probably not be a violation of the no-killing rules, right? Gongsun Han's eyes turned blood red. He looked at Yi Yun full of murderous intent. Although Gongsun Han's body was still flying upwards due to inertia, he still needed to withstand the terrifying storm under the bridge. Once Yi Yun severed the rope, he would have nowhere to act his force on, which would result in his body dropping backwards again. However, why would Yi Yun care about Gongsun Han? He slashed cleanly with his saber. Get lost! Cha! The flame rope broke with a snapping sound. The long rope was like a broken bowstring. With the sound-breaking boom, it rebounded back at Gongsun Han. Gongsun Han's eyes seemed to be exploding. The flame whip was originally sent by him, so of course it could not hurt him. With a wave of a hand, he absorbed the flame energy, but at the same time, his body was pulled by the storm. His speed reduced and he dropped downwards once again. And at this moment, the ancient desolate beast had already realized that it had been fooled by the sword chi avatars. It chased after Gongsun Han with even greater rage. Gongsun Han was facing imminent danger, and with Yi Yun withdrawing fuel from a boiling cauldron, he no longer had any methods left but to bite his own tongue and burn a mouthful of blood essence once again. He forcefully gathered Yuan Qi and forced out the mystic technique for a second time. He had already hurt his core vitality, but he could not care less. Phew 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 phew. 4 flaming whips were shot out by Gongsun Han. They locked onto a bridge. But this time, Gongsun Han avoided the bridge Yi Yun was on. However, he still chose a direction where there were people lining at the back. So, Gong Sun Hong rapidly shot up and flew towards a bridge. Yi Yun was slightly stunned. Gong Sun Hong had suddenly shot out so many flame whips, so it was impossible to cut all of them. In a split second, Gong Sun Hong had landed on the bridge. He gave Yi Yun a murderous glance. And with his body moving, a light beam covered his body, and the next moment, he had completely disappeared. Ha! They were all suddenly stunned. Gong Sun Hong suddenly disappeared into thin air. Was this invisibility? Illusion techniques? Yi Yun knew. Gong Sun Hong may have disappeared, but in his energy vision, Yi Yun could still see Gong Sun Hong clearly. This illusion technique was not related to fire elemental laws. Gong Sun Hong had several hidden techniques. As a top under 18 disciple in the Li Fire sect, Gong Sun Hong was indeed very powerful. Even in such a situation, he could still survive. Roar! A deafening roar sounded. The ancient desolate beast followed Gong Sun Hong and leaped onto the bridge. Its huge body could fill 12 of the bridges placed side by side, so the huge impact caused the bridge to violently shake, causing the elites present to not be able to stand steadily. Their expressions changed. In the first trial, they had not received any interference, yet it was still extremely dangerous to face the ancient desolate beast. Now, however, in the terrifying storm, with their strength restricted, they had no way of escaping when facing this ancient desolate beast. Chapter 453, A Familiar Scene. Where did Gong Sun Hong go? Many of the cultivators were alarmed. In this situation, Gong Sun Hong had used an illusion technique to disappear in front of everyone's eyes. And the ancient desolate beast had also lost sight of Gong Sun Hong. Although the ancient desolate beast was strong, its perception, reaction, speed and other factors were largely limited. For example, now, Yi Yun could see Gong Sun Hong clearly, but the ancient desolate beast could not find Gong Sun Hong. As such, it also lost its target. Yi Yun was not in the least surprised about this. When the ancient Great Empress created this ancient desolate beast, she had limited a lot of its abilities. If she had placed a desolate beast that was flawless in every aspect as a guardian for the first trial, then probably no cultivator would be able to pass it. When the ancient desolate beast could not find Gong Sun Hong, its gaze switched to other cultivators. And that included Yi Yun. The ancient desolate beast growled as it slowly approached. In the middle of its forehead, its third eye had already opened. There were purple lightning bolts surrounding this eye. The blazing divine light hurt the eyes of the cultivators. Pressure. People held their breaths. No one dared to breath out as they were afraid that any extraneous move would cause them to become the next target of the ancient desolate beast. On the bridge in the storm, most would be given a death sentence if they were targeted by the ancient desolate beast. They did not have life-saving means like Gong Sun Hong. Gong Sun Hong, that bastard. Many people began cursing in their hearts. Gong Sun Hong had attacked the ancient desolate beast in a bid to earn Empyrean marks, but after he caused trouble, he hid himself, letting them bear the brunt of it. This shameless method made many cultivators feel hate and disdain. However, now was not the time to think of this. The crux of the issue was how to avoid this calamity. The ancient desolate beast growled as it slowly approached them. There were 3 people that were immediately facing the ancient desolate beast: Lin Xiaodai, Panther Lady, and the youth that was from the Li Fire sect, just like Gong Sun Hong. Heh, my luck sure is bad. Lin Xiaodai wiped her nose. She never expected for the ancient desolate beast to choose the direction facing her. Although Lin Xiaodai said she was unlucky, she was not panicking. She touched her interspatial ring and stared at the ancient with eyes lit up. Clearly, she was planning to have a round with the ancient desolate beast. As one of the top young geniuses of the Lin family, Lin Xiaodai was not to be trifled with. As for Panther Lady, her expression was much uglier. She glanced at the Gong Sun Hong's junior brother, and noticed his face was pale. He was at a loss what to do. Trash! Panther Lady cursed in her heart. Gongsun Hongshi was cold-blooded. With his junior brother before the desolate beast's jaws, he had no intention of appearing. At this moment, the ancient desolate beast roared and charged towards the three of them. Its speed was extremely fast. It opened its jaws, its fangs and claws were used together to attack the three people simultaneously. Its body was humongous, so it could easily launch an attack on 3 bridges. Lin Xiaodai was in the middle of the three. Her eyes flashed and leaped backwards. At the same time, she pulled out a sword from her interspatial ring. Sword chi rang as they protected her body. Naturally, she did not dare to confront the ancient desolate beast head-on. She had many combat techniques that allowed her to circle around the beast, as well as an ingenious movement technique. She could handle the current situation temporarily. Boom! The bridge began to shake violently. The three people dodged at the same time when the ancient desolate beast attacked. Lin Xiaodai leaped up high into the sky and flew above the ancient desolate beast's head. Panther Lady stepped aside and rolled on the floor. The youth from the Li Fire sect was most miserable. His body was bruised by the fluctuations of the ancient desolate beast's attack. He nearly fell off the bridge. So tricky. In the air, Lin Xiaodai clenched her sword tightly. She did not know what to do next either. Dragging this any further was not an option. She had considered attacking the desolate beast's mouth, but she knew that since Gongsun Hong had failed at it, she would probably also end up failing if she tried. While Lin Xiaodai was still unsure of what to do, all of a sudden, a golden beam appeared in the corner of Lin Xiaodai's eye. Phew! A golden beam flashed past her at an incredible speed, heading straight for the ancient desolate beast's mouth. Lin Xiaodai had first felt the sharp and strong air fluctuations coming from the golden beam. When it grazed past her, her cheeks felt pain. Only then did she hear the ear-piercing shrill. And at that moment, a tremendously fierce and potent pure yang qi exploded from the golden beam. It accelerated and entered straight into the ancient desolate beast's mouth. Boom! The golden beam immersed deep in. At that split moment, Lin Xiaodai saw it clearly. It was an arrow. It was a 4-foot-long arrow that was less than the thickness of a pinky finger. It had shot straight into the mouth of the desolate beast that was 2 stories tall. This out-of-proportion blow was like sticking a needle into a tiger. However, when the ancient desolate beast was hit, its body suddenly stopped. It stopped from its frenzy-attacking state. Its ferocious aura became like a deflated ball, then it suddenly disappeared. Following that, the killing intent and luster in its fierce eyes disappeared. Its body began to tremble violently. The lightning energy stripes began to change in color and shape. This lasted for a few seconds, and right after hearing a pang explosion, the ancient desolate beast exploded into a rain of light before disappearing. Died? It died again. Seeing the energy rains scattering in the sky, people stared straight at the scene as their throats twitched. This scene seemed very familiar. They realized something, and slowly turned their heads with great difficulty. They looked at Yi Yun, who was at the rear of the group. Yi Yun had just shot the arrow. The bowstring on the Tai Tsang bow was still shaking gently, issuing a vague twang. He flipped his hands and stored the Tai Tsang bow in his interspatial ring. The entire process seemed relaxing. Seeing Yi Yun's movements, many of them swallowed mouthfuls of saliva as a very odd look appeared on their faces. This wasn't shooting an ancient desolate beast to death, this was like shooting a rabbit to death. Back when Gongsun Hong met with failure after attacking the so-called weakness of the ancient desolate beast, people began to suspect that Yi Yun's attack had been sheer luck. On the surface, the ancient desolate beast's weakness indeed seemed to be inside of its mouth, but it was probably extremely well hidden. Even if one attacked the desolate beast's mouth, it was not enough to kill it. And now, Yi Yun had once again killed the ancient desolate beast easily. This proved that killing this ancient desolate beast was indeed as easy as turning his hand. This was a crushing blow to the pride of many of them. This blow was actually the second one. They were absolutely no match for the ancient desolate beast, and could hardly survive in front of it, but when Yun killed it, it looked as simple as someone slaughtering chickens and dogs. This was too abnormal. Chapter 454, Magical Weapon. After killing the ancient desolate beast, Yun saw a bright point of light, shining from within the scattering rain of light. It was another ancient relic. Only some of the strong desolate beasts in the Great Empress Mystic Realm had such an ancient relic within their body's energy core. It contained huge amounts of energy. Yun's body flashed and his body pierced through the sky, catching the ancient relic in hand. He naturally would not miss such a benefit. People were shocked when they saw Yun pick something up while withstanding the storm. Is it a treasure? People were alarmed. Did a treasure drop from the ancient desolate beast? They had not noticed that before. What is the matter? The item disappeared with Yun wiping his ring without any exaggeration. This made many of them curious. The treasures within the Great Empress Mystic Realm was naturally not a small amount. And they only realized it now. This ancient desolate beast dropped a treasure after it died. Then there must have been a treasure inside the desolate beast from before. Yun must have taken that one away as well. People recalled the scene when the first ancient desolate beast was killed. Yun had flown out hundreds of feet away. Back then, they did not know what Yun was doing. Now, they learned that Yun had already obtained two treasures. Many of them were jealous, but also helpless, upon realizing this. Although they coveted the treasures, no one dared to reveal this in front of Yun. They were in no way able to handle such a fearsome person who managed to consecutively kill two ancient desolate beasts, despite the methods he had used. The way people looked at Yun now contained some fear. At this moment, a divine beam of light pierced through the storm from high up in the sky, illuminating Yun's body. This divine beam condensed onto Yun's arm, forming into a purple tattoo. It was an Empyrean mark. Empyrean mark, he got another one. Seeing the tattoo appear on Yun's arm, it was unknown what many of them were feeling. However, this time, only one Empyrean mark condensed on Yun's arm. If there were another 36 marks, then the blow to the many young elites present would probably cause them to give up on this Great Empress Mystic Realm trial. Just one Empyrean mark. It looks like the Great Empress Mystic Realm is very strict with its settings. If not, just finding a weakness of an ancient desolate beast, and then killing sufficient numbers of ancient desolate beasts would result in a large number of Empyrean marks. If that happened, then the trial would lose its meaning. Yun guessed. The Great Empress Mystic Realm tested various aspects of cultivators. Finding the weakness of an enemy was just a test of a cultivator's insight and judgment, so there could not be too many rewards. Now, Yun had 37 Empyrean marks. His existence in the group had immediately become extraordinary. When people looked at Yun, their expressions were quite ugly. Just 4 hours ago, these people were in discussions of how to kill Yun to receive the rewards, but now, they were all praying that they would not to fall in Yun's hands. This sick, the youth with the bag from the beast control sect gritted his teeth and transmitted his voice to Panther Lady. Didn't they say that he was a desolate heaven master apprentice, and came from the backwater east? Why is he so powerful? The beast control sect youth realized that he was not only weaker than Yun, even the opportunities he could obtain inside here were incomparable to Yun's. And in the end, for Yun, martial arts was just a secondary focus. In the Desolate Heaven technique, Yun was a peerless talent too. It was really an exasperating comparison. Panther Lady shook her head. She did not want to pay attention to Yun. The more she did, the greater a setback she felt. Gongsun Hon, that scum. Don't let him fall into my hands. Panther Lady swore. She had transferred her hate onto Gongsun Hon. Just now, when Gongsun Hon led the ancient desolate beast to attack Yun had cut his flaming rope. As a result, Gongsun Hon had changed directions, implicating her. If not for Lin Xiaodai being implicated as well, Yi Yun would definitely not have made his move so quickly. Then, she would have been in real danger. Looking around, Gong Sun Hong had seemingly disappeared into thin air. Ever since he hid with his illusion technique, he no longer had any plans to appear again. In fact, Gong Sun Hong no longer had the face to show himself. After failing so horribly with the ancient desolate beast, he had only managed to escape the crisis by using a mystic technique and the despicable means of diverting the danger. In the end, the formidable desolate beast had been easily killed by Yi Yun. With Gong Sun Hong's pride, how could he accept that? Little brother Yi Yun, thanks. As the group began to make their way forward, Lin Xiaodai said while grinned at Yi Yun. Yi Yun halted in his steps and glanced at Lin Xiaodai. He then lightly said, "Even if I did not make a move, you should have been able to avoid the ancient desolate beast's pursuit, right?" "Indeed I could, but it would have been troublesome." Lin Xiaodai flung her long hair and smiled. "It would also have forced me to use some mystic techniques. Then it would no longer have been worth it." After the encounter with the ancient desolate beast, people lacked interest in killing the desolate beasts in order to obtain Empyrean marks. They had went all out to kill desolate beasts, yet all they had killed were low-grade desolate beasts. On the other hand, Yi Yun had killed a super desolate beast with a single arrow. The gap between them was frustrating. The stormy winds continued to howl. People focused on handling the desolate beasts in the storm. Under normal circumstances, they would dodge when possible. If they could not dodge, they would kill it. As such, the group walked for 2 hours. The storm became weaker. People raised their heads. Not far ahead, there was the expansive God Advent Tower. It was like a black pillar that towered over the horizon. Its wide base seemed to cover the entire horizon. In the middle of a world of ruins, filled with storms, stood such an enormous divine tower. This scene made people distraught. And at this moment, people could see that the surroundings of the God Advent Tower were covered in faint threads. These threads went out in all directions, disappearing into the vast storms. People drew their breaths upon seeing this scene. They realized that the countless threads were actually bridges. And the bridges they had used to approach the tower were just a small number out of the numerous bridges. Maybe every bridge was attached to another spatial entrance. And maybe every spatial entrance had a corresponding trial. Upon thinking of this, people marveled at the vastness of the great Empress mystic realm. In the presence of this ancient great Empress, who had left a name for herself through the ages, they were indeed tiny. This God Advent Tower might be a magical weapon that the ancient great Empress used when she was still alive. Lin Fengyue suddenly said when he looked at the God Advent Tower. People were stunned upon hearing this. A magical weapon? This humongous divine tower was the ancient great Empress' magical weapon? This sounded unbelievable, but it was highly possible after some careful thought. Chapter 455, Enemies Meet. As the participants approached the God Advent Tower, they could feel the powerful aura it emitted clearly. As they were covered with the aura, the terrifying storm in the world became weaker, till it eventually disappeared. When they were right in front of the God Advent Tower, the participants looked up. The top of the tower was like a sharp pin, piercing the black sky. Seeing this scene, they felt an inexplicable pressure. It was as if the God Advent Tower exuded a demonic presence, making them feel jumpy. What sort of person was the ancient great Empress? Yi Yun squinted his eyes. As he explored the great Empress mystic realm, he got a greater understanding of the scariness of the ancient great Empress. For the mystic realm to have such a vast setup, it already far exceeded the power level of people like the Shintu Patriarch. The Shintu Patriarch and the Lin family's grand elders were nothing in front of the ancient great Empress. And such a figure had left behind very limited records in history. People only knew she had naturally terminated meridians, and she became a peerless great Empress after she joined up her terminated meridians with unfathomable strength. No one knew anything about her, things like what she did in her life, or whether she was evil or not. People did not even know where her final resting place was. Was she murdered, or did she break through the confines of this world, going into another world? The ancient great empress was filled with mystery and the unknown. Maybe one could gain some basic insight of the great empress' secrets inside the God Advent Tower? With this in mind, Yi-Yun walked down the long bridge and arrived at a small square in front of the God Advent Tower. The square was made of black stone. When he stepped into the square, Yi-Yun could feel his blood boiling faintly. He looked at Lin Fengyue and Lin Xiaodai subconsciously. He realized that they had slightly surprised expressions. Clearly, they had the same feeling. Yi-Yun looked at the ground. The black stone was a material that he did not recognize. It was likely that even after a long time, there wouldn't be a single mark on the rock surface despite the passage of time. The floor tiles were as dark as ink. In the middle, there were mysterious dark red patterns. The patterns looked like blood patterns had solidified in the tiles. It could even be made of a certain biological creature's blood. Yi-Yun felt that the feeling of his blood boiling was most likely due to the stone. These mysterious blood patterns had resonated with the blood in his body. Someone is coming, Lin Fengyue suddenly said. Yi-Yun's heart thumped, because at this moment, he could also feel a powerful aura approaching. He looked up and there were about a dozen people walking over from the storm. These people were clearly older. They were aged from 27 to above 30. And walking in front of them, there was a person Yi-Yun was very familiar with, Shintu Nantian. Yi-Yun looked at Shintu Nantian and Shintu Nantian did likewise. When he saw Yi-Yun, he was first surprised and shocked. Following that, his face sunk as murderous intent appeared in his eyes. You are still alive. Shintu Nantian's voice was cold. His gaze swept past Yi-Yun and moved behind him. Behind him was the youth that came from the Shintu family clan, and he had a terrible expression. Shintu Nantian had given him the task of killing Yi-Yun. But now, Yi-Yun had appeared in front of the God Advent Tower completely fine. Trash. Shintu Nantian squeezed the word out from his teeth. The Shintu family clan disciple behind Yi-Yun looked bitter. He felt that he was not Yi-Yun's match at all. He could only transmit his voice, "Young master, we were tricked by this kid. His strength is really scary. He has been playing the sucker." Back then, the Shintu youth gave an account of Yi-Yun's performance, and he exaggerated it at certain points to Shintu Nantian. He also emphasized how the ancient desolate beast that nearly killed Gongsun Han was killed by Yi-Yun with one arrow. However, after he finished speaking, Shintu Nantian only sneered, "I said you are trash, yet you don't believe it. That Gongsun Han is also a retard." Ah! The Shintu youth was stunned. He did not know the meaning behind Shintu Nantian's words. At this moment, Shintu Nantian ignored the youth. He then looked at Yi-Yun and said with a sinister voice, "You obtained 37 Empyrean marks?" Shintu Nantian's words attracted the attention of everybody. At this moment, they had just passed the first trial. They naturally knew the value of Empyrean marks, and they also knew how crazy a concept 37 Empyrean marks meant. What? Everyone was stunned as they looked at Yi-Yun in alarm. He had obtained 37 Empyrean marks? Was that even possible? You used your energy eyes to find the ancient desolate beast's weakness and you killed it with one hit. It might look simple, but the angle of the attack and the strength of the attack were all very precise. It isn't that you are that strong. It is just that your ability just happens to be suitable for the first trial. Yet some idiots think that by imitating you, they will be able to attack the ancient desolate beast's weakness as well. In the end, they suffered, and they were King lucky to not have died from it. Shintu Nantian then turned his head to look somewhere into empty space. He said with a sneering tone, "Gongsun Han, stop hiding. Come out." With Shintu Nantian's strength, how could Gongsun Han's illusion technique hide him from his eyes? The space turned volatile. Hearing Shintu Nanshan's words, Gong Sun Hong felt his blood surge up. He was extremely embarrassed. Despite his identity, he had been scolded in public as a fool, yet he had no way of refuting it. Energy eyes? What was that? Gong Sun Hong did not know anything about Yi Yun's energy vision, but Shintu Nantian remembered this deep down. He had stumbled because of Yi Yun's ability. Hence, when the Shintu youth described how Yi Yun passed the trial, Shintu Nantian immediately thought about Yi Yun's energy vision. You think you can depend on your energy eyes to pass the trials later on? It's good that you were lucky to pass the first trial. This way, I can kill you with my own hands. Shintu Nantian said with a sinister voice. Yi Yun frowned slightly. With a wolf staring at him from behind, this feeling was naturally very uncomfortable. As for how Yi Yun had passed the first trial, Shintu Nantian had hit the nail on the spot. Compared to Gong Sun Hong, Shintu Nantian was an enemy who knew him very well. But the crux of the issue was that Shintu Nanshan's cultivation level was too high. Yi Yun was in no way Shintu Nanshan's match. The gap between the two was extremely great. This difference gave Yi Yun no choice but to be on high alert. If Shintu Nantian seized the opportunity, he would be doomed for eternity. At this moment, Yi Yun's heart thumped. He turned his head and looked nearby. He saw a girl dressed in white slowly walking to the square from the storm. The storm that could tear rocks gently blew the white-dressed girl's clothes and hair. Her movements were like flowing water, relaxed and composed. When the girl landed on the black stone square, her feet was not stained by the dust. Lin Xintong. Yi Yun's mouth curled upwards. He smiled because he felt an inexplicable feeling of peace seeing Lin Xintong in this situation. Chapter 456, Swore the Youth. Even after experiencing the first trial of the Great Empress Mystic Realm and undergoing the long bridge and fierce storm, Lin Xintong's clothes were still as white as snow. She still looked composed and calm. And not far behind Lin Xintong was another youth. This youth was not very tall. As Lin Xintong was quite tall amongst women, this meant that the youth was shorter than Lin Xintong by just a bit. The youth wore a plain gray gown. His skin was dark and his hair messy. He looked like a humble farmer. After stepping onto the square, the swarthy youth smiled with an amiable look. Oh? There are only two people? Seeing that there was no one else behind Lin Xintong and the swarthy youth, they were surprised. According to their experience, every individual group would have 10 to 20 cultivators. After some people were eliminated, there would be at least half left, but now, in Lin Xintong's group, there were only 2 people who reached the God Advent Tower? Hee, we met a group of ancient desolate beasts that went crazy, so it was quite tragic. I only barely scraped through. The swarthy youth could read what was on everyone's mind as he explained while scratching his head. When people heard that, they were secretly horrified. Met a group of ancient desolate beasts that went crazy? The Great Empress Mystic Realm's trials adjusted their difficulty according to the cultivator's age. The desolate beasts that Lin Xintong met were clearly even more fearsome than the three-eyed desolate beast. What sort of scene was a group of these terrifying existences going crazy like? However, Lin Xintong and the swarthy youth had passed the calamity safely. Lin Xintong was understandable as she had absolute talent. It was no surprise for her to clear the level, but who was the swarthy youth? People began to focus on the youth. His gray gown was dirty and it was torn in certain parts, seemingly due to it being ripped open by desolate beasts. His face and arms had blood marks. His hair was also messy like an abandoned bird's nest. His miserable appearance was on the other side of the scale to the white as snow Lin Xintong. This guy must have barely passed the bridge. He must have had good luck. Some people secretly whispered. They found it hard to believe that a person that looked so ordinary, who would not be able to be distinguished when in a crowd, was stronger than them. People did not wish to focus too much on the youth, so they turned towards Lin Xintong. As a young lady with Naturaline meridians, Lin Xintong did not receive much attention in the Tian Yuan world. Despite her high talent, she only had a lifespan of 500 years. She was destined not to have a great impact in the future. There were some large family clans that wished to enter a marriage alliance with the Lin family clan through Lin Xintong. And they also only wanted Lin Xintong to be their family's most talented junior's cultivation intercourse partner. As a girl with Naturaline meridians, even if her cultivation level was not very high, obtaining her virginity was also a good opportunity. In their eyes, that was the biggest value of Lin Xintong. However, Matriarch Lin's love for Lin Xintong had prevented their intentions from materializing. However, when the marriage alliance between the Shintu family clan and the Lin family failed, and set off a major storm, Lin Xintong began to receive more and more attention from the large factions. With the appearance of the great Empress Mystic Realm, it was not entirely impossible for Lin Xintong to join up her naturally terminated meridians. Even if the chances were slim, once Lin Xintong joined up her terminated meridians, she would become a hot figure in the Tian Yuan world. She could even result in a change of the order of affairs in the Tian Yuan world. This was a great opportunity for the Lin family, and it was at the same time likely to cause disaster. For a peerless great empress to appear, they needed a significant amount of fate. Even if Lin Xintong joined up her naturally terminated meridians, it was actually hard to tell if the Lin family had sufficient heritage to allow Lin Xintong to mature. If the Lin family lacked such fate, it could be destroyed as a result of Lin Xintong. It was like how the beautiful tusks of elephants resulted in their slaughtering. The period before Lin Xintong fully matured was the most dangerous period for the Lin family. The Lin family would require a strong ally and partner to rely on. Hence, many factions were tempted. If they could replace the Shintu family clan and allied with the Lin family, there would be several benefits. Yi Yun, you also arrived. As all the youths were focused on Lin Xintong looked at Yi Yun, who was at the corner of the square. Her faint smile seemed to show her being happy for Yi Yun, who managed to reach the square. The smiling Lin Xintong looked like a blossoming flower in the sun. Lin Xintong's personality was naturally indifferent. She seldom spoke or smiled. Many people felt jealous of her unique attitude towards Yi Yun. To them, Yi Yun was too lucky. He had obtained 37 Empyrean marks in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, and he had also received the favor of Lin Xintong. What allowed this bumpkin from the backwater east to receive all this luck? Seeing Lin Xintong and Yi Yun's interaction, Shintu Nantian squinted his eyes. He felt anger rise up, nearly exploding his lungs and heart. In the Great Empress Mystic Realm, he couldn't do anything to Yi Yun due to the Mystic Realm's rules. He hated this rule to the extreme at this moment. If he could freely use his powers, he could brutally kill Yi Yun and then ravage Lin Xintong without thought. The anger from the relic trial had formed a mental demon. If he did not kill Yi Yun and F***K Lin Xintong, it was impossible for him to vent his anger. Taking a deep breath, Shintu Nantian forced himself to not think about the traumatic experience. He hid the coveting of Lin Xintong and the hate for Yi Yun. He pretended to not know them. Instead, the swarthy youth had attracted his attention. Who are you? Which faction do you come from? There was nearly about 30 people gathered in the square. They pretty much spanned across all the factions that came to the Great Empress Mystic Realm. Shintu Nantian was curious about the swarthy youth's identity. He had noticed the other factions' young elites' reaction to the youth. They were surprised and amazed to see the swarthy youth. Clearly, they did not know him. That was to say, the swarthy youth did not belong to any faction. This situation was extremely odd. He. The swarthy youth only gave a gruff smile. He ignored Shintu Nantian as if he did not hear him. This made Shintu Nantian's face sink. This kid had ignored him. Are you deaf? Ever since he suffered a major blow at the Lin family's relic trial, Shintu Nantian had been oversensitive. He was prone to anger. In the Shinto family's residence, he had repeatedly punished his servants severely just for tiny mistakes. Now, the swarthy youth had once again provoked Shinto Nanshin's anger. However, the swarthy youth completely ignored Shinto Nantian. He had a silly smile on his face, revealing his pearly white teeth. He gave people the impression of a silly person who was delirious. However, how could a delirious person reach this point? Chapter 457, The Second Trial. This dark-skinned youth caused people to be secretly horrified. He completely ignored Shinto Nantian, and he had a mysterious background. No one could tell where he came from and how he had entered the great Empress mystic realm. Iyun also paid attention to this dark-skinned youth. He realized that the swarthy youth's eyes would sometimes land on him intentionally and he would give off a friendly smile. This made Iyun feel strange. Did this youth have any relationship with him? He tried recalling, but he did not remember meeting such a person. Odd. Iyun frowned slightly but didn't put too much thought into it. I heard from them that you earned 37 Empyrean marks in the first trial. Lin Shinton walked over to Iyun with a smile. There was an inexplicable glint in her eyes. 37 Empyrean marks were quite exaggerating indeed. It was just by chance. Iyun shrugged. Shinto Nantian was right. I did use my energy vision to exploit a loophole. If I used my real abilities, I would not know what sort of results I would have gotten. The energy vision is also your ability. Others cannot compare to it. I only received 9 Empyrean marks. While Lin Shinton was speaking, Iyun glanced at her white wrist. Beautiful Empyrean marks were lined neatly there like plum blossoms. 9. Iyun touched his chin. He was very surprised, because this was an impressive number. Gong Sun Hong had only obtained 1. Of course, if Iyun had not interfered, Gong Sun Hong would have obtained 1 or 2 Empyrean marks on the bridge. By the time he reached the God Advent Tower, he would probably have 3 Empyrean marks. And that would have been the limit. But that was only a third of Lin Shinton's Empyrean marks. Lin Shinton did not use any loopholes to obtain so many Empyrean marks. She had used her actual strength. At this moment, the last few people who were on the bridges arrived at the square. Everyone was gathered. Ka ka ka. At this moment, people heard a sound behind them. They looked back and saw that the countless number of bridges that were connected to the God Advent Tower were fading into the storm, disappearing from view. In a blink of an eye, the entire God Advent Tower became a lone island in the storm. Following that would be the second trial. The people standing here were elites from different factions. They sized each other up with warring intentions in their expressions. They were each other's rivals. In this trial, it was unknown how many more people would be eliminated. Iyun could feel many hostile stares. He scrunched up his eyebrows. As the saying went, one isn't afraid of being bitten by lice once there were too many, so he was no longer bothered to care. Lin Shinton glanced at Iyun. Seeing Iyun's reaction, a smile appeared on her face. You are now someone quite influential. I sure don't want to be one. Iyun felt helpless. Ever since the shepherd boy invaded the Tai Divine Kingdom, the number of enemies he had gained increased. At this moment, the God Advent Tower suddenly emitted a rumbling sound. The black stone square began vibrating. The expressions of many of the geniuses changed. Boom! 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 A towering pillar suddenly sprang up from the black stone square. This pillar was simply primitive. It contained a rugged air to it. When people focused on it, they were amazed. The entire pillar was studded with relics. And one could tell from the powerful energy fluctuations emitted by the relics that they were no ordinary items. Iyun was secretly amazed. Although these ancient relics were inferior to the one he had obtained from the first energy desolate beast, they won in terms of quantity. if he could obtain them. Yi Yun could not help to have such an idea. However, this was just a random thought of his. The huge pillar was filled with runes and arrays, and it was also part of the God Advent Tower, so the energy it emanated resonated with one another. With his strength, even if he activated the purple crystal, it would be very difficult for him to extract the energy from the relics. At this moment, a beam shot out from the huge pillar. It formed a door of light in the black stone square. The door of light was about 100 feet tall. The energy fluctuations from it gave people a sense of oppression. No one knew what was behind the door of light. Many of the geniuses present observed it for a while before they stepped through the door of light. They had quite a daredevil attitude. People entered one by one, including Shintu Nantian. After he entered, the Shintu family clan's disciples followed him. "Let's go in as well," Lin Xintong said. Behind Lin Xintong were all the disciples from the Lin family. Lin Yu did not do anything out of the norm. He knew himself. He got here due to luck. Although Shintu Nantian had said that Yi Yun had good luck too and he had perfectly completed the first trial by using his energy vision to find a loophole, Lin Yu still did not think he had the right to mock Yi Yun. Their combat abilities were similar, so there was no point in mocking the other. And the energy vision was Yi Yun's ability, which he did not have. Lin Xintong was the first to step through the door of light. Her figure flashed and she appeared to fly through like an elegant butterfly. Yi Yun was just about to follow when he heard laughter. He turned his head slightly to see the swarthy youth from before. Yi Yun had no idea when he came beside him. He was still giggling in a silly fashion. The swarthy youth had very thick lips. When he smiled at Yi Yun, he would reveal 2 rows of white teeth. If they were not in the great Empress mystic realm, where only capable elites could reach to this point, Yi Yun would have suspected that the person beside him was mentally challenged. "Do I know you?" Yi Yun could not help but ask. "No, but I find you very interesting." The swarthy youth continued his silly giggle. This answer clearly did not satisfy Yi Yun. Since the swarthy youth was unwilling to speak, Yi Yun did not bother to give it much thought. He took in a deep breath and walked through the door of light. At the split moment of him going through the door of light, Yi Yun felt like something swept past his body, as if his body had been scanned. This feeling made him feel very uncomfortable. After stepping through the door of light and looking at the surroundings, Yi Yun was there alone. The people that had entered before had all disappeared. An entirely separate space. The ground was empty and it was a boundless gray. There was nothing at all. The grayness seemed to have no end, and it gave him a strange sense of oppression. Suddenly, Yi Yun heard the explosive sound of Yuan Qi. He immediately touched his interspatial ring and turned around abruptly. He had unsheathed the blood-red lotus. While in the great Empress Mystic Realm's trials, there was danger at any turn. Yi Yun was already on full alert. Yi Yun saw that behind him, there was a dimensional crack in space. A handsome man with a hideous look walked out of the spatial fissure. And when Yi Yun saw who the man was, his expression changed. He was Shintu Nantian. Chapter 458, The Battle Across Spatial Dimensions. In front of Yi Yun, Shintu Nantian slowly walked towards him. His facial expression was the sinister and ruthless one that Yi Yun was familiar with. Every step he took was abound with murderous intent. It was extremely oppressive. Yi Yun held his breath as he clenched the blood-red lotus in his hands tightly. "Ha ha! You still want to struggle?" Shintu Nantian unsheathed a sword and pointed the tip right at Yi Yun's eyes. "Yi Yun, I have been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. I have finally waited for this day. I will cripple you of your martial arts and imprison you. I'll use the most merciless techniques in this world to torture you." "Oh?" One of Yi Yun's eyebrow ticked up. He was extremely sharp with his perception. He realized that the Shintu Nantian in front of him may be the same in terms of speech and looks to the one in his memory, but he was lacking something. That was, he was lacking the real Shintu Nanshan's strength. The Shintu Nantian in front of him may be emitting tremendous murderous intent and aura, but his strength could be barely estimated by Yi Yun. He was much weaker than real Shintu Nantian. This was just an illusion? This thought flashed past Yi Yun's mind. He opened his energy vision, and with that, he realized that the person in front of him wasn't human, he was a figure of light formed completely from energy. So this is the second trials test. The Great Empress Mystic Realm did not have memory of Shintu Nantian, so the only explanation was that the Great Empress Mystic Realm had used Yi Yun's memories to form a phantom image of Shintu Nantian. The person who appeared in this trial was the cultivator's mental demon. Although Shintu Nantian was not considered to be a mental demon of Yi Yun had to admit that back in the Taiya Divine Kingdom, everything that Shintu Nantian did to Jiang Xiero and to him made him feel tremendous hate for Shintu Nantian. Back then, he had sworn to kill Shintu Nantian. And Shintu Nanshan's continuous threats of crippling Yi Yun's cultivation and imprisoning him to torture him was quite a terrifying matter. In the energy vision, the phantom Shintu Nantian had no weaknesses. Yi Yun could not use any tricks because this was a battle based on actual skill. Yi Yun did not know the profoundness of the Great Empress Mystic Realm. He was not sure if it could display a portion of Shintu Nanshan's real strength. If it could, Yi Yun wanted to see what skill Shintu Nantian had. At this moment, the phantom Shintu Nantian gave off a sinister smile. And the next moment, he disappeared. His was extremely fast. He stabbed with his sword right at Yi Yun's dantian. Shintu Nanshan's attack contained a vibrative power. Once he successfully stabbed, Yi Yun's dantian would definitely explode. One strike would cripple his cultivation. Danger! Yi Yun did not know what would happen in real life if his cultivation was crippled in the illusion. He did not dare take the risk. He treated this illusion realm's battle as a real fight with Shintu Nantian. Besides, his opponent's strength far exceeded his. This meant that he could not go easy at all. Boom! Behind Yi Yun, Radiant Sun Shi exploded, forming the Tang Valley's phantom image. Radiant Sun Shi was injected into the blood-red lotus in his hand. The blood-red lotus had tasted the blood of countless numbers of people, so it emitted a thick blood qi to it. Blood was in itself a yang elemental object, so this blood qi mixed with the pure yang qi only complemented one another. Slashing his saber, a red wave appeared. In the gray space, a blood sun appeared out of nowhere. Shi La! Shintu Nanshan's sword beam was torn apart. The red saber beam from Yi Yun did not lose its momentum. It pierced straight into Shintu Nanshan's body. Sabertooth's 32 words, killing at its core. After a long period of training, Yi Yun's had achieved mastery in the insight gained from the saber tomb. It was perfectly harmonious with his martial Tao. Besides, using killing at its core with the blood-red lotus made the attack even more powerful with the blood-red lotus's killing intense support. Saber beams flashed wantonly as Shintu Nanshan's body was slashed. No blood flowed out from his wounds, but replacing blood were numerous Yuan Qi light dots. Shintu Nanshan's body was thrown backwards by a few hundred feet. Even though his body had been penetrated by the saber beam, he still seemed fine. Wah! 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 Heaven Earth Yuan Qi gathered from Shintu Nanshan's surroundings, flowing straight into his body. With the energy restoring him, Shintu Nanshan's wounds quickly recovered. He looked at Yi Yun with a cold and sinister smile. Yi Yun, your attack was too weak. You are destined to die. Shintu Nantian walked towards Yi Yun with his sword in hand. The expression and words made Yi Yun have an impression that the person in front of him was the real Shintu Nantian. Yi Yun took a deep breath and touched his interspatial ring with one hand. An azure sword appeared in Yi Yun's hand. It was Shintu Nanshan's sword. Seeing this sword, Shintu Nanchan's expression changed as his killing intent grew more intense. "That's my sword," Shintu Nantian said deeply as if he was provoked. Seeing Shintu Nanchan's expression, Yun was secretly alarmed. Everything in the illusion realm was too realistic. As Yun was having a life-and-death battle with Shintu Nantian in the illusion realm. In another door of light, Shintu Nantian was also undergoing his own test. He was in a similar independent space. It was also a boundless gray land. However, in this test, the scene was completely different. Standing in front of Shintu Nantian was a youth dressed in azure clothes. He was holding an azure sword in his hands, with a mocking smile on his face. This youth had the looks of Yun. Yun was Shintu Nanchan's nightmare. "That's my sword." Shintu Nanchan's eyes were blood red. Even though he knew it was a test in an illusion realm, he could not suppress the anger in his heart when he saw Yun attacking him with a sword that previously belonged to him. "So what if it's your sword?" "It is mine now." An evil curl appeared by the corners of Yun's mouth. He flicked the sword shaft lightly, issuing a wang sound. It sounded like a dragon's roar. "This sword is not bad. I will use your sword to stab you in the heart. But killing you just like that would be too easy on you. Before that, I will slowly torture you. Just like after the relic trial in the Lin family's dungeon. However, back then, I needed to use a trash like you to exchange for the Great Empress Mystic Realm's information, so I only beat you up brutally and fed you a bit of the 7 noxious divining pill. I was too easy on you. The next time, I will cut all your body's meridians and let you have a taste of death by dismembering and destroy your heart. To think a trash like you wants to kill my sister and make her into an elixir? My sister is the Desolate Race's royal family successor. Why didn't you piss a pool of water to see what you look like? You are ridiculous. And you wanted to marry Lin Shintong? Lin Shintong is a proud daughter of heaven and would be a peerless great empress in the future. As for you, after you were partially crippled by me, you were picked up by the Shintu family clan like a piece of trash. Do you think you are worthy as a worthless dog? You are a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Lin Shintong will eventually be mine. Her purine body's primordial yin will also belong to me. Ha 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 ha. Yun's recklessly laughed and his face was full of mockery. He looked at Shintu Nantian as if he was a previously vanquished opponent. This gaze of his pierced through Shintu Nantian, making him feel pain. With his high stature, he had been so badly by a bumpkin from the backwater east. Shintu Nanchan's face twitched as veins began protruding on his forehead one by one. Even if whatever the Yun in front of him said was actually his own imagination, he was now completely lost in the illusion. He had fallen in too deep. The Great Empress Mystic Realm's illusion realm was mysterious in every aspect. Just a slight loss of focus would result in people forgetting that they were in an illusion. They would succumb to their mental demons, thinking that it was reality. Die! Shintu Nantian roared loudly with his eyes red. Behind him, auspicious-looking light of all colors condensed behind him. These rainbow-colored lights condensed into phantom images. There was a lush grassland with a spirit tree growing on it. A spring then appeared in front of the spirit tree. And beside the spring, a figure wearing a green gown appeared. He looked like a scholar. This was Shintu Nanchan's aspect totem. It was called Transcendent Immortal Paradise. Back at the Lin family's Desolate Heaven Technique tea session, Shintu Nantian had conjured his aspect totem at the critical moment when he was displaying his ancient Desolate Heaven technique. Back then, the scholar dressed in green held a folding fan. He was reciting poems and drawing pictures in that immortal paradise. He looked like a successful scholar who had accomplished a lot at a young age. But this time, he looked completely different. The scholar's face was full of sinisterness and hideousness. His body was covered in black gas. It did not match the immortal paradise around him. This was no scholar, it was a ferocious ghost that had possessed the scholar. Yi Yun was Shintu Nanshan's mental demon. The experiences in the Lin family's dungeon was the greatest ridicule Shintu Nantian had ever experienced in his life. Shintu Nantian could hardly maintain his clearness of mind in an illusion with Yi Yun. As such, his aspect totem had also changed. Chapter 459, The Battle of the Mental Demons. The second trial of the Great Empress Mystic Realm was not only a test of one's strength, but it was also a test of one's mental demons. A warrior's martial life could be as long as 1,000 years or even 100,000 years. Countless numbers of things could happen during this period. And they would tend to form mental demons of all sizes. Even a venerable monk would have a mental demon. For example, in the past, the 18 emperor arhats from the Daming Temple that had prevailed for a long time in the Tian Yuan world had mental demons as well. A few disciples survived the destruction of the Daming Temple and the siege of countless Buddhist followers were. However, due to the bloody massacre, they also had mental demons deeply implanted. The higher a warrior's cultivation level was, the stronger his mental demons were. The more obsessive and persistent the warrior was, the more stubborn the mental demons would be. When warriors were about to break through in their martial arts realms, or undergoing reclusive death training, if their mental demons raged, it could result in them suffering a cultivation deviation. The consequences were extremely serious. Shintu Nantian was one of the many cultivators who had participated in the Great Empress Mystic Realm, with the most serious mental demons. The Yi Yun formed from his mental demons was too strong. Boom! In the illusion realm, Phantom Yi Yun was armed with a sword, slashing at Shintu Nanshan's transcendent immortal paradise. Sword chi flared as beams of light rained down. This transcendent immortal paradise was not only Shintu Nanshan's aspect totem, it was also a domain of Shintu Nantian. As long as his transcendent immortal paradise was not destroyed, he would receive an increase in strength inside it. He was the master of that domain. However, the Phantom Yi Yun's simple slash of the sword caused a crack to form in Shintu Nanshan's transcendent immortal paradise. Kill! Shintu Nantian roared loudly as he arrived in front of Phantom Yi Yun. He stabbed with his sword that was burning with a purple flame. This was no ordinary flame, it was a mutated fire that came from a different world. The veins on Shintu Nanshan's face protruded violently as murderous intent flared. He had completely treated the illusion in front of him as the real Yi Yun. He could not wait to kill him to receive satisfaction. Bam! Outside the Door of Light, in the black stone square in front of the God Advent Tower, a youth was suddenly ejected. When he first came out, he was still yelling while brandishing his weapon. But soon, he regained clarity of mind. He realized he had returned to the black stone square. The youth was covered in sweat. After feeling a sense of loss, a look of indignation and disappointment appeared on his face. He had been eliminated. And looking at his surroundings, there was no one else. He was the first to be eliminated. Thinking back to his experience in the God Advent Tower, it was completely unbearable. He had relived a most horrible event in his childhood. It was his worst nightmare. And in the God Advent Tower, it had been perfectly restored. He mistakenly believed that he had returned to his childhood and he was suffering that horrible event once again. There was no other way. It was too difficult for him to conquer his mental demons. It was quite a setback for him to be eliminated first. At this moment, the Door of Light stirred, and another figure was ejected. The youth quickly focused and realized that the person who had been eliminated right after him was the idiotic swarthy youth from before. Sensing another person's gaze, the swarthy youth turned his head around and gave the other youth a fatuous smile. The youth suddenly felt vexed. This swarthy youth did not feel any embarrassment or indignation from being eliminated early. His happy look made the youth speechless. It was probably as what the dark-skinned kid said from before, he had passed the bridge due to luck. Since he had relied on luck, he was probably satisfied that he managed to last a while. However, seeing this swarthy youth's relaxed look, he did not look like he had been in a big battle. He had probably not even spent an additional ounce of strength to last a little bit longer. He had actually lost to such a person. Following that, more and more people were ejected from the Door of Light. A majority of people were still frantically brandishing their weapons when they were ejected. It was only after a while before they regained clarity of mind. With a pale face, they revealed regret or fear on their faces. The great Empress Mystic Realm was too strange. The things it conjured were the things that they feared most or the people they hated greatly. If they were not careful, they would succumb to the illusion and find it difficult to extricate themselves. At this moment, Lin Yu was ejected from the Door of Light. His body was covered in sweat and his legs were weak. But after he came out, he immediately surveyed his surroundings. Seeing that nearly half of the elites had been ejected, Lin Yu felt relieved. He had been desperately struggling to achieve better results at this test. Now, it appeared that his efforts were not in vain. But at this moment, Lin Yu suddenly discovered that Yi Yun was not amongst the people who had been ejected. Lin Yu, who was just feeling relaxed, suddenly felt terrible. Lin Yu found an empty spot to sit down with a gloomy face. People were ejected from the Door of Light one after another. About 5 minutes later, Yi Yun was also ejected. Oh! Yi Yun immediately recovered the moment he appeared on the square. When he was engaging in battle with Shintu Nantian and the illusion, he had went all out, but Shintu Nanchan's strength kept rising. He did not appear to have his Yuan Qi depleted at all. But due to Yi Yun's calm mind and his energy vision, he was never influenced by the illusion realm. He was not like the other elites who were attacking desperately. He calmly handled his battle, searching for Shintu Nanchan's weakness before attacking. This way, Yi Yun felt that he had pushed himself to his limits in the battle. But even so, when Shintu Nanchan's strength rose to a certain level, Yi Yun was still defeated, and he was subsequently ejected from the Door of Light. Yi Yun knew that what the great Empress Mystic Realm conjured was not the real Shintu Nantian. Shintu Nantian was even stronger than his phantom. This made Yi Yun feel a greater sense of caution. In the great Empress Mystic Realm, the threat that Shintu Nantian imposed on him was too great. This kid. Lin Yu gave a complicated glance at Yi Yun. The hope of impressing Matriarch Lin at this great Empress Mystic Realm's trial was completely dashed. There should have been no luck component to this test, yet he had lasted shorter than Yi Yun. Yi Yun noticed that several gazes swept across his body. One of them was the swarthy youth who stared intently at him. He looked over, but the swarthy youth did not conceal it. He carried on staring at him and revealed a somewhat silly smile. Weirdo. Yi Yun could only give the dark-skinned youth such a title. Immediately following Yi Yun, Lin Xiaodai and Lin Fengyue were respectively ejected from the Door of Light. Although Lin Xiaodai was sweating profusely when she was ejected, there was still a smile on her face. Lin Fengyue's eyebrows were knitted together, as if he was not satisfied with his performance. Almost at the same time, the youth with the bag behind his back and Panther Lady were ejected. The two looked at each other. Panther Lady gave a cold grunt before walking to a corner while licking her lips. At this moment, there were only a few people still in the Door of Light. They included Gongsun Han, Lin Xinton, and Shintu Nantian. I wonder who will last till the end. It will definitely be our young master Nantian. A youth from the Shintu family clan said proudly. Chapter 460, Inhumane Torture. The Shintu family clan disciples had absolute confidence in Shintu Nantian. Seeing that more than 90% had been eliminated, and the fact that Shintu Nantian still remained unseen, made them even more confident. At this moment, the Door of Light flashed again. Another person was ejected and fell to the ground before rolling a few times. Using his sword as a support, he stood up. His expression was grim and full of murderous intent. It was as if he was about to attack once again. That person was Gong Sun Hong. Oh. This is. Gong Sun Hong did not realize it immediately when he was ejected out onto the black stone square. Only when he saw that there were many people staring at him, and especially when the young elites from the Li Fire sect rushed up to congratulate him, did he realize where he was. Ah, junior brother Hong is indeed mighty. You managed to last till now, before coming out. He is our Li Fire sect's triennial #1 martial artist after all. The Li Fire sect genius's congratulations made Gong Sun Hong slightly hesitate, but he instantly came around. Inspecting his surroundings, Gong Sun Hong realized that a large majority of people had been eliminated before him. So I actually lasted for a long time. Although Gong Sun Hong did not reveal it on his face, he was actually very satisfied with his performance. It looked like he did a remarkable job at this test. This was what should be considered normal. Gong Sun Hong had always had full confidence in his talent. However, he had received numerous setbacks ever since he came to the Great Empress Mystic Realm. He even began to have doubts whether he really was a top genius or not. And finally, the results he obtained in this test finally gave him confidence. Gong Sun Hong observed his surroundings and spotted Yi Yun amongst the crowd. After seeing Yi Yun, Gong Sun Hong heaved a sigh of relief. He could not help it as the corners of his mouth curled upwards, revealing a mocking and complacent smile. He was just unlucky in the first trial. In the second trial, when it was a test of real skill, a person like Yi Yun revealed his flaws. And in comparison, he had been exceptional. At this moment, the door of light flashed again as a few more people were ejected. Amongst these people Yi Yun saw a person, Shin Tuya. This thin youth had left a deep impression on Yi Yun. His eyes constantly emitted a feeling of ruthlessness. These people had lasted a long time, so the moment they appeared, the disciples from their own factions came forward to give them their congratulations. Up to now, in the Great Empress Mystic Realm's second trial, about 30 minutes had passed since the first person was eliminated. And that person had only lasted less than 15 minutes inside the trial. That was to say, the people who had yet to come out had lasted nearly 3 times that of the first person to be eliminated. The longer it was, the more it made people anticipate. The people from the Shintu family clan, especially the followers of Shintu Nantian, were beaming with pride. The fact that there was no sign of Shintu Nantian meant that their future big brother would be even more powerful. As a result, they would also receive even more benefits. There's only Shintu Nantian and Lin Xintong left. Someone suddenly said. After everyone surveyed the surroundings, they realized it was indeed the case. Yet another 15 minutes passed. Up to now, the second trial had been going on for an hour. Shintu Nantian and Lin Xintong were still inside the door of light. People looked at each other as they were amazed. They were still not out after such a long period of time? They had experienced the trial of the mental demons. As time passed, the mental demon would become even stronger. It was hard to imagine how strong the mental demons Shintu Nantian and Lin Xintong were facing after such a long period of time. They're actually lasting for such a long time. In the corner of the square, Yi Yun touched his chin. He did not know what Lin Xintong's mental demons were. As for the mental demon Shintu Nantian was facing, could it be himself? In the door of light, he had battled against Shintu Nantian, while Shintu Nantian could have fought with him. This scenario made Yi Yun have an odd feeling. And at this moment, the door of light flashed. Shintu Nantian was the first one to be ejected out of the final 2 people. Big brother Nantian. Shintu Nantian's followers were quick to react. They rushed up to receive Shintu Nantian. It was impressive for him to have lasted for an hour. There was no idea to how many rewards he would receive. However, when they saw Shintu Nantian's appearance, they were dumbfounded. They saw Shintu Nantian slam heavily into the ground. His face was completely black and his body was stiff. His hair was disheveled and there was a layer of ice crystals on his hair. Blood was pouring out of his nostrils and ears. Seeing this scene, they found it hard to imagine what Shintu Nantian had experienced in the Door of Light. Those followers were momentarily at a loss at what to do. Shintu Nantian rolled his body as he sprawled on the ground and began retching. However, after retching for a long time, nothing came out. The few followers were watching on dumbfoundedly. They did not speak a word. Shintu Nantian's present appearance was too different from his glorious return in their imaginations. He was even inferior to Gong Sun Hong. Even that rascally Yun, he may not have lasted very long, but when he was ejected from the Door of Light, he still looked very decent. "Big brother Nantian, are you alright?" A lackey quickly took out a pill from his interspatial ring, hoping to feed it to Shintu Nantian. This lackey happened to be the Shintu youth who was constantly thinking of killing Yi Yun when he was grouped together with him in the first trial. He was most attentive to Shintu Nantian. He was absolutely obedient. However, when Shintu Nantian saw the Shintu youth hand over a pill to him, his eyes immediately turned red. 7 noxious divining pill. In the second trial, he was eventually captured by Yi Yun, and had then been fed more than 10 7 noxious divining pills. That horrible experience had assaulted Shintu Nantian's vision, making him still immersed in his mental demons. His mind was still not clear. The present Shintu Nantian was very close to suffering a cultivation deviation. "Want to feed me a pill again?" Shintu Nantian suddenly roared and punched the Shintu youth in his abdomen. With a terrible cry, the Shintu youth spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew out like a kite with a broken thread. However, after Shintu Nantian made his attack, a ray of light shot down from the great Empress Mystic Realm. This ray of light enveloped Shintu Nantian's body completely, restricting his entire body. This was a result from the Mystic Realm's rules. No one was to attack another, or else they would be restrained and temporarily have their strength constrained. In fact, already when Shintu Nantian was punching out, his strength had been quickly constrained. If not, with his strength, the 16-plus-year-old youth would have been killed by Shintu Nantian's single punch. Ah! With his entire body restrained, that ray of light tightened Shintu Nantian's flesh. With a deep snort, Shintu Nantian crashed to the ground. The surrounding lackeys were stunned. They never expected to see such a scene. They quickly backed away, keeping their distance away from Shintu Nantian. They allowed Shintu Nantian to struggle under the punishment for violating the Mystic Realm's rules. Only after a while did Shintu Nantian slowly regain clarity of his surroundings. He realized that he had returned to the Black Stone Square. Shintu Nantian had a solid foundation. However, in the second trial, his soul had received a backlash due to his mental demons, due to them being too strong. He was unable to extricate himself from it, but once he came out of the illusion realm, he quickly regained control of himself. All the experiences he had was just a test. Thankfully, it was just a test. Shintu Nantian heaved a sigh of relief. His forehead and back were dripping with cold sweat. In the illusion realm, the experiences he suffered seemed extremely real. It was just like the real thing. He had been inhumanely tortured again and again. Whatever he feared the most would happen even more often. Seeing that Shintu Nantian had returned to normal, the surrounding lackeys dared to come forward. "Big brother Nantian, are you alright?" "Big brother Nantian, you managed to last the second longest amongst everyone. It's so amazing." He lasted long? It was indeed very long. Nearing the end, he had been chained up by Yi Yun, and then started a long period of devastation and torture. Just thinking about it almost made Shintu Nantian go crazy. After he was fed more than 10 7 noxious divining pills, his dantian was destroyed. Then, all of his meridians were smashed to pieces and his flesh was then carved up. Finally, the eggs of heart-dismembering worms were sprinkled into his wounds, as he underwent the torture of having his heart dismembered. Finally, he was castrated by Yi Yun. He suffered so much torture before, in the end, he died unwillingly. And when he died, he was finally ejected out of the illusion realm. And that was the end of his second trial. To Shintu Nantian, everything that happened in the mental demon realm was absolutely real. Such torture could push a person past the brink of mental collapse if his cultivation was lacking.